a circle with chords. Why is that wrong?
You can have a chord. You can have a chord in a circle or a sphere. Yes, that's only going to happen inside of it. It can't happen on the surface.
Yeah, and fucking hell, guys.
Okay,
Seriously,
Jeremy,
man.
what he has in the chat right now, you're telling me that chord's not on the surface of that circle?
Yeah, but it's not straight, is it?
Yes, the chord is. What are you talking about? Chord straight.
No, it's only straight on one axis. It has to be straight 360 degrees. This is only straight 180.
You think the surface of the sphere is the top?
Draw a circle on a piece of paper, and then draw a line from the top to the bottom.
Or you think the surface of the circle? You think the surface of the circle is the open part on the inside?
Yes, right there. That's it. Look, you're right there. What are you talking about, Jeremy?
The surface of a circle. We're talking about the line that goes 360 degrees around it.
Okay, are you talking about a circle that you draw on a piece of paper, or are you now talking about a sphere?
You're talking about a sphere, and you're showing us a flat disc. You're showing us a flat
sphere, that's where the problem started.
That's where the problem started. It says the elements of a sphere. That is the sphere, bro. Like I don't know why you guys are being silly about
listen, I agree with you, Nate. You can have a chord in a sphere, yes.
No, it tells you that the chord is the segment that joins any 2 points of the surface. It's not talking about like when you guys say inside. Like what are you talking about inside?
I agree.
This is a diameter. It even says the word diameter. A diameter is not the outside half circumference. It's a diameter.
We're talking about the diameter. We're talking about a chord, bro. Like.
But the chord only goes from one point to an antipodal point in a straight line. It doesn't go round the surface. You're compensating your diameter for your exterior. It's illogical.
Hold on, just Nate. I agree with you. You can have a chord.
Let it go and move on.
No, hold on. I agree with you. You can have a chord in a sphere. Yes, we know this. There's spheres, and you can have a chord. The thing I was saying is if you're doing spherical geometry now, that only pertains to the surface, the 2D surface, right? So you can't go off the surface because you got to keep it in that 2D surface that you think is the sphere is.
Okay, I hear you, Jeremy. But if you wanted to measure any aspects of the 2D surface of the sphere, how would you do it? Wouldn't you draw straight lines?
No.
If you did.
By the way.
All right. How would you do it with curved lines, Jeremy?
By the way.
Go ahead, Elbow. Your mic's a little low, but go ahead.
Oh. By the way, it says the diameter is the chord that passes through the center.
The center. There we go.
But I'm not talking about the diameter. I'm talking about a chord.
Yeah,
I'm talking about the chord referenced in that image that I posted there.
Yeah,
in both images. No one's talking about the diameter.
Listen, it's telling you there, right? The chord is the segment that joins the 2 points of the surface. The diameter is the chord that passes through the center.
Yeah, that's not a relevant. That's not a relevant point.
Yeah, chord is a type.
But Jeremy, so if you try to measure, I don't know, man, the height from the center of the sphere to any point on the surface, like how are you doing that with bendy lines?
You wouldn't be using straight lines for that, which means you wouldn't be doing spherical geometry anymore because you're now off the surface.
Then how is spherical geometry?
Any spherical geometry you can show me with bendy lines.
What bendy lines?
Of course, all of it is. Yeah, dude, this is the easiest connect, dude. It's the easiest way to connect this. Everybody says 1,000 times. You guys are talking about two different things, and Jeremy, you're talking. No, but Nate, when you're saying chords are part of spherical geometry, it's just not. But it is part of a sphere. And when you do something like measuring, when you're measuring a chord in reference to the surface, things like that, you can use spherical geometry in reference to regular geometry. There's no problem. But Jeremy, that's a problem that you're not accepting, is that you can use these things in conjunction with each other. But you're right when you say that chords.
You are. You're literally saying that.
I'm asking if we've ever used spherical geometry to measure, Earth. And if you start off by telling me we're going to make a straight line, That's not spherical geometry, is it?
Explain this to you.
Yeah, but in spherical geometry, a straight line is a segment of a great circle. They call it a straight line.
But we're talking. When they start off explaining to me how they're going to use spherical geometry to measure Earth, they say they're making a actual straight line that doesn't curve on any of its axes by looking at something.
You're using the zero that you created, which is a optic horizontal line that you use to reference.
An optical horizontal line,
yeah. Which you use to reference.
So you can't tell me you're doing spherical geometry and then start off with a straight line because that straight line don't exist in spherical geometry. Because that straight line doesn't exist.
We actually made
progress. What about the lean back line? What about the leaning back straight lines, Jeremy? Is that the one they're talking about?
No, we're just presupposing that this line they're making optically actually is straight for the time being.
Okay. So Don, what he's saying is when we're using spherical geometry, we can't use a horizontal line to reference it.
Exactly.
Well, they do though because but they do that. Remember, and they show you the lean back. Yeah, they do, bro.
Geometry, but they're not using spherical geometry.
Whatever you say. All right, I don't know what to call it, but
why do you think they call it a chord? They call it a chord because it's got to be a tight string. You can't play a note on a floppy string, and that's why it's called a chord. It's a straight line in 360 degrees. Not 360.
I don't know, man, but when they show you non-parallel plums from what I call leaned back horizontal line, like that's where they need a horizontal line right there. So I don't know if is that not spherical geometry, Jeremy?
Yeah, but what about the magnetic anomalies in the area? You know,
shit like I just want to know what else to do with it. I just want to know what does that got to do with it.
Listen,
the problem is you can't have a straight line on a curved surface.
But you can use a straight line to reference when you're measuring that curved surface.
Which, if you're using a straight line, you wouldn't be doing spherical geometry, then would you? Because you have a straight line, and there are
you're referencing you're checking your spherical geometry with that reference.
Yeah, what if you tried to make a straight line triangle, Jeremy, that you saw didn't line up? You'd be doing both. You're tempting your spherical geometry. You try to make a tight triangle with straight lines. Well, I mean, that's you falsifying a flat plane, and you're proving the spherical geometry, wouldn't you be?
He says he'll be right back.
Yeah, but fuck that shit. This is weird, dude. He's rehashing this shit.
When he gets back, let's just already be talking about something different so that we don't have to keep talking about
this. No, don't change the subject. Stay right on this. Stay right on this.
Oh my god.
So we need a catalog. Yeah, somebody said something a while ago that 1,000 of an arc second is huge. Is that right?
That was the realm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, 1,000 of one arc second is actually like 3.6 millionths of a degree.
It's very small. Very small.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that's exactly right.
You meant huge as in like that. I don't know what you meant.
You was saying that in reference to something.
Yeah, when you're looking at Polaris, though, I mean, by the time you get out there, it's fucking huge. I mean, you're going to be stars and stars separated by the time that baby. Oh, absolutely. Oh, come on. It's 4 trillion light years away.
You've got 40,000 kilometers, and you've got 40 kilometers excess. So that's not a lot. 40 kilometers, that's not a lot, mate. 40,000 kilometers, that's 1 in 1,000.
That's interesting. That's for the Earth.
If you've got an error of thousands of an arc second, whatever, it doesn't matter how small you can make it. If you scale that up and you increase the ratios, then you will see that your error is always going to be 1 in 1,000, isn't it? Because you can't improve it to 1 in 10,000. So if you can't improve that, then your accuracy is not 1 to 1, but 1 to 1,000. And the metric is 1 in 10,000. The imperial is 1 in 3,600. That's bad. And that difference there is the difference between the nautical, which is the naughts, and the crosses, which are probably the fucking Greek Christians that properly measured the lands. They couldn't swim.
I can swim. I can
Back
swim.
in them days, the sea levels were lower, so the continental plates were exposed, and those are the measurements they took. And then we took our land measurements that we confirmed early 1900s, worked our way until we are now, using old nautical stuff. Because if you look at the old maps, you'll see that the fucking likes of America and stuff like that, a lot of lands there are a lot wider than they are today.
But you seem so confident for a guy that I bet when I say show me the real map, you're gonna say you don't know.
What map?
You got
Flat
all
Earth.
this confidence. The
What
map
flat
of
Earth?
all the area that man has touched.
Well, it's going to be spherical in some way. How about that?
Realm
Oh, I
thinks
think
it's
it's a light bulb.
man-made.
I think it's a light bulb.
Only because the sun equator is 10 degrees lower in the eastern hemisphere. That's why you're thinking it's a light bulb. You've just like the upside down cross, it's offset. Now the Milan cross is equidistant top and bottom, which is what it's a longer middle and a shorter. Yeah, man. But yeah, I think the obvious thing is pear shaped, and the obvious thing is bulb. Only because the sun equator is actually 10 degrees lower in reality to the shape that we put up these alignments up against. The eastern hemisphere has been pushed up 10 degrees to make everything look linear, but in fact the sun actually just bobs up and down. The equatorial fucking hell. Equinoctial line, which goes up and down, zigzag. So all that there, but yet on our maps we only see it going in a straight line, but it doesn't work like that. They work in frequencies. So
what do you mean it goes up and down? Zigzag.
Well, exactly that. The eastern hemisphere, which is the east of the Americas to Indonesia.
The Analimas show that it goes up and down.
Analima's half an hour between. It's when it ascends from the south, it crosses Indonesia at short of 180 degrees, about 3.5 degrees less than that, and then when it comes down from the north, it crosses French Guiana, and the difference there is about 177 or 176 degrees.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
So the Analemma is about 6.5 degrees wide because the sun doesn't rise and set 12 hours apart. So there's an offset there. So number one, if the Analemma gets wider or it gets slimmer, it means that the sun has a precession of its own because realistically it should rise and set 12 hours apart at any time of the year, shouldn't it? You know, when it crosses the equator. So the March and the September thingies, but they don't. They're not 12 hours apart. So is that shrinking in time? Is the Analemma getting smaller? Is it getting wider? Or are we using the wrong time baseline to measure it?
Wait. Isn't it always 12 hours on the equator? 12 and 12?
No, it's 11:52 and 12:08, and that doesn't change though. It doesn't change by more than a minute. And then on the equinox, it's like that everywhere in the world. But that 8 minutes or 6 to 8 minutes is said to be caused because of refraction.
Oh, it's extra day. You're saying, right? Extra day.
Yeah, it's a little bit extra daylight time because there's the sun.
Because it reaches around. The sun gonna reach around a little bit.
No, the refraction.
Okay, if you want it only to be refraction, coach, so it can only be because of refraction.
The simplest answer is that the sun is at an angle of 0.25 degrees above the equator. So that its equator is slightly shorter. If you measure it,
have equator's an equator. What are you talking about?
That's the celestial equator. It's not the solar equator, it's the celestial equator. Two different things.
Okay.
So when the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, it sets west north 0.25 degree. And then it increases.
I'm sorry, but aren't they like interlapped with each other? I want to hear what you're saying. It's just it's hard to follow you.
They only overlap twice. They overlap at Indonesia and they overlap at French Guiana. But do those locations change year by year?
If what you were saying was true, then this thing of the equal day and equal night would exist somewhere, but it doesn't exist. And the only place that has close to equal is the equator, the 0 degrees latitude.
Yeah. But the actual angle of the sun, the actual angle of the sun, the actual angle of the sun is half of 0.25. It's 0.125 tilted clockwise off the equator. That's the measurement there, and the most accurate thing is to measure at the equator and not measure any higher in latitude or lower in latitude, because you're going to get the best measurements there because you've got a nice baseline that we all agree on. So that's what's happening there, and I think that we're seeing it at 23.5 degrees, but it's closer to 0.235 degrees.
I think you're onto something. Look, Kosho, you're too quiet right now. This guy's dropping too much flat earth knowledge for you to not be shut down. It's like, I mean, I got to start thinking.
He's not a flat earther, Don. He's not a flat earther, Don.
Bro, why are you going to break my dreams like this?
And I'd like to agree with him, but
he's not a ball earther either. And he's not a concaver like a lot of people in here think. He knows the Earth is a level plane. Let him speak for himself.
No, he's a baller. He just believes there's land.
He's not a baller.
Yeah.
What he is and what he isn't is not important, though.
Ask him.
No.
All right, let him speak for yourself. I'll let him speak for himself. The Realm, go ahead.
Realm, tell him.
4-leaf clover, man. Like my profile picture.
Okay, cool. That's fine.
All right.
Either way, I'm saying
do you think we live on a ball?
I'm trying to respond to you, Don, but it's really hard to, man. It's really hard.
The Realm, do you think that we live on a curved ball? I'm not talking about the layout of the flat Earth.
I'll be honest,
do you think we live on a ball, or do you believe otherwise?
I believe at the moment, that we live in a cube, but it's 4-leaf clover shape.
No, I'm not talking about the shape of the outside perimeter. I'm talking here got a total weird concept of what you think. We've talked about this. You don't think it's concave, and you don't think it's a ball.
He's being silly.
Just allow it, man.
Yeah. Realm thinks it's a sphere, but he believes there's land missing.
Oh,
how much land
I didn't
is
know
missing?
that. Is that true, the Realm? Do you think it's a sphere?
Realm, how much land is missing from it?
6. That's my model. It's a natural magnetic representation of Earth on the inside.
Are we missing 3 leaves?
What about outside? What does Earth look like outside?
No idea, mate. No idea. We would most probably have a crack in us. We most probably have a crack in us that lets water in.
Definitely think it's a sphere.
But see, this is what I'm saying. This is what we've all been saying. It's an equatorial plane in the middle there. That's not a ball. He's not talking about the surface being around this whole sphere thing that he posted. That's the magnetic field. That's a magnetic field around an equatorial plane.
Yeah, Realm, do you think that the Earth itself, the actual ground, is planar in nature? Is water level planar in that way?
I think the offset of moving the eastern hemisphere up 10 degrees gives you a more of a slant measurement, as opposed to if you look on the inside, any point on the inside is pretty much going to be, flush. And you raise up, and if you know what the measurements of this. Now the thing is,
oh my gosh, was that an answer? What was that? I mean, okay, is the Earth's surface, is it planar? Is it spherical? Is there?
He thinks it's a sphere with land missing.
It's just like, isn't there like a Saturday Night Live clip where they keep asking the guy and he just like goes off on something?
Yeah, it is like that. Totally.
I mean, look at this. What is going on with the Realm?
Sphere with like 10 degrees of land missing above the equator on the eastern hemisphere.
I mean, is the Earth's surface in your viewpoint, is the Earth's surface itself, is it planar, spherical, or something else? The actual Earth.
Gio, I think he might be saying what you were saying actually a bit ago. Remember we talked about the mounds, like the kind of sloping nature to the ground, with the kind of the base, like how it comes up. There's a sloping nature to the ground, but that's still a plane. You understand that, the Realm, right? We're trying to discuss The difference between people walking upside. You don't think people walk upside down on a ball, right? Compared to the people on the right on the other side, right?
Lived in South Africa, England. Like,
That's
he
the
knows it's a
difference.
sphere.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't think it's a sphere. You guys need to get that straight. I've talked to this guy. Go ahead. I know, because I've talked to him
y'all just
offline.
met him or something.
I think he has a hard time explaining it. He meanders around, and other people misinterpret him. So I'm trying to help him out.
Yeah,
Well,
it's a sphere with a light bulb at the bottom and it's screwed in, and they don't want to show us where the light bulb is screwed in.
Y'all want him to be a flat earther so bad, it's crazy.
Well, I mean,
just say what I say nowadays, man.
As I was saying, so if you extend the sides of this and make it elongated, so then you kind of have to flatten a bit more, the height is going to be 1/3 of the diameter, right? That's the shape. I just haven't been able to manipulate this image into the.
He's on the donuts. Donut Earth. Yeah, boy.
You're misinterpreting him again. He doesn't think the surface is with people walking upside down relative to other people walking right side up. That's not what he thinks. Do you? To the realm? Is that what you think? Just make that clear. Make that clear.
It looks like that. Although it's a donut, it appears flat. Is that what it is, the realm?
Well, Realm, what you posted there, I mean, okay, like the concept of a planar Earth in the center with, and of course the land is coming up and out of that. So you could have, the land could be higher at the North Pole or south. I mean, the land is coming up out of the water, but the water would be level. The Earth is planar in that sense, even though the land is coming up out of the planar water. And then you have, these toroidal sort of sphere, that's surrounding that. That's a larger kind of concept. But is that what you think it is? I mean, that's in terms of like the ancient cosmologies, that's what virtually all of them, is that we live on a plane of existence, and up is up, down is down, and then, perhaps surrounded by that celestial sphere. Is that what you think it is in general?
Yeah. And if you're going to the magnetic equator, which is the highest point, and you drain the oceans, you will find that the average sea floor level is 1.3 miles negative of sea level, whereas the mean elevation above sea level is only 800 meters. You get, that's a big negative. So the water is the disguise, and naturally when they're measured back in the day, they had less water because they were frozen from the poles down to about 23 or 66 north, or even worse than that.
Okay, so let's get that straight. So you're talking about elevation levels on a plane, not a ball.
Yeah,
hold on a second. Let's wait a second, dude. You just said poles, okay? So what do you mean by poles?
Well, you're gonna have 4 touch points. You can have the north, you can have the south, and you can have somewhere in the east and somewhere in the west.
Naturally, but he doesn't mean upside down, north, south. He doesn't mean south upside down as opposed to north.
Above the crust and under the crust.
That's exactly what he means. Look at the picture.
He said above the crust and under the crust.
No, it's not what he means. You guys don't get this. It's not a donut Earth with people walking upside down.
Why do you want him to be a flatty so badly?
What did you mean?
No, I've actually messaged with him. He's just having a hard time explaining it to you because he talks about elevation levels and 2 poles, which is totally workable above a flat surface with 2 dipoles. And they're adjacent to each other in the sky, not on the right upside down, right side up side of a ball. It makes more sense on a flat.
Hold on. What did you mean by touch points? You said there's 4 touch points. What did you mean by that?
Well, there'll be 4 nodes to everything to do a 360 cycle per session. What we talk about.
So you need 2 players.
Hold on. Where are these nodes in reference to each other? Where are these touch points in reference to one another?
Well, you'll have the hidden location of the geomagnetic pole locations, the mountains, and then on the east and west, at the moment they stand at French Guiana and Indonesia.
No. I mean, in reference. I mean, so I can conceptualize what you're describing by 4 touch points and these 2 poles. These poles, where are they in reference to one another?
Equidistant.
So if I say one is here, the other one is perpendicular to it, or the other one is next to it, or the other one's parallel to it. or it's parallel but the other direction? Like, what do you mean by where are they in reference to each other?
Northeast, west, south. It's the cross. You're
Just
looking
like,
at
like on a compass, like on a compass.
So there's a there's an east pole and a west pole, and the north
Yeah.
pole.
So if I'm
and
looking
south
at
pole.
if I'm looking at a compass, I could say the North Pole, South Pole, East and West Pole would be in these directions, like they are in a compass. That's what you like on a clock.
No touch points on the ground, so there would actually be locations on the ground.
I'm trying to see where they are in reference to each other. If there's a north pole or whatever, the South Pole is what you're saying is on the opposite side.
Well, everything's going to be 10,000.
How is it a monopole?
Why are you so cryptic with it? Just like stay what the shape is, bro.
Yeah, so like with the pole in the middle, you've got a black hole on one side that's pulling everything in and then spitting out the other side. So it's going in one direction.
There's two sides. Yeah, it's a toroidal, it's a sphere. But what you're saying is there's 10 degrees of land missing somewhere, so the tops and bottoms are like chopped off. It's like a fucked up sphere, you know, like a retarded sphere or something.
No, they made it up. They made it up to inflate it so that it fitted into a spherical geometric shape that they could work with.
What do you think it is then? Tell the people, bro. Like you ain't gotta be cryptic.
Well, like I said, if you look at my profile, if you elongate, see, you're measuring surface area. So if you go up a mountain, you're not measuring you're not measuring flat, are you?
Right? Okay, listen to the question. You're in the playground, okay, and there's different toys, and we're saying which toy is shaped like the Earth. So think of some object that we can relate to that you would think the Earth is shaped like.
The thing I put in the text, but it's just elongate. It's oblate. It's an oblate version of that.
Frisbee.
A rugby ball. A frisbee. Two
frisbees
touching each other. Two frisbees touching each other.
But you're not referencing the elongation. You're talking about the field being elongated. You're not talking about the surface being
everything.
Where people walk upside down, right? You don't think people walk upside down relative to other people, right?
Yes, but if the power.
Yes, you do, or no, you don't. Just be clear about that.
He does. Come on, bro. Like.
No, he doesn't. I've talked to him offline. He knows better. He doesn't think that. Why can't you just say it?
Exactly what he thinks.
No, it's not. You're looking at the magnetic field. It's not a donut-shaped surface. It's a donut-shaped magnetic field around a planar surface.
Inside it's a sphere, and we've been lied to its we've been lied to about the dimensions of the sphere. So to him, it's this weird toroidal field with two ends.
He said before when I asked him, I mean, there's a role on this server that's planisphere cosmology. So planisphere is the concept of a plane within a sphere. So that's what he said before. He agrees that that's what he said it is. I mean, he has some different ideas about the shape of the magnetic field and all of that. But isn't that what you said, Ram? Like, if just in a very general sense, a plane within a sphere.
Yeah, exactly like two frisbees facing each other, exactly like that. Because when you get to the equator, you're naturally going to go the magnetic equator, which is the central, but not the equator. And
it's like a rugby ball, He keeps telling you that's what it is to him.
He's not talking. The surface is not like a rugby ball. The
it's surface like a football.
Is planar. There's different elevations. He's talking about the only shape that you're looking at that looks like it's round like a ball is the magnetic field.
Realm, is it like a football, like a rugby ball, right?
Yeah, from the side, but obviously it's toroidal, so it's a toroidal version of that.
Yeah,
and
the rugby ball lying.
But the surface isn't toroidal, though, Realm. You're confusing them. You're not saying the surface is toroidal. You're talking about the toroidal field. Just distinguish between the field around the plane for them, because you think the surface is curved with people walking upside down or concave. They've misinterpreted you the whole time.
Why don't we not tell them what to say? Why don't we just?
I'm telling him to explain it the way he explained it to me and DM.
It's inside. It's not on the outside. Is that what people are getting confused about?
No, yeah, but that makes it sound like you're talking about concave, like people walking upside down and people right side up underneath them like a concave. It's not what you think. That's not what you told me.
No, but let's not tell them much. As I said, imagine the shape. Like you're giving someone a shape. You're handing it to someone that they can look at and they can describe. Don't worry about the magnetic field or anything else. The shape of the Earth, the object. What is this going to look like? What is this shape going to look like whenever you're handing it to somebody?
A UFO, 2 discs, 2 sources facing each other.
Yeah,
Flying
like a rugby ball. Come on, guys.
No,
Rugby all the time.
A rugby ball's too inflated. It's
Okay, like a flat, like a flying saucer.
Like a coin.
I think every time people are asking,
ahead,
I think. Well, I was just gonna say every time people are asking, I think he's describing the field that the surrounding toroidal field rather than the Earth's surface. But I think he's already said the Earth's surface is planar. Of course, we have elevations.
I literally just asked.
Exactly. He's talking about the 2 discs next to each other, but it's still a planar field. It's still planar with a field around it. I mean, I don't know, the realm. Can you just make that clear? Can you understand why people are frustrated? It sounds like you're saying the field is the shape. Don't worry about the shape of the field.
Let's just move on.
No, I know what he's talking about, though. It's like 2 different discs, but they're planar. They're next to each other.
Being cryptic, I also feel he's doing this on purpose a little bit. So let's just move on.
I almost think so myself at this point, the realm.
Yeah.
No, if you've got one of them gravity machines that the person gets in and it spins around and around and around and around and around like that, right? And it's just and the geezer's got a fucking curved spade and it's just carving around him like a Hadron Collider, right? Then, that type of shape there, in any direction that you're going in, it always feels like you're pretty much going sort of level. You go down a fucking water slide and stuff like that, and it goes up and it goes down and stuff like that. But every single point that you're doing that, it pretty much feels like you're going in a straight line, doesn't it?
What? I wasn't able to follow that. Realm, let me just ask you this: Is water? Okay, there's generally 2 forms of level that people talk about. There's flat, level, horizontal, which would be on more of a planar Earth, type of idea. And then there's this kind of like spherical level thing that, it's all going into the center of a radius. So between those 2, would you say that water is level? It's planar in nature. Water is flat and level?
Or
it's moving.
Hold on. Let him answer, please.
It's moving all the time. So
okay, could you please just answer the question? We know it's moving, but is it planar? Is it flat in general? If it's not in waves.
In general, yes.
Okay, so he's essentially a planar earther with the toroidal field surrounding it.
No, the toroidal field's inside it. You got 2
inside what?
Come on! Oh my God!
So, like I was trying, the toroidal field has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. We're talking about the land. You don't think the land is where people walk upside down and right side up compared to each other, do you? Because there's this gravity thing that you sounds like you're being. It sounds like you're trying to troll us.
You've got a bar magnet in the middle and it's repelling outwards. Everything is being repelled outwards. That's how you shape the thing, because it's the shape of the thing in the center, which is the solar system, which is that fucking spinning galaxy thing. That it's just a disc shape, and our diameter is 3 times our height. So their height is going to be 3,333 kilometers. That works out to the center from anywhere on the Earth is going to be 1,000 miles, right? And we've
he's just a concave earther. That's it.
No, that's
according to what he said, he used to be a concave earther, but now he sounds like he's going back to that. Like you're saying, the solar system's in the middle now.
No, mate.
No.
The concave model has
Jesus Christ.
This is out of control.
Mate. The concave model has a celestial sphere in the middle. It's bollocks. Everything else about it is bollocks, right? If you even look at it, it's fucking shit. There's nothing that even fucking explains anything, and it's got it all fucking wrong, right? I studied every aspect of that. It's all fucking wrong. It's inside. It don't look anything like that, mate.
All right, Realm. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, Realm. Let's say you join. Like. You get into an elevator and there's another person in there, and the person says, "Oh boy, I think the Earth's a globe." And then what would you say? Would you say, "Yep, I agree, the Earth's a globe"? And if you said no, it's not a globe, what would be your 10-second elevator pitch to get that person to understand what you think the Earth is, without all kinds of details and numbers and all kinds of stuff? I'm talking about just 10-second elevator pitch. No, I don't think the Earth is a globe the way that they tell us in the mainstream, but it is what would you say in a 10-second elevator pitch?
I would use those last words that you used, and I'll say it is global. It is a global.
I think I understand. I understand where he's at now. He's saying
it is a global. What does that mean?
He's saying it's like flying saucer shaped. Like it's flat. It's flattish, but not completely flat. It's got like humps in the middle.
Nobody's saying it's completely flat. Nobody here is trying to say
he's describing two sides. So it's like a two-sided flying.
Yeah. Wait, Ralph, do you understand why they're confused? You understand the argument here is between a ball where people are on top of a ball and upside down on a ball and gravity's holding them to the ball, or there's a concave model where people are on the inside of the ball and they're all walking upside down relative to each other, but they're on the inside of the ball with this gravitational field somehow holding them there and it's not even spinning or anything. And then there's like the planar surface, no matter what you think the elevations are or how you describe it, it's a planar surface that may have a toroidal field around it, but the toroidal field has nothing to do with the shape of the surface.
Yes.
Can you distinguish any of that for us, please, and what you think? I mean, we're almost not going to care what you think if you keep meandering around, please.
I told you several times, the toroidal field is in, and we are inside the Earth, and the toroidal field has shaped the contour of the inside of Earth. Yeah, we are in the Hadron Collider. Yeah.
Okay, so concave, it sounds like.
But the concave is a sphere.
That's what you just said.
Easy question. Do you think people walk upside down relative to each other on the Earth's surface because of gravity?
Opposition.
Do you think that?
No, that's the global, guys. He told you.
Yeah, his 10-second elevator pitch was global, so I guess that nails it down.
I don't know. I guess I was confused about your messages to me. Then you think people walk upside down relative to each other because of gravity? I didn't realize.
Well, he's basically described all of them. When I asked him before, he said, "Is it a plane surrounded by a toroidal field?" He said yes. His 10-second elevator pitch was global, and then right there he just explained concave.
Yeah, but I am concave, but I don't follow the model.
Okay, so hang on. So people are stuck to the inside of a sphere? So people are like their heads are facing each other on the inside of a sphere?
Well, if they're looking up, yeah.
Okay, so you're a concave earther.
Oh, okay. I had no idea. I totally was confused. Yeah. I thought when you were talking about my friend's video that you were like all into what he was saying. He doesn't think that at all. He thinks that there's two sides to it. Maybe that there's two toroidal disks, or there's two sets of stars in the sky adjacent to each other. But there's no upside down, right side up walking with the gravity holding people inside of a ball or outside of a ball. I didn't know that's where your position was. So I guess I'm wrong that that's what you were saying. And if you don't follow that model, you need to explain it better.
Yeah, new perspective up a picture. That's a pretty good shape. But I think it's more elongated because the height has to be...
Yeah, but that picture I put has nothing to do with people walking upside down and right side up. That's just a planar surface with a shape on the outside of it that designates the area of the land, right? There's one up, there's one upside down, there's one up and one down in this thing that I posted.
So that picture that you posted, the first thing that appeared to me was that Hudson Bay was the wrong side of America. It was a bit too far over, you know what I'm saying? So it kind of this is a Japanese.
Yeah, but that doesn't get to the point though. The point is that we're trying to figure out what your ideas. You're brilliant. I think you're brilliant in a lot of ways. So I think that maybe you're talking on a level that doesn't make it clear for other people to understand where you're coming from. You know, it's just like there's this whole thing about gravity that flat earthers, you know, have an issue with because it requires us to believe that people can walk upside down and right side up relative to each other without any problem and not notice the difference no matter where they are. And that seems ridiculous to us. And so if you're coming from that angle, then that's you know, that would be important to clarify.
Mate, the shape magnetically would have to be symmetrical. And I've tested UFOs.
Yeah, magnetically is not the problem though. Are you talking about the magnetic field, or are you talking about the land having a magnetic type property where we are stuck to it and it doesn't matter where we are relative to each other? There's a difference between a magnetic field and the ground itself being oval shaped with people upside down and right side up.
But there's nothing. I haven't mentioned anything oval at all, for one. And number two, if the repulsion's coming from the center, then it's got nothing to do with the ground. The ground is just the barrier. Yeah. You know, like water vapor.
Still didn't clarify. You still didn't clarify.
I'm trying my best, mate. I'm trying.
No, I'm asking, do you think people are upside down and right side up relative to each other because of gravity in your model, whatever it is?
What is gravity? The thing that pulls you down, or is it anything?
Well, that's a different question. That's a totally big subject to discuss, whatever that is. But do you think people are relatively upside down and right side up to each other? That's all the question is, yes or no.
Yes.
Okay, then I totally misinterpreted you. Sorry.
I don't. Well, I'm just saying that, like, if people in the southern hemisphere look up and they see their antipode above them, looking down at them.
Okay, so instead of there being curvature the way that people describe on a globe Earth, you're saying that there is essentially concave curvature, correct, to the Earth?
Yes, but we don't see that, because naturally, when we get to the rapid bits, then we have things like raised lands and all that that counter for that. So we can't.
Right. Okay,
do you realize that
what? Well, I was just going to say, I guess I don't want to label you if you don't want this label, but it sounds like what you're describing is what concave earthers talk about.
But it's the same.
But if you know the icon you have right now with the toroidal field with the equatorial plane, that's not a concave Earth model. That's the field around an equatorial plane. It has nothing to do with the surface being concave.
Correct.
Here's some more in the pictures. Just waiting for it to load up. There's a pink picture in there that will eventually come up. A pink picture, and that's the magnetic anomaly at the magnetic equator. So naturally, they have to compensate for that movement, because they measure at the magnetic equator. This is what happens in the pink picture. So they've had to move the equator in the hemisphere. They've had to up 10 degrees, but actually in reality it's 10 degrees south in the eastern hemisphere, the magnetic anomalies. So I'm describing the donut here. I'm describing anything. That's the field.
But you're describing the field. You're not describing the surface.
But the surface is made by the field. The repulsion.
Oh, so the surface is attached to the field and it's donut shaped, swirling around like your pictures here?
Yeah, in the inside, yeah.
Well, that's not what these pictures usually depict. It's just the field itself around an equatorial plane, like your icon shows. It's a level plane. It's a level plane with a magnetic toroidal field that surrounds it. It has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. It's just that it has the shape of the Earth is not donut shaped in what you're showing us.
Kosho has drawn it perfectly. That's one side of it from a side view. The eyes of Horus and Set. This is one of them, and then you've got the two fish symbol, tails touching each other. It's all in front of us, people, man.
Right, but you're saying we understand those are shapes and concepts, symbologies, and so on. But you're saying that in your view of the world, of the universe, as it were, you're saying that there would be people upside down on the inside of a sphere, like a concave idea.
Yeah, 333 kilometers from each other.
And then the sun and the moon and everything is in the center, and we're all looking at the center of it, the way concave earthers talk about?
Not the way they talk about, because they've got a celestial sphere. And they've got these different things going around. But the celestial sphere, I don't agree with, but the Ptolemy, the Anaximander model, all that with they've got the fucking, they've even got the, it's just all in reverse, man. The order of the planets. It's all.
Realm. Does Earth go around the sun, or is Earth stationary and the sun moves around Earth?
But you're inside something, so you can't think.
Okay, so the sun is inside. The whole universe is inside this thing with us.
Yeah. So if you go back to pictures, the first picture is a perfect example. I originally came up with what I used to be called concave Earth apple, and I've been through so many variations and trying different things out. And concave Earth apple was the most natural thing to me that I came up with about a year ago.
So in that first picture, the universe is inside, and then we're on the inner surface of that sphere, right?
Yeah, but the problem is with stars here, they don't represent the way that the celestials sort of fold in on each other, because there's a split when you see them at the west. So that split there has to be accounted for, which I can't. I've no graphics. I just get GIFs, and do my best with them. I'm no fucking good with this technology and shit.
And with you have the spiral in the middle. That's each pole, right? If I go to the Arctic,
you see
one of
the
those
pink
spirals, I would find it there.
The pink one is the way that the celestials will move, but they'll fold in on itself, almost like tectonic plate when it melts and then like new is replaced. That it's sort of like an hourglass in a way that you've got a black hole.
You're just like a nuanced concave Earth, right?
I mean, concave Earth is the closest description, yes, but this is not the shape. This is not the model that they represent. There are similarities, yes, definitely. I totally get it, but it's the shape that I'm debating, and the shape is the diameter is 3 times its height. That's 100%, man.
So then, have you ever found any evidence for concave curvature?
But if it's not that, yeah. You see it on most footage when you look at the Past the Horizon. You've got Ulysses J. Morrow, which is Roe Botham's assistant. There was a Bedford experiment in America as well. Now in America, called Bedford. Strangely enough, 2 experiments happened at the same time, but only one was actually ever literal. And Ulysses J. Morrow in America measured the Bedford Canal in America, and he got 5 centimeter curve up per kilometer. And your error on Earth is 1 in 1,000. So that area there, very easy to cover up. Plus you've got convex, you've got concave, you've got like a golf ball, but on the inside, it's ups and downs. Come living in the UK, mate, there's nothing fucking flat around here, mate. It's just fucking, if you can see water, the differences there. You say from point A to point B, it's perfectly flat. Yes, but if you drain the waters, it ain't perfectly flat, is it? It's the water. In the days, there was less water on Earth because they're all stuck frozen at the poles, and they were obviously shorter widths. And then when they do land measurements, they've got measurements, but they realized they didn't think about the sea level differences because they didn't know it, or they did know it, but whatever, they made the mistake and thought, oh fuck, ain't a fucking sphere. It's got a skinnier away. The equator's smaller. You're looking at about 36 kilometers for the equator, and they've hit this just because they moved the eastern hemisphere up 10 degrees. And if you model that and chop and change, you'll get some maps out. I think I might have some stuff, but yeah, man, you can manipulate this so easy. It's because it's not a sphere, and that's why the toroid is not.
How does the sun set on your model?
The sun sets.
Yeah.
Well, the sun's pretty local. The sun's about, I think we calculated to 200 kilometers high. And then the moon, 166.66 kilometers high.
So the sun and moon are like really small, right?
Yeah, we reckoned about was 20 kilometers. If everything's the same, if everything's the same shape, the same size, that would make more sense, maybe. And yeah, 20 kilometers wide.
What the fuck?
Yeah, and Anaximander, to check out this guy, man. He'll tell you fucking. These guys could have been around 200 years ago, and they just fucking manipulated it, and it fucking, built all these fucking amazing places and stuff like that for the world fairs that then you have. They fucking done all this shit. They most probably were just fucking world fairs and stuff like that. All these fucking places. I don't know. There's places like fucking Vietnam. There's a place just near there. They've got all these sacred buildings where they can measure. The moon is magnetically locked to us. Pretty much our timetable. It's what our time is led by, and the sun does its own thing. Wise over a period of 666 years, and we're 400 years away from the sun. Most probably going to cause another magnetic flip. I think things are not as long as you think they are, but we've probably been doing this cycle after cycle after cycle.
Hey, Realm, could you post your channel in the live stream voice text? I'm looking for it, but I can't find it now.
Yeah, I'm not a preacher. I had time. I was on furlough. I had time, man, to fucking put flat Earth to the fucking side and say I'm never gonna make that map. I've made fucking hundreds. Because I was just like, just to see if I could make something that. Not saying it was flat, it was just like, is the map possible geometrically? And I couldn't do it. It wasn't that the Earth was flat, because there were so many other things that didn't work on there. But it was like the fun part. Can I make a flat Earth map? Can I get close where all the scales all equal, all rounder?
That's pretty interesting. You say things geometrically don't work on a flat Earth? Like what exactly?
But all the stuff that you guys are going to always mention, you know what I mean?
But do you mean like stars in the sky, or the distances between features on the ground, or what? Like what exactly doesn't work geometrically on a flat Earth?
Geometrically, like if you make flat Earth maps, then you realize that the southern hemisphere is 4 times the size of the northern hemisphere. It's if that's a simple term.
Okay. So it's features on the ground. All right, interesting. I tend to agree with you on that, definitely.
I just want to post something that's worth posting.
Well, I just want to say sorry, Realm, if it got heated, but I think a lot of us have just had a question mark in our head about kind of what your viewpoints are on this. So maybe it's just kind of boiled up for a while. I think if you had asked me 3 days ago what your cosmology was, I wouldn't have known. I think I know a bit more now, but yeah. So I just wanted to say I know it got a bit heated there, but I think maybe it's just coming from maybe people's unclarity or a little bit, just unclear as to what your perspectives are in that way. So,
mate,
I'm still totally unclear. By the way, I have no idea.
I haven't made the proper videos yet. I've just been doing fucking sketches of like really shit stuff when I get 5 minutes. I'm no preacher, so I don't want to make loads of money into something and then like go around and look at my videos, fucking shit hot, and then things like that go viral. My intention is not to hurt or anything. It's like.
Did you say you're a preacher?
No, I don't want to come across like I'm preaching. That's why my work is so shit. I don't want to put time into it, like presentation wise, because I don't want to come across like, I really believe this stuff. These are just observations and stuff. And my stuff looks tacky, but here's a link for a video. My videos are shit and stuff, but I have no intention to, like I said, display my work, because it's just my way of recording stuff, for myself and kind of eliminating videos that's no longer suit. But I get this is cool to keep useful bits of information and stuff. You never know. Someone might come across.
I don't mean anything by this, but I just thought it'd be really funny if everyone just kind of pictured you as crypto trolling us right now. Just listen. I know you're not, but it'd be really funny if it was.
Listen, it's a hard journey. It's taken me 5 years to get here, mate, and it's a journey that only I've traveled, and trying to explain that to other people and stuff like that is it's hard. But I think gradually, like the little increments of like the combinations of people in this chat, we're slowly starting to get it, and then kind of start coming up with ideas of their own of how they would test things. And this link that I've put in, for me, measuring the periods of the planets, they were in the reverse order of the autonomy model. And for me, that's on my first attempt. And then I verified everything 2, 3, 4, 5 times. And these are the measurements I was getting off Stellarium. So there's an order to the planets, just like the autonomy system, but everything is in a die-centric fashion. A Dyson sphere is a glowing ball of helium producing electricity, forcing outwards in a outward force, whether it's called central, you know what I mean?
I think it'd be interesting if you, like the one you're using for the icon with the magnetic toroidal field around an equatorial plane. You should try to like take that into Photoshop or redraw it with the surface looking like whatever you think it looks like. And then exclude the magnetic field, exclude the field, just draw the surface and then add the field back. And then try to distinguish between the two. Because what you have is an equatorial plane, which is a level surface all across the whole thing, and then it has the field around it. So try to distinguish that with your model and it be clearer for people.
But this is the thing, when you say around, it's not around, it's inside. That's what I don't understand, where I'm trying to tell everybody this whole model is the inside. Yes, the picture that I've got, the original one with the field and all that, if I could elongate that so it looked like a rugby ball from the side, but it's not actually, it's actually two frisbees facing each other. So trying to get that elongating it so it doesn't look shit. I've got Windows fucking 2008. I've got Paint. That's the best thing I can get on my thing. It's just
not clear because what you're showing is a field. The field isn't the surface. They're two different things. So if you're saying this is your model, people are going to be really confused from here on. If you don't change your model to actually show a surface that's somehow donut shaped or whatever it is.
Yeah, but if you look on the inside, you'll see a 4-leaf clover, and 4-leaf clover is the surface. But think of it in 360.
Yeah, but that's not really explained. 4-leaf clover could be flat. It could be, somehow inverted. But that's not very.
You've got 6 sides. You've got 6 sides to a dice, yeah, and they're not. It's not perfectly chiseled at each corner, so naturally it's beveled at each corner. So from there, you just got raised points within a dice, so really, really curved on the edges and stuff like that. What do you have? You have the box that the Jewish people worship. Yeah, it's you squared the circle. You've just got to know how big the circle is. But if it's all bumpy, going up and down and flat and sideways and up and down slopes and all that stuff there, we're living in a box. We're living in a cardboard box. Maybe this is all planned for us when they throw us the clues, man. But we just don't pay attention. We're all arguing stuff. We're just
you're hilarious, Crypto.
Crypto, huh? South African.
I'm kidding.
I've got to go now, man. But thanks for listening to me, guys. I've got no one to talk to, so
sure. Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Sorry for getting a little bit heated about that. Like Gio said, we're just confused. Your icon shows what I think Gio and I both kind of embrace as a somewhat of a model to look at with the toroidal field. And it's not a concave Earth that you're showing.
Your advice is awesome because I've started making with all diagrams and everything like that, dimensions, everything. It starts from the days of Eratosthenes and really using the evidence that we've been given as evidence that there's something else going on. You've got the simplest way you could say the mechanism is like a geocentric Earth, and the sun itself is just tilting and tilting and tilting and tilting. Its equator is tilting and tilting and tilting, whereas we think it just stays on the same plane. And that does that full 360 tilt 2,666 years. But a catastrophe will always happen every 666 years, which is a quarter of that, where it hits each north and south.
Okay, so just to be sure, just to make sure, you think that we're spinning without being able to feel it whatsoever, and you think people walk upside down relative to each other without noticing the difference?
In many ways, yes. I would say yes if that helps.
Okay, that's fine.
There's something spinning in the middle, like quantum levitation, but it's the opposite of quantum levitation. It's the actual rail itself pushing outwards. yeah, and the hydrogen atom, the helium atom. Look up scientifically; he'll tell you what the atom looks like, and that there is the small circle, the big circle, teardrops, water drops, globes, all the icons they've given us. It's just two of everything. You know, the Christian fish symbol, two tails touching each other. The Methodist church symbol is in some ways relative. Symbology, the hot air balloon, different shapes here. It's just in front of you, looking at it from the wrong thing. Cheers, guys.
That thousandth of an arc second. That was just something we were going over earlier, because there's these measurements, and in order to know that you've even turned an arc second, you'd have to have a degree broken down into 3,600 parts. So most modern, a total station is the most accurate piece of surveying equipment that we have, and I think it's called the least value. It's how small of a denomination it has. So, like, say you had a ruler, and it had all millimeter marks, and those were the smallest marks it had. You know what I mean? The least value would be 1 millimeter. So the least value on a total station is 1 arc second, and that's the most advanced. That's the best shit we have today. And this thing was done in the 1900s. So in order to know to get down to the thousandths of an arc second, you'd have to break a degree into 3,600 parts. Then you'd have to break one of those parts into 1,000 pieces. That's like not even. You could do it maybe if you had a big enough circle. You'd have to have markings on a circle somewhere so you know how much you turned. Anyways, did we get that whole spherical geometry thing sorted out?
Mm-hmm. No straight lines on a ball surface, only inside, not on the outside.
Yeah. If I told you I was about to use spherical geometry to measure something, and I started out by telling you I'm going to make a horizontal line, does that register? Do you see any red flags popping up?
How many horizons make a ball, Jeremy?
You need a lot, bro.
That'd be a pretty big ball. That'd be a pretty big ball, wouldn't it?
You can't have a horizon unless it's a sphere, I heard.
Yeah.
There wouldn't even be a horizon without that, yeah.
Yeah. Straight lines are curved. Has to be, right? Wacky.
The thing is, a sphere. I don't want to get into it. I'm about to go eat some Chinese with the fam.
Well, if anyone's interested, riding on eggshells and bacon, Witten had a heyday over at 24/7 earlier this morning. If anyone's interested in rewinding that, it's pretty crazy to hear. I mean, it was like 3 hours. It was actually like 6 hours. I fell asleep, and then 6 hours of riding on eggshells with a lot of different people going at him. He got I don't know. Anyway, I'm not going to try to make a judgment about any of it. Just go back and listen if you want to.
What happened?
Oh, it was all about the FE core measurements and him challenging the validity of it and all that kind of stuff. And then it was interesting. It was entertaining, that's for sure. And then Bacon was just there for like a couple hours trying to. It was definitely frustrating people. I'm wondering how it is that flat earthers accept that we wouldn't feel the spin. Like all this talk about curvature and the not feeling the spin. I know mathematically they think it works out, and constant velocity is one thing. Constant acceleration is another thing. It's totally different than constant velocity. But the different directions and all the different speeds and everything, it's just so beyond ridiculous. I have a hard time believing that ballers still believe it, let alone flat earthers.
What's good though, guys? What's good? We got full house. How's everyone doing? I've been going around absolutely obliterating these guys on every topic. Shit's been going good.
Good to hear, Jeremy. Good to hear. I'm well, thank you. Yes, no complaint.
I've been sinking battleships.
What topics are you crushing over the last 24 hours?
Oh my god, everything, bro, everything.
Everything.
For everything from Survivor Man to fucking spherical geometry, just all kinds of shit.
Did they have anything? Was there anything new they were bringing to the table?
Actually, Nate brought some new shit this morning with a Gagenspiel or a Gagenschleimer and some backsplatter. I don't know, it sounded very erotic, right? It's not the point. The point is he had some weird, wacky shit that I never heard before today. And, it was impressive. It's some kind of like faint glow that happens when you're antipodal to the sun, supposedly, or something. I don't know.
I love new shit. Gets you thinking again.
Gagenspiel causes a back splatter from Rayleigh scattering and Tyndall's scattering or something.
All calculated, of course.
Well, they got a picture, but you got to do a time lapse. I think. Like, I don't think you can see it with like just from looking at it. I think you got to do like a time lapse. I don't know. They have a correlation, maybe. I haven't looked at the data, but there's probably a correlation there, but there's not a cause and effect thing.
Yeah, it's like a band in the sky, like a band of like glowing light that's opposite the sun. Essentially, it's 180 degrees opposite the sun, and it's like a band of light, like a kind of glowing luminescence.
You would expect it to be a circle shape or something. I don't know. I wouldn't expect it to be like a line. I don't know where the line's coming in at.
And so they try to say that it's, because the sun is shining on the globe, and then, the light that's going past the globe is then, shining off of space or whatever. So that's why they use all these scattering concepts to try to claim that that's what it is.
The whole atmosphere would be lit up if it was doing that thing that they said. Like, it doesn't make sense. That I don't know.
Yeah. Also, how would the light get around the globe also to make that glow if it's 180 degrees opposite on the other side?
That's refraction. Yeah, it has to be refraction.
Well, that's why I was posting that coffee cup caustic thing, because that shows how light can actually refract around and create that kind of shape like that.
What is it called? Coffee cup what?
Well, it's called coffee cup caustic, CAUSTIC. But if you look up like caustic mathematics, caustic geometry, there's Wikipedia pages on it and stuff. It's a well-known phenomenon, and it has to do with the way that light comes from a central source and then refracts around a circular environment to then shine on the other side, which people talk about that this is why perhaps we have 24-hour daylight in Antarctica, but not the actual sun in the sky, like the actual circular sun in the sky. And if the coffee cup, people call it coffee cup caustic just because it can happen in a cup of coffee where you can, you got the level water, and then you've got the edge of the coffee cup. And so you get that kind of caustic reflection process, which creates that kind of looks like wings of a bird that kind of refract all the way around. So I think with this gaggle shine thing that you were talking about is interesting to think of that being connected to that there's a way in which the sun's light is actually doing that, creating that kind of caustic pattern, and therefore creating some kind of a antipolar glow, in the sky 180 degrees from the position of the sun.
A lot to take in for one day. Caustic geometry, Gagenspiel, and the backsplatter. I don't know how much time I'm going to put into this, because in the end, it's a light in the sky. So we'll see.
Well, that's what I was saying. Like, at the end of the day, it's like it's luminescent emittance from the sky, and there's a lot of them. I mean, we've got things people call shooting stars and sprites, and I mean, there's all these different things. So, and without being able to tangibly, ever fully be able to, tangibly evaluate it, it's at the end of the day, it really is just more of an observational effect of the sky.
Unfortunately, that's not science. Only ever speculate.
I mean, I think it's meant to be that way. I think the heavens are meant to be a mystery. I think since the dawn of humanity, it's always been that way. It's a mystery. It's, we look up in awe. We wonder where we came from, what it's all about. Is there heaven up there? I mean, there's all these kind of concepts, but it's just interesting that in today's world, NASA, they're claiming that they've conquered the heavens. They're up there, they're probing, they're floating around. So it's like people have been sort of trained to think that that's a physical, tangible thing up there, and that the government agencies are up there floating around and probing things and sending out space satellites or whatever they're claiming they're doing. So then people think that it is tangible in that sense. But I think in reality, for every human on Earth, even the people lying to us, it's a mystery to everybody.
They certainly like to probe things.
I mean, perhaps like on a spiritual and metaphysical level, it could be accessed, but I don't think humans can go up there and get a sample of the sun or the stars or anything.
I just think it's funny that all their rockets are shaped like giant cocks, and there they are probing the galaxy. It's pretty.
Oh yeah, they're probing and convincing us that they're doing it.
I know we don't really talk about it much on here, but I tell you, all of those that have lined up for all this nonsense over the last couple of years, that latest Pfizer document with all the bloody ramifications that they admit that they wanted to hide for 50 years, that's got to be, worth contemplating, doesn't it? And I don't want anyone to take it as a attempt to rub any face, but the arrogance with which it was claimed by the proponents that it was safe and effective is what always pissed me off the most.
What's up, guys? What I miss?
Nothing. No one's talking.
Man, I thought it'd be like you, but everything is settled. Congratulations.
And we won.
That was the funniest shit a minute ago, man. Like Kosha was like pressing dude, like Kosha really wanted to talk about the shapes of the trees and shit. I was laughing out loud, but I couldn't get to the phone.
I had a thing yesterday. I opened up my, web browser Edge or whatever it is, and it gives you 100 different interesting articles you can have a look at. And one of them was amazing things from 1970. So I thought, let's have a look. And one of the articles on there was a Russian space mission that Soyev or Soya, I don't know the name of it, but anyway. And no joke, man, they had this photograph of these two astronauts inside of this quote unquote spaceship, and no shit, the thing on the inside, it looked like something that some kindergarten kids had put together in a craft class. Just a bunch of metal steel boxes with a couple of knobs and dials, and I thought to myself, my man, if someone went into space in this thing, they got to be the bravest people on Earth, because honestly, like the interior of it almost looked like a 1965 Volkswagen,
Damn. I don't know the exact picture you're referring to, but I can imagine. It's just funny, man, like how primitive shit was just a few decades ago.
Yeah, honestly, like it was that they're sitting on a couple of kitchen chairs, and their control panel was literally a couple of levers and a dial and a few turning knob things, and yeah, like and their space suits. Like a race car driver has a more significant looking driving suit than these people apparently went into space with.
Yeah. Yeah, them old space.
I think the bravest people were the monkeys. Could you imagine what the monkeys went up with and what they fucking saw and went through?
The monkey suit.
I think they sent dogs up first. Cats.
But I guess that's why they call it the blues.
What? So I was driving down Tapley's Hill Road at Glenelg yesterday, past that big travel agent on the corner of Jetty Road, and I saw a thing, Antarctic flights. It was $2,200, I think, for a 10-hour flight or whatever, 12-hour flight down to Antarctica and back. And I thought, geez, man, if they can fill that, in Adelaide or Australia, enough people to take this flight down there, why the hell can't we find some travel agent to hire a plane to fly from Perth across the South Pole to Santiago or Patagonia, I don't know, wherever, and put this thing to bed once and for all? Surely there's enough people in the world to fill one plane, at $2,000 a pop or whatever it is, to fly from Perth directly across the South Pole to the south of South something is dead and buried, or it's proved one way or the other.
Logistically, they won't ever do it because, you know, where are they going to land if something goes wrong, etc., etc. And I've heard it proposed before, and the reason most flat earthers wouldn't go is because they'd see it as a trap, and the plane would be like blown up or something.
Man. Yeah, I mean, where would they land? Well, where do they land anyway? They're going down there for a sightseeing tour. Where are they going to land? You know, like at the end of the day, I don't know. I just think that is such a simple way to just finish this thing. Even from the globe side, why don't they just say, all right, whoever wants to, we're going to have an aeroplane. It's going to go from here to here. You can film the South Pole all the way across, and then you can go back and tell all your friends, it's a ball, you've flown it, you've proved it. Just like I say, I've flown from Perth to Johannesburg, right? Anyone wants to argue that with me? I've done it. Same way I would argue if I flew from Perth to Patagonia across, 4 hours of ice, I would say I've done it. Don't argue with me. It's proved.
Mic check. What's going on, everyone?
Matrix, tell everybody.
That was an interesting conversation you guys had later on with that concave guy. It was interesting. I was trying to wrap my head around it.
Up in here earlier today?
Yeah, like maybe half an hour to an hour ago, something like that.
Yeah. Kosho was in on it. Realm was giving us that hot. Like I didn't totally always understand it. Like I need more pictures. Like I swear he said something about a monopole. But then
you know what I think he's trying to do? I think he's trying to conceptualize the drawings and like the toroidal field and all that. I think he's just trying to conceptualize that and give it some sort of physicality, maybe.
Right.
But it's hard, bro. It's the actual shape of whatever the fuck this thing is, bro. That's gonna be very hard to figure out, bro.
With you, it's so easy for us to be tricked just because we'll just like. I swear, man, like. There's scientists, real deal scientists, right now talking about the universe might wrap around on itself, like Pac-Man universe, different manifold. Like that same shit could apply to the Earth. That same shit. Like it could be.
Started to question, like, what is it that astrophysicists and these people that deal with numbers, what is it that they actually do that they haven't figured out that something is wrong?
A lot of thumb twiddling.
That's a very good question, Matrix. Yeah, it's like how is it so compartmentalized that they are just completely clueless about what the Earth is, and meanwhile they think they're like professionals in their field. Well, they are, but it's like it's intense. Yeah,
that's the crazy part of it, Gio, bro. A lot of us have been here 6-5 years, but we've figured out things or came to information that we would have never came through without researching this, right? And they're in the actual field, right? Every time something new, supposedly, because we all know it's bullshit, gets discovered, they're right there, right? So how is it so hard for these people to just not understand? Like, bro, to me it just seems deceptive. It seems like everything behind it is a deception. The whole thing, it isn't. There's nothing innocent about them giving us wrong figures and these stories. There's nothing innocent about it. It is completely nefarious.
Sure is.
Well, I think part of it is that in our current culture, it's like, we go to school, we're told a bunch of information, we're just fed information. We're fed media, obviously the news and television and all that. And we're just fed textbooks and whatever it may be. And so people are just used to that. They're just fed the information, they regurgitate it, put it on the test, that whole thing. But that actually follows into a lot of these, quote unquote professions, so like once they just go from high school to college and then college to their job, And in a lot of these, even in their job, it's the same thing. They're just being fed data. They're being fed information that they're not validating, especially when it comes to outer space and all that stuff. And then they think that they're doing something that they're not actually doing. Like it's that compartmentalization. They're only doing something on limited information, but they are convinced that they're doing something different.
That's the thing, though, right? And they probably know, or at least intuitively, what happens to people that tend to question things, right? And it sucks to be an astrophysicist and study for that shit, putting in all the years to then, because you don't want to go along with what supposedly truth is, like use the years of university, use your job, bro. Like they really make it difficult for people to just speak up.
You're here. Speaking up is an important responsibility.
All right, so I think a lot of us are past the understanding that they're being, like, we are being lied to, and it seems like about absolutely everything, right? Do you guys think that it's for somehow in some weird way that we can't possibly understand that they're doing it for our benefit or for their benefit?
Definitely for theirs.
Yeah, it could be.
I stand to be corrected if they're protecting us from some evil force that just wants to eat us all. If that's if that's what they're doing it all for, then fucking hell, prove it to me. Otherwise, it's
trumpet. Even if they trying to be like sharing, like if it's for them, it's for them. Even if they feel like, oh, like conditioning us, like it might be good for us, but at the same time, it's best for them. You know what I mean? So if it's got any of them in it at all, and they're the leaders, they're the authority, you know what I'm saying? We know that's what they're worried about. We're just a byproduct. Like us being comfortable, it's just, you know, a secondary fucking thing. Like they're gonna be thinking, oh well, we're safer if they're comfortable. You know what I mean? That's not really for us.
You can be sure pretty much nothing they ever do is motivated by benefiting us in any way whatsoever.
Right.
And yeah, it may be an almost unfortunate secondary effect if we get some benefit from it, but yeah, nothing they do takes care of you.
Yeah, a bit like, you know, taking 95% of the world's population away. You know, the 5%, there's a benefit there. Lucky.
So you guys think that if we were to discover the truth, or somebody were to tell us the truth, and it was just something disastrous, something unimaginable, would the people be able to accept it, or just go back to their "we living on a globe" story?
Bro, Matrix, I don't mean to cut out on you. I got to run into this game, you guys. I'll holler at y'all shortly.
All right, bro.
Definitely.
But that's what I'm saying. Like we all want the truth, right? So what is the truth? What if the truth is something unthinkable, right? What if, for example, the truth is that we're in a simulation, and our version of Earth or reality is just one version of millions of versions they're probably running at the same time. So our life is pretty much disposable. What if we discover that that is the truth? How would then? There's a lot of people that won't accept it. So that when I ask,
it'd have to be proven.
That's the thing.
How would anyone prove that?
That's the thing. How would anybody prove anything?
Well, again, we can prove certain things to a standard that most people agree on. And religion is not one of those things, you know, and that basically comes down to you believing that there's something higher and bigger than you, a creator or whatever the case may be. You just have to take it on faith. And you're basically suggesting the same thing, unless there is some way that they can reveal to everyone a truth and everyone within themselves can know it to be true, that where, you know, there is no purpose or some shit, then I suppose, yeah, everyone would deal with it independently, I suppose.
So did you ever hear that movie that where that guy said you can't handle the truth? I forgot the name of the movie. A Few Good Men, something like that.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I understand the analogy.
Yeah. So okay. So a lot of people, a lot of flat earthers included, and a lot of free thinkers, they believe in some sort of higher power. They believe in some sort of divine nanny that could possibly be taking care of us, granting us wishes.
Divine nanny.
Yeah,
That's
granting
funny.
us wishes. You know, every often every time they deem it to be. You know, I'm just saying hypothetically. Who knows, right?
I dream of Genie. That'd be all right.
That's the idea that a lot of
those
people.
in the bottle any day, man.
Yeah, that's the idea that a lot of people have when they talk about the creator, right? Some sort of nanny up there that just hooking them up all the time, and when they perish, the nanny's gonna make sure that
I've
they
got
go to
very
that,
different
to that good
thoughts for
spot.
my nanny. Very different thoughts.
But what I'm saying is, what if it isn't some divine nanny, right? What if it's something else entirely? And what if death is just as deceptive as life, right? What if when we get there, wherever that there is, we have to go through some sort of matrix again? We're tricked from inception, right? Because I doubt that if we go to hell or heaven, I doubt that there's gonna be any signs saying, "Hey, man, welcome to heaven."
Yeah, I'm with Jeremy. I believe death is a deception. You should fucking run away from that light. As soon as you see that light and you're like, beautiful, turn around fucking run.
Hold on. Don't run. No, I'm not saying run away from it. I'm just saying investigate further. Don't just go willy-nilly jumping in the lights.
Fucking
right? It could
run,
be the
dude.
thing. Oh, it could be the way.
It could be a trick. It could be a trick. Jeremy, I actually know what you mean.
Mainstream says to do it. It's a fucking trick.
There's actually an episode in Star Trek, Next Generation, I think, where they talk about that and reincarnation and parasites, like convincing you to join like their matrix kind of thing, like to go in the light and you think you're going to the light, right, to the good place, and you're just going into like another video game type matrix type shit. And every like parasite. Every parasite, like once you know the souls to enter like their like parasitic fucking world or whatever, so they can like leech their energy like to get life from them type shit.
Oh yeah. Listen, let me say something about the reincarnation thing, right? If you're like one of these billionaire, skrillionaire, zillionaire motherfuckers, right, and you do reincarnation, even as an unlikely chance as it is, it being the slightest of possibilities, wouldn't you make sure the world is a better place? You get reincarnated so that way you walk into some good shit instead of what we have now?
I would say that I don't think that's like a particular person's responsibility though. Because even in the Bible, if you read the Bible, right, God attempted to fix the bullshit that human beings get themselves into multiple times, and multiple times he succeeded, and as soon as he left, a couple of decades later, everything went back to shit. So I don't see what any single man is gonna do if the Creator himself supposedly couldn't do it.
Yeah, but look at the multi-generational elites, man. I think they know something about reincarnation. All of their plans are like well and truly beyond their own lifespans. Who the fuck would set shit up? I mean, okay, you set shit up kids, but not your kids. So at the end of the day, I think they know something, and they know they're coming back into something that if they've established very well, they're going to be welcomed back in and be looked after very well.
I didn't hear a rumor. When I was looking into these topics, there are a few people that talk about reincarnation. And there was this lady that was supposedly a CEO of some corporation or whatever, right? Very intellectual lady, very education's up to wazoo, right? And the lady's constantly talking about fucking crystals and fucking, supernatural shit. And she was talking one day about reincarnation, and how she explained it was that when you come over here, supposedly when we make the agreement with the Creator or whoever the fuck is in charge of this place, we make some sort of divine plan, right? Like a game, right? So we want to accomplish this with our lifespan, kind of thing. So and I also how we leave this realm is how we come back. So we have baggage or something that draws back like guilt or something. It like those are like you always want to like fix things that you fucked up, or at least that's what you're told, right? That could be part of the matrix. Then like some sort of spirit telling you, come and fix the karma, and it could all just be bullshit to get you to join their matrix or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So the way the lady explained it to me is that how you reincarnate is through your line, through your bloodline, right? So it could make a lot of sense how the elites how they move, right? Because they know eventually they'll just reincarnate through one of their kids, right? So it's like you might be the grandfather now, but you might perish, and your great grandchild might give birth to you again. So it's like a lineage of it isn't like you reincarnate with a random family. So it's like you every time you come back to your same lineage. So that could be why the elites are so focused in preparing themselves and their name, because they know they're gonna constantly coming back and coming back and coming back and coming back. By the way, I posted the Star Trek clip in the live stream text. So it just if you guys want to take a look at it and see where I'm coming from with it with the whole parasites wanting you to like go in the light and shit. It's very interesting, that scene. What I know is there has to be truth out there, right? Because if these people are doing the things that they're doing and deciding to possibly eliminate more than half of the percent of the people, they have to be running on some sort of truth or something, right? Like who makes those decisions on rumors and things that they're not sure about.
What are you talking about?
Brenda, if you could reincarnate, where would you like to incarnate next? What do you want your next life to be?
I hadn't thought of it. What do you mean? Where? I honestly don't know.
Seems like an easy one.
I haven't thought of it. want to be rich.
If you had a choice, Brenda, if you had a choice, a clear choice, a decision-making choice to come back, and you had the options to come back either as a man or a woman, would you decide to come as a man and do the same as you're doing now, or you would just forget all that and decide to come back as a woman?
Well, yeah, I choose to be female, but I'd also want to be rich.
But I mean it in a biological sense, right? Giving you because you call yourself a woman, but you also biologically then you'll have your periods every other month, right? So you'll be experiencing that.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. But in addition, I think I'd want to be wealthy, and I'd want to live somewhere where there's not a lot of war. There seems to be a lot of conflict around these days, so I'd want to be somewhere where there wasn't a lot of that.
Look into history, there seems to be conflict everywhere all the time at all places happening all the time. The war never stops. It doesn't seem to happen ever in history.
I'd want to be somewhere where it wasn't. And not famine either, famine or disease.
So you don't want to go through any hardships? Just want like an easy life kind of thing?
I'd rather not get like, say, the Black Plague. I'd rather avoid that.
So what if that's like part of the mission of this earth or whatever, this life is to go to turmoil. So as a spirit or whatever, you'll be able to grow. If you put yourself in a scenario where you would never have any turmoil, how would you be able to grow?
Well, you're just asking what I prefer, and I would prefer not to starve to death, not to get a plague, and not to be in a place where there's war.
I also posted a link of the lady that talks about reincarnation and all that shit. She goes by Quartz Crystal.
Yeah, I don't believe in reincarnation.
And sure, it's a good idea to think about, right? Reincarnation. It actually makes more sense than just coming and having this experience and just perishing forever and having your memories and thoughts and ideas just don't exist.
So, Brenda, you say you don't believe in it, but do you think it's possible?
No, I don't think it's possible.
Yeah, no, I don't think you're gonna get anything fringe out of Brenda there. Brenda is completely mainstream. If the mainstream doesn't stamp it for approval, she doesn't believe it.
What's up, guys? We had it popping in here earlier. There was Mad Heads was up in here. Right. Listen, man, I don't know how heads don't get this. I think Kosho knew I was right about the spherical geometry thing. Like, that's strictly on the surface of a sphere. If you go off it, or there's any straight lines or anything, it's dead giveaway if you're not doing it. I don't know why Sean can't. This is easy stuff. It's well defined.
So you're saying they're trying to use straight lines in spherical geometry?
Yeah, like the real straight lines, not their curving straight lines. Like, they're trying to use like real, Euclidean straight lines that aren't curving on any axis. Because they'll call their curving line a straight line too, which I don't like to conflate. Like, they think just because there's a sphere involved, they're doing spherical geometry. That's not how it works.
Well, Sean's in here. Is that what he says?
I don't know. He's saying something weird that I'll ask him, have they ever measured Earth using spherical geometry? And he'll say, yeah, and he'll start off telling me how by the first thing he does is make a straight line. Optically, visually. Which you can't do that. Not in spherical geometry. That's Euclidean geometry right there. I ended up winning the thing with the arc seconds. I mean, there might be one guy out there that still thinks that they did that, but I can't control everyone's mind. Everyone got it sorted out. Even Big Blue admitted, Larry admitted, everyone admitted it was an average. I don't think they could get it to within hundredths of an arc second. Maybe hundreds of an arc second. That'd be fucking crazy. You ever seen how big a radius, a degree is? Did you see that picture I posted earlier of a degree?
I don't think I saw it.
It's just a circle here. Look. Hold on. Is this it? Okay, yeah, that's it. That little black sliver on the top. There's a little tiny sliver. That's 1 degree. It's 1/360th of a circle.
Yeah.
All right. So an arc second is if you take slivers out of that sliver, so you have equal sized slivers, but you got to make 3,600 of them, and each one of those that's an arc second, right? One of those would be an arc second. Then to measure to the thousandth of an arc second, you would need to take one of those one of the 3,600 pieces and chop that into 1,000 pieces. Right? You know how small that is at this point? Like, it's not even like feasible. A total station is the best piece of surveying equipment they have to date. And it's called a lease. Hold on, let me see if I still got it. It's called the lease count. That is the lowest quantity a thing can measure. Like, say you have a ruler and it's all millimeters. 1 millimeter would be the least count. Or it's the smallest digit that the tool can measure. So a scale, if it measures pounds down to the nearest ounce or gram or something, 1 gram or 1 ounce, whatever it is. So for the most accurate surveying tool we have right now, it's 1 arc second is the least count. I don't know how Larry said he got to a third of an arc second with some tool from 1955, but
And this is all optical?
Sorry, I was responding to a DM. What were we saying?
They're using these for optical?
Using what?
These
I literally don't even. What is it?
So like the arc second, I'm saying like this level of specificity, detail they're using for optical observations?
Yeah, because you have to know how much you turn, right? If you want to say, if I have 2 poles in front of me, right, one to the left, one to the right, and I want to know how many degrees is in between those poles, I need to turn. And in that turning, I'm going to measure how much I've turned to see, how many degrees and arc seconds or whatever I've turned. So you have to know on the tool, like there needs to be marking somewhere to say, oh, all right, I've turned this much of the thing. You know what I mean? Like it gets, once you break that degree down into arc seconds, that's 3,600. And you've seen how small that would have been in that circle. And then imagine breaking that one of those arc seconds down to 1,000 more bits. Like you wouldn't even be able to differentiate one from the other. Unless you had like a giant circle. You would need like a giant circle for that, I feel like. I don't know. It doesn't matter. I got everyone to concede that that's not the actual singular measurement. It's an average. Oh. The thing is, Blue Marble was going against me. I don't know. Blue Marble might have jumped in the conversation. Like I was going at it with somebody else, and Blue came in and posted that. And I don't know. Them guys were acting like it was a singular measurement, and today he admitted that it's not. It's an average. Larry GPS admitted it was an average. Like, I don't know. Blue said he could find the numbers. He said he was going to get them if it meant that much or something to me. I think I was pissing him off, but I'm not being unreasonable by wanting the numbers. It's not like some maniac shit. I just want the data for the thing that you say you had. Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. It's not crazy that I would want these numbers, especially since it's a weighted average. So now you got outliers and shit. I don't know. I just want to see the numbers. I don't know if anyone's ever seen them before. Like if there's no left to right refraction, I'm wondering why is there even an average? Like, you know what I'm saying? I could see if you were measuring something vertically up and down and it's moving with the refraction and shit, like, okay, one day it's here, one day it's there, we'll take an average. But with the left to right thing, like there's not supposed to be any refraction, so it would just always be the same. You know what I'm saying? If I set my tool down and don't move the tool, and if there's no refraction or nothing's varying, it should always be the same. I don't know why there even is an average. That's suspicious right off the jump.
Yeah. Yeah, if it's a measurement, it should just be.
Imagine you stapled a ruler to a piece of wood or nailed a ruler to a piece of wood or something. Right? If nothing's varying, so every time I come back and look at the mark, it's always going to be on the same spot. You know what I mean? There's not going to be an average. That's like essentially what they're doing with this. They're just turning their machine back and forth to from one point to another point. And if you don't move the machine, that should always be the same, like the same exact number if there's no refraction. I don't know. I don't get the average thing. I especially don't get why there's.
It's because they get different results and then they have to average them.
Yeah, but it shouldn't be. And there definitely shouldn't be outliers. I don't know why a weighted average with the outliers. That doesn't make any sense. It's all very suspicious. At face value, everything seems legit. If you were to just glance at this stuff and be like, oh, they got spherical excess measurements, they got this, they got that, it all looked legit. But when you start chipping at the surface, like you can see there's problems.
Yeah.
Yeah, shit was going good on Jose's, man. I was on there for like 45 minutes, maybe an hour. Lemon jumped in. I was like, well, whatever. I could work around Lemon. You know what I'm saying? And then like M Stone came, like a whole bunch of dudes from Gems came in. And they were just being like, really? Like everyone was cool and collective. I was getting a little hot at some points, and so were them guys, but we kept it cool throughout the whole. And then they just did. Them other guys just came in hot, and I just wasn't feeling it.
Yeah, that's what they do.
Jose's used to be good. I can remember Jose keeping control and shit. I don't know. I feel like he's slacking or something. I told him in a text chat, I was like, yo, get your shit together. Maybe I'll come back. Because he was like, come back anytime. I told him, I was like, yo, get your shit together, man. Because he muted me because I interrupted the guy because he was yelling at me. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, hold on. You can't be yelling at me like this. And they're like, stop interrupting. I'm like, well, I'm interrupting because I'm not going to be yelled at. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, you can't just yell at me. What do you think this is?
Yeah, I mean, in some cases, it perhaps might be their goal to just create the shit show in whatever way they can, rather than sticking with the actual conversation. It's like a ripcord that they pull sometimes just to create chaos.
Yeah, I mean, I'm ready to talk about anything as long as we could do it, civilly.
You can't ever get to any good information if it's the shit show. It's like can't ever really get to anything. Maybe that's why they do it.
And I would have roasted the guy on the thing that he brought up. He said he showed me some shit 6 months ago, and like they think because we see an object in one spot, and then the temperature or the pressure or whatever changes, and then maybe we see it lower. That means that things are lower than their actual position or higher or whatever. You know what I mean? But they don't have an actual position to begin with. All they have is that apparent position. So it's like the thing he was even about to go into was just pointless because they don't have an actual position on shit. I only even went in there. Nobody was even in there. Or nobody was around. Went to Gems. Pete was in there rambling. I was like, fuck it. So I was just looking through my list of rooms and I found Heads Were in Jose's. I was like, oh, there we go.
Was he doing a show?
Sorry, what did you say?
He was doing a show?
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like people are only in his VC when he does a show.
They hang out after a little bit sometimes.
You guys heard from Brandon lately?
No.
I was gonna say I actually
okay.
Yeah, I know. Me too. Yeah. No, I actually sent him a DM on Discord like a couple days ago, actually, just to see if he would respond. But no response.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't have any reason to not think he's okay, but just it's nice to hear from people every now and again. So.
I'm surprised you haven't heard from him, Jeremy, because I thought you guys were fairly close. I thought he would have, at least reached out to you.
I messaged him probably a month and some change ago, and I don't know. I just never heard none. Forgot what I said. I was like, hit me up, or I hope you're all right, or something. I don't even remember what I said, but I didn't hear nothing back.
Said, yeah, I'm busy working with Randy now.
What's up?
He come back and say, yeah, sorry, bro, I'm busy working with Randy now.
Yeah. No, I heard actually Randy wanted the server back, and Brandon said something crazy. I forget what they said he said, but I guess suck my dick, or I don't know exactly what Brandon said, but something like that, basically.
Yeah, that'd be a reasonable response.
Or fuck off or something. I don't know what he said, but George was in there one night talking about, I'll give you 5 Gs for the show, for the Discord server time. I told Brandon, I was like, sell that shit. Yeah, I was like, sell that shit. We'll go start up another server and just all go there. What the fuck? What the fuck? That shit didn't even make sense. For a Discord server?
I left every server except this one. I just found myself getting angry, frustrated with everybody, so I just disconnected from Jose, Brandon's old. The people. Brandon's old server is just a toxic swamp now. So I eventually.
Fucking Babs was in there last night. I had to delete one of his messages. He told someone to kill himself. He said, "Kill yourself." Was his comment. Babs. I'm like, dude, what the fuck?
Wow.
I know Brandon ain't around, but let's not turn it into a straight cesspool. Yeah. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's toxic, man.
Somebody made a video of Gems one time. I forget who it was, but it was a video, but they had just a text chat of every time somebody said kill yourself or go kill yourself or something like that. It was just there was tons of them.
Yeah. But what happened to Babs, man? I mean, he used to be chill.
I know, I like Babs.
Cruisy. Now he's turned into a bit of a craze.
I like Babs. I know I don't know what happened.
He's just got nasty and it's like something's happened in his life that made him. Yeah, someone burned him. I don't know, but he's hostile now.
Yeah, he used to go against a lot of the flat earthers, which I was fine with. You know what I mean? Like if someone's saying shit that you don't think is right or accurate or whatever, fine. That's fine to go against them. But
you should got to stand up no matter which side you're on.
Yeah. So I liked him for that. Like, all right, yeah, we're on a war against nonsense here. It doesn't matter whose side you're on.
That's it, mate. I'm with you. Yeah, my life's a lot more relaxed now that I'm not in any of those other servers.
Yeah, before I would have gotten into a screaming match with the guy on Jose's earlier today, but after spending time in here, this is a very, more of a relaxed environment. Like I wasn't even about to go down that road again. There's no reason. It's not good energy. Like yelling and screaming and getting all crazy with people.
Just hit the hang up button, man. That shit's easier.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the vibe in here is good. You know, I mean, there's a couple that come in and out that can get it a bit worked up, but just from both sides, 90% of people in here now, I find, just happy to have it backwards and forwards, and disagree, but no one's shouting at anyone, no one's calling names. 90% of the time, it's good. Then you got Brenda for some entertainment every now and again. Great gas prices like in the States at the moment.
Hey, what?
The gas prices, what are they up to?
A lot. For like no reason. It's really bad. If it goes higher or the way it is now, I think the U.S. should give stimulus checks because there's nothing. Doesn't seem like they have anything else they're willing to do.
So how much is it a gallon now?
I think the national average might be like $4, maybe more, maybe $4.10.
Yeah, right.
But that's skewed though, because we all know like there's gas suppliers, like there's the name brand suppliers, and then there's like the off brand suppliers. But the off brand oil is like not as reliable. So if you go by the name brand gas prices, it's definitely well over $4 per gallon nationally.
Yeah. And that's hectic.
But yeah, they should do something aggressive to drive down the oil prices because I think the U.S. political situation is too much of a tinderbox that if the recession that we're in gets worse, I mean, it's real bad. I mean, the U.S. is in a really tough spot, so they have to be proactive, and I think, hyperinflation would be really bad. So if gas prices keep going up, the U.S. the U.S. would probably could enter a phase of hyperinflation, which would be like disastrous. And so they have to do something to kind of prevent that from happening.
Yeah, that's on the basis that they want to stop hyperinflation.
Well, if there is hyperinflation in the U.S., then like it could start like something like a civil war or something. People would go to. It could trigger like terrorist attacks and stuff. Like it would be like it would get ugly. So they have to do something.
Well, it depends what they're aiming for, though, doesn't it?
Mm.
One man's civil war is another man's opportunity.
Right. Well. Yeah, I don't think anybody wants that. Nobody wants like anything really bad to happen. But I think I am optimistic that a lot of Western leaders will come to their senses within the next week or in the next year or so. They will come to their senses that we don't live in a world where the U.S. and London and the classic Western we don't live in. It just runs everything. They'll have to accept that things like China and Russia and Iran and there's other India as well. There's other countries in the world, and they want a stake. They want to have influence as well. So they're gonna have to just accept that, kind of take the L a little bit. Marvel movies are nice and all, like Captain America. It's nice to think that Captain America is like taking care of all the evil in the world, but it is just a movie. It is just Hollywood, and so eventually they're gonna have to accept that like the real world just doesn't work that way.
where everyone's always running off to. Maybe they go
What'd you
like
say?
24. I don't know where everyone's always going. Where is everyone?
I don't know. It was pretty packed in here a little while ago, it seemed like, and now not so much, maybe.
Yeah, like I don't get where everyone's always running off to. No one's in Jose's. No one's in that new server. Maybe they're all in like science versus pseudoscience or something. They're 24/7. Everyone go to gems. Maybe they're in gems. Oh, yeah, gems is packed right now. Yeah, bro. Did you hear the whole? Dude, these guys are bugging. I don't know what they're thinking sometimes. You get the word out. We can get a billboard up on in Times Square or something. Earth Awakening's Discord bill on a billboard right in Times Square. Probably only like 5 or 10 grand a day.
You think it's that little of an amount? You think it's that low?
Maybe 10 G's a day.
I mean, I don't know. A billboard in actual Times Square.
Yeah. Yeah, right in Times Square. I have no idea. It could be 50 G's. I have no idea.
Do they have
Oh,
go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I never like priced one out.
I imagine different companies have different rules, but like, if you pay for it, can you just put anything on there? I mean, obviously you can't put like something explicit or whatever, but I mean, I know David Weiss, they were doing those billboard years ago. What was that, 2016 or something? It's kind of like the Flat Earth billboard, the year of the Flat Earth billboards or something. There's like people were doing them a lot, and they were letting them put it up there. You know, it's just Earth isn't a globe, like, you know, pretty Flat Earth stuff. But I'm just saying, yeah, like what limit?
If you buy the slot, as long as it's legal, they don't care what you put up there. You know. I mean, some companies may not let you. They probably reserve the right. You know, they're like, all right, what are you going to put up there? And if you're like, oh, we're going to put Earth on a globe, they're like, nah, you know what? Fuck it. We changed our mind. We're not ready to go. That may happen, but more than likely, you're going to get people that are like, we're offering this spot. Do you have the money to buy it? You know what I mean? Like, it's a money thing. It's not really. They don't give a fuck what you put on, as long as it's legal. Whatever.
Yeah. Well, yeah, ones like that, like just billboards along the highway in the middle of nowhere. But I'm just wondering, like something like Times Square, would they really let you put certain things on there?
Yeah, they're like, dude, this is capitalism, bro. You got the money. You know what I mean? It's money rules, cash rules. Like I said, they might be able to reserve the right to put that up there or not. You know, if all the globalist elites own all the billboards in Times Square, then, you know, and you wanted to put that up, they may say no. Yeah, you could be right. I don't know. I know if I was one of the globalist elites, I would make sure I owned all the billboards in Times Square or anywhere important for that matter. You know what I mean? Like if you're working with like trillions of dollars, just buy that shit out and make sure most people are going to see whatever you say is okay. You know what I'm saying? If they don't own all the billboards in Times Square, they're just dumb. That's just stupid.
Yeah, what about like commercials? You know, like could you just make run a commercial that releases some big truth or something if you paid for it?
Like is ABC or NBC gonna let you say something like that? Yeah, I don't know. It's crazy.
I mean, you could, there's a lot of stuff you could put on there. Like maybe not something like, explicit about reptilians eating babies or something crazy, but I mean, there is stuff you could put on there that would it would get out to people for sure.
Oh yeah. "30 seconds, have Witsit spit that shit. He'll get like 20 minutes worth of content out."
I mean, I just wonder if they've never had anyone that has enough money to do that. Like how many hundreds of thousands or even millions does it cost to run a big ad on TV like that?
Over and over again. What you got to do is you got to instead of running it over and over again for months or weeks or whatever for millions of dollars, you just get one spot at the Super Bowl. You know what I'm saying? Because that's when you're going to have the most people. I think it'd be better to buy $1 million spot, 30-second slot during the Super Bowl than to buy $1 million worth of ads throughout the year at any other point. Yeah, I don't know. I remember back in the 90s, they were talking about, 30-second spots costing millions of dollars and stuff. So who knows how much it is now for a 30-second or 1 minute Super Bowl slot.
If the money was there to do it though, is that a viable way to get truth out?
If they let you even do it, who knows? But yeah, hell yeah. It's probably like any other business. They have the right to refuse service for any reason they want. If you just walk into a store in America, they can just be like, "Get out. I don't need to give you a reason. Just get out of my store. I'm not serving you."
Right. Oh yeah, no doubt they can do that. But
that's what so they could do that with this. They probably want to see what you're going to put on before they agree to put your shit on. And actually be like, "All right, you got 30 seconds during the Super Bowl." They're gonna be like, "What are you gonna do? Or is this an Old Spice ad, Pepsi? Like, what is this?"
Oh yeah, I'm sure it'll have to go through approvals.
And you're gonna be like, "Oh, I'm spreading the flat Earth truth." They're gonna be like, they might kick that up to their handlers or whatever, and it may come back as like no, we're not giving you the slot to this person or something. Who knows? Or they might let you do it. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Like, where are their limits?
Like the elite probably own all the ABC, NBC, whatever the fucking Super Bowl's on, CBS. I don't know. So,
oh yeah,
if you were gonna spit some straight facts on it and not no bullshit, like I don't know if they would let you put it on there.
Yeah, the other way to do it would be to advertise something that you would then send people to, a website or something where then the information would be there, so that the purpose of it, that it would look a little bit kind of vanilla, like on the surface, but then when people get to the actual site or the platform or whatever, then you've got the real information.
We could be like Geo's sofa and recliner retailer, and then go to this website, and when you get to the website, it's all flat Earth stuff.
Just a little catfish. People think they're gonna. Well, yeah, no, I wouldn't want to be deceptive in that way, but yeah, I mean, I'm just saying like a way to kind of channel people to something that instead of putting the information right out there.
Listen, you got a sofa and recliner website, right? Up until the day you run the ad, it has sofas and recliners for prices and stuff on the website. But then the day, like 10 minutes before your Super Bowl ad runs, you change it to all flat Earth content on the website, right?
You get approved and then swap it all.
Yeah, they're like, "Oh yeah, we'll do your sofa and recliner." They check your website out. They're like, "Oh, this guy's legit, sofas and recliners." And then just the day of the website, you change it to all flat Earth content.
Yeah,
like 5 minutes before the ad runs.
Yeah, I mean, I know that those guys have done billboards and stuff, but it's like I've never really fully thought out the idea of like, could you actually use some of those systems like for good?
Yeah, I mean, you'd definitely be able to get billboards. Where is the question, though? Like, can you get them on, Times Square might be pushing it, but you could probably get them in and out of every major city, in America. Some people might say no, but I'm guessing a lot of people are going to say yes. Just because they want to rent their billboard out and they want money. And they don't give a fuck what you put on it as long as it's, legal. So yeah, I mean, if you had the money, that would be another way to do it. If you couldn't get a Times Square billboard ad or something, you just you could try to get in other major cities, which don't get as much, publicity. They still get a lot of publicity, but I mean, that alone would make the news, right? It's okay. Let's say you were like, "Yo, fuck it, I'm gonna get 10 billboards," and you go to Denver, Colorado, let's say, and you just paste the city. You get 20 billboards, 30 billboards maybe. You just paste the whole city with this same thing or something, some flat Earth thing. I don't know. But whatever it is, that would have to make the news. I would think. I don't know. Or the newspaper or something. Right? If all of a sudden just one day you got them to all start on the same day for like a month. That I feel like that would have to like make the news. So like not only would people be seeing the billboards, but they'd also be seeing it on the news from there's so many billboards. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Right. No, that'd be a trippy way to do it. Yeah. I mean, it's all about having the money, but I mean, depending on how much you had, like if you did like a huge campaign, like what if you did it like all around the world, like in every country, and you had, little billboards, big billboards, and you're right, some of them might not approve it and all that, but I mean, you could like get a message in front of a lot of people that way, perhaps. I mean, again, it's kind of tricky because you're using like their system, but at the same time, like, yeah, you could get something out to a shitload of people. I mean, could you get something out to like 10% of the world in one fell swoop?
If you had everything coordinated, hell yeah, more than 10%.
That's what I'm saying. Coordinated, timed, like you have a whole team doing it. I mean, yeah, I get
with enough money. With enough money, you get radio slots. You get, on XM radio, regular radio, across all the channels. You could probably do like a $500 million campaign. Would get you to like probably a nice 10th of America, maybe more.
Yeah,
if they gave you a Super Bowl time slot. Super Bowl time. Are you talking about just with the billboards, or?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, kind of everything. But yeah, what you said, $500 million. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. A couple $100 million is what it would take.
Yeah, a few $100 million will get you out to like a 10th of America, probably easy.
Well,
some of these plays, go ahead.
Well, what's crazy about that, if we did that, is that like everybody would be talking about it. Like, dude, did you see this? Yeah, I saw it too. It starts to like it would be more than just someone seeing it. Like people would be like, what is going on? Like, why is this everywhere?
Yeah, people would just have to acknowledge it. Like it would make like the news. Like didn't those other billboards make the news? And they only did a few, right? Who did it? Skiba or Weiss or something?
Yeah, there were several that were done. I want to say at least 10 or 20 total.
Or was it Mark Sargent? Somebody? Yeah, they probably didn't spend that much money. They probably spent like 10, 20 G's or something, maybe 50, 100 G's. You know what I mean? And that made the news.
I think they just did some kind of somewhat standard billboards. I don't think it was that much money. I want to say they were maybe talking 2,000 to run one or something. I forget the numbers, but I think they did a little bit of crowdfunding. But I think you're right. One of them maybe did make the news. I forget exactly, but yeah.
That's what I'm saying, and that was just a few billboards. Like if you were to do it in my region, I live in the Capital District of New York, and if you were to put like, I don't know how much a billboard costs. What's it cost? Like $1,000 or something for the month?
Yeah, that's what I remember. Something like $1,500, $2,000 maybe or maybe between 1,000 to 2,000 for. Is it a whole?
So say each one costs $2,000, and you got 50 of them. City like Albany, 50 billboards. Like heads are going to be talking about that. That shit's going to make the news because I've never seen that many billboards for anything. Coke, Pepsi, Geico, nothing. So if you had that many of one billboard, that shit would be like definitely draw attention.
Yep.
Radio talk show hosts would be talking about it and shit.
Yeah, there is a weird phenomenon when there's like a mass advertising thing like that. There's this place. Have you ever heard of it called Wall Drug?
No.
Now I'm just looking up where it is because I forget exactly.
That must be a West Coast thing. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you did enough billboards in one spot, like I wouldn't even try to spread. Like, let's say you had like $100,000 for billboards. I wouldn't even try to spread it out. I would do that shit all in one big city, like all over the place, just in one tiny area, instead of spreading it out all across America or something. Because then you'd have, do it in a big area, like where I live, where there's like a few 100,000 people or some shit. Because you get the billboards for cheap, and you could do a lot of them. So like anyone that came through or radio host would be talking about it. It'd probably make the news and shit. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. For sure. I just had to look it up real quick because I forget what state it was in. It's in South Dakota, but yeah, I was going to say there's this thing called Wall Drug, and it's like in South Dakota. But as you're driving along the highway, there's just like hundreds of billboards for it. Like as you're driving, it's like Wall Drug, like literally every 2 miles, it's like Wall Drug. So you're getting so hyped, you're like, what is this thing? And you get there and it's just like this like pretty lame little, strip of like tourist shops, with little cowboy hats and stuff. So it's not really anything, but it's just like that phenomenon. Like it gets you so excited because you're like, why are these ads everywhere? So yeah, like that idea, like that could reach potentially a lot of people at once. And then it also gets this extra buzz of like, well, what is going on? Like, why is this, you know, and then people start talking about it as well.
Yeah, you could do a massive marketing campaign though. Like I would get like, there's a thing where you can pay people to wrap their cars and stuff, and like you pay them per month, and they manage, you know, they make sure they're doing the right miles in the right areas, the company. But you could be a guy that, you know, say, oh, I want to have Grubhub wrapped on, you know, 100 cars. I'm willing to pay this much per car if they're in the right area or whatever. Or you could get advertising through like cabs. Cabs will have little advertisements on it that gets a lot of, you know, a lot of people see those because they're driving around nonstop. Like you could for cheap get the shit out there, you know.
I mean, in general, I'm really not a fan of advertising or marketing. I never have been. I don't like vibe with it. I don't like the energy of it. I don't like being advertised to, you know, myself. Like I don't like looking at that stuff. So it's kind of something I'm like against. I wouldn't say I'm like completely against it, but it's like I'm not into it at all. But it's just like this discussion is interesting, like as a way to get, you know, truth out there, or a way to get certain information, you know, something positive, like a positive message to people. It is kind of an interesting thing. So we do live in this world of the advertising and marketing, but it's just kind of funny talking about this because it's like kind of pretty antithetical to like anything that I'm into. But when it comes to doing something positive, it is kind of an interesting possibility.
You got to use their system. There's been other things we've talked about where you're like, I don't know, you know what I'm saying? But we got to use the thing, just the things that we have in their system is one of the things that we can utilize, you know? I don't like a lot of their shit either. I'm totally against that. I stopped watching TV because of the ads. Those ads make you feel a certain. They spend billions of dollars a year on these ads to make you feel some certain kind of way and fuck with your mind. Right. Like I felt so much better when I stopped watching TV, and then they fucking put ads on YouTube, and I was like, oh my god, here we go with the ads again.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, we're in kind of like a crazy situation in the world right now, just in terms of like the lies, the deceptions. Who knows what's coming next with like warfare and God knows what else. So it's like, and yeah, I mean, people are not able to get good information just because of everything. So, I mean, it's like people, it's like there's a lot of suffering happening because of all this. So it's pretty real. I mean, I sometimes even go as extreme, like, is the human race actually in threat of being annihilated, you know, through whatever the jabs and whatever they're going to keep doing with that and the warfare. And I mean, it's just like, you know, it could start to get into like a runaway train where even these people doing it might not be able to stop it at some point. So it does get kind of pretty concerning. So it's like, could it be life and death for humanity in a sense? Like for what these psychopaths are just so insane. Like they don't seem to be stopping at all. And like, I don't think they're going to. And I'm not even sure they're human, so they might not even care. But it's like, it's pretty intense. Now, maybe that's a bit dramatized, but seems like if it goes in the direction they want it to, it could be bad news.
Yeah, definitely should look at your guidestones. It's a little freaky to read, you know. And I mean, with automation, when automation comes about, which it's heading here any minute, you know, and they're just not going to need us. Like they're literally, we are going to be more trouble than we're worth. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
I don't know.
Well, that's what gets concerning too. And if they start shuttling people into smart cities and controlling people's health and killing who they don't want and shit, yeah, it could get pretty crazy.
Yeah, definitely. People are, they're just, what's up?
No, go ahead.
I was just saying a majority of the people are about to become worthless with automation. So like, what would they even, I don't know. I don't know why they would even want us to stick around. We'd be like a drain on the, once you, like right now, there's a poor population that we have to support. Okay. But what happens when it's, you know, they get good with automation and it's 60-70% of the people are like that, you know, or they were, I don't know. I don't think these people have any empathy and they don't give a fuck. So I think they'd be quick to pull the trigger on doing something that would be detrimental to a lot of people's lives. I don't want to be a doom and gloom kind of guy, but
yeah, I don't either. I mean, this conversation started because we were talking about if one had enough money, could you do some huge like billboard marketing campaign to get the truth out there, or to like direct people to? The thing is, even if you had one billboard or something, I mean, you're not going to really be able to share too much information on that one thing. So you would have to direct them to, somewhere where there's information, or
yes, direct them to me.
Just
come right to me.
Just give them your phone number.
I'll handle everyone. Yeah.
Think the earth is a globe? This guy will straighten you out. Call
Get him sorted right out quick. Yeah. That's why I'd love to have every conversation. I wish I had been recording every conversation I've ever had with all these guys. I can make a hell of a compilation of insanity. And anyone listening to that would just be like, what the fuck? I don't know.
Well, that's the question. It's like, what's the antidote to, lies or deception or evil or, censorship when they're censoring things, to a severe level? Like, what's the antidote to that? I mean, do we just be censored and then, everyone stays in the dark and they get what they want? Or is there some way to overcome that? Obviously without like warfare. I'm not talking about like violence, but is there a way to, is there an antidote to all the lies and deception and the agendas they have? I mean, I would say truth is, in a sense. I mean, truth, of course, would be like an antidote to lies, but then figuring out what is that truth, and then somehow finding a way to have enough people be aware of it so that we can. It's like the whole cannabis thing. I mean, we were told cannabis. I always bring that up, but it's just an example. It's like we were all told cannabis was this terrible gateway drug and it destroys your brain cells, and that was all the propaganda in the 70s, 80s, 90s. I mean, that's what I was brought up with, even though I didn't believe it. But I'm just saying, it's like I was brought up with all that, and it was just pure lies, and they convinced virtually everybody of that. And it's like now people realize, like, I bet you'd be hard pressed to find somebody today that really thinks it's bad. Maybe somebody who's really, in an older generation or something, but it's like that lie was huge and just spread like crazy.
Yeah, definitely.
They do it with they do it with things like ayahuasca, peyote, magic mushrooms. They do it with those too, of course. And it's like, couldn't be further from the truth what they're saying about it in terms of, I mean, they put those in Schedule 1, which means they have absolutely no medicinal benefit, and they're just only harmful and addictive or whatever. Like
that's ridiculous. Yeah.
Yeah.
So like ayahuasca is in that category, really?
Well, in South America, it's completely legal. There's no illegality anywhere in South America, but in the United States, technically the two plants that are used to brew it are technically not illegal. But if you brew them together, if you put them in water and cook them, then all of a sudden it counts as DMT, and DMT is Schedule 1. Yeah.
Oh my God. You know one of these?
It's like the furthest from the. It's like there couldn't be anything more opposite than to call ayahuasca Schedule 1. Like literally, I mean, the amount of healings and recovery people have had from severe physical, mental diseases, addictions. I mean, it's just completely the opposite of what they're saying. They say it has no medicinal benefit, and it's just literally nothing could be further from the truth.
Yeah, yeah. I heard a story from a story from Graham Hancock about his ayahuasca thing, and I mean, it sounded like it helped him a lot. Like he was smoking too much weed. He was being mean to his wife. He went and did a couple ayahuasca sessions. And he realized he wasn't doing the right thing. He stopped smoking so much weed. And it changed him for the better. So I think those things can definitely they don't want what's good for you though. Like these people.
Exactly. Yeah, they don't want you to. Well, there's a famous case of this woman who She was diagnosed with like stage 4. I believe it was lung cancer in her case, but it was like very, very severe cancer. And it was like she was literally told like she's going to die, and she was like practically bedridden. And they wanted to put her on chemotherapy and all this stuff. But she had a friend that knew about ayahuasca, so basically she agreed to do it. So she went to South America, basically drank ayahuasca for, I believe it was like she did like a 30-day, like I think she did like 15 sessions within 30 days or something like that. Pretty. Some people do 30 sessions in 30 days because you actually can do it every day, every evening if you really want to go hardcore. But anyways, but she did like 15 or so sessions and completely resolved the cancer she had. She literally looked 10 years younger. She was on her feet. She was active. She was happy. The cancer was completely gone. And she came back and told the doctor, what happened. And the doctor was just completely confused. He had never seen anything like that in his life. It was completely unexplained. And he literally wrote on her medical file, he wrote like, jungle brew or something. Like he literally wrote that, like some jungle medicine, was the reason as to why her tests were all negative for cancer. So I mean, there's just cases like that. And I mean, other ones where people like lifelong depressions have been resolved, like severe addictions. And so, yeah, it's incredibly powerful. I mean, I would say there's few medicines on earth that are as potent. I mean, it's hard to kind of rank things in potency in that way, but yeah, it's amongst some of the most powerful medicine that nature provides, the earth provides. But yeah, they don't want that. They don't want people healing things naturally to where they have no side effects and then they're not dependent on any drugs or chemotherapy or anything.
Yeah, they need you. That's why when people donate to like cancer research, I'm like, you're wasting your money. They already cured it like 3 times. But they don't want you doing no simple shit like that, like maybe using marijuana or ayahuasca or, some pill that you can't patent. They want you doing their $100,000 chemo treatments and shit. So there's no money in healthy people.
It's the same with addictions too. People that have really severe addictions to opiates and all those, which a lot of these pharmaceuticals are what get people hooked on those opiates, the pain pills and all that. But then they want to put you on, Suboxone or what's the other one? Suboxone is kind of one of the newer ones, but I'm forgetting the name of the kind of original one that they used to give people.
Methadone.
Methadone, yeah. And it's like they make a ton of money off those. I mean, that's what, it's so insane that they want that, but it's like they would prefer you be addicted to their Suboxone or Methadone. And Suboxone is wicked. I had a friend that was on it. It's really hard to get off. It has this really long half-life. It's like a 45-day half-life. It's just a bitch to get off. It's just awful. They just want you addicted to those the rest of your life. It's insane. And there's another plant called iboga. It's from Africa, similar to ayahuasca, but it's different in certain ways. But it's like one of the most powerful addiction interrupters on earth, and it's incredibly good for opiate addictions. It actually removes the withdrawals too. Like if someone's on opiates and then they do an iboga session, you can't really do the opiates while you're on the iboga. You got to at least give like some time in between, but maybe only like 24 hours though, like just because the withdrawals kick in. But if you take iboga, like it literally removes all the withdrawals and then takes you on a whole journey to like heal what's going on. But it's like, it's just another example of how, yeah, they don't want that. They don't want something that actually will resolve it and heal it. They would rather have you addicted to Suboxone. It's crazy. There may be some legalization though of those medicines. There already has been. like a lot of these the plant medicine ones like ayahuasca and peyote and mushrooms, they're actually legal in several places now, like Oakland, California, actually Washington D.C., believe it or not, they're legal. Ann Arbor, Michigan, Santa Cruz, and then I think Oregon. Didn't Oregon like decriminalize all drugs? I think Oregon as well. And then I think Colorado decriminalized mushrooms, I think. Denver. So there's already certain decriminalization happening with them, which is good, but still not necessarily getting to people that need it. And it's still hard to get, hard to find. People don't know how to use them in general. So
yeah, I heard Oregon decriminalized everything. It's crazy.
I've heard that too. Is that the case though? Like you can just have anything and be fine, or I mean, how does that work?
I don't know, bro. That's fucking crazy though. Like, you can just have heroin and like crack and stuff. That's crazy. I mean, that's the place to start something. Like if you were gonna do like ayahuasca treatments or something. Like there's legalities with like selling it and shit. So you'd have to like do like some kind of weird workaround. Like I know in Colorado, you couldn't, even after they made weed legal, you couldn't just sell weed, right? So people would be like, well, I'll give you the weed and I'm taking donations. Like, here's an eighth of weed. And I'm also, by the way, I'm taking donations for $30. And then they would just donate it. Or they would like give them an ounce of weed, sell them like an Indian head penny for $30 or something. You know what I mean? Like you sell something else. Like the weed's free. Here's the weed. That's free. But I'm going to sell you this penny for $30 or something. You know what I mean? So you got to do some weird workaround, but I'm sure you could do something where like you could start doing ayahuasca treatments in a place like where it's legal like that without doing anything illegal.
Yeah, I'm not sure on that. I imagine that they still have restrictions around, running a business or charging for it, for sessions like in that sense, I imagine. But yeah, perhaps.
That's, I mean, like there's workarounds. There's workarounds for that. Loopholes.
Well, there's already some, like the Native American churches. You can get sanctioned through the Native American church, and then it's protected through Constitution and all that to use it for religious purposes. So, yeah.
And then just take donations for your church or whatever. Yeah, there's one workaround. Yeah.
Right. Then you take donations. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, in Arizona, you can do peyote actually, because it's like for religious purposes. But yeah, you can't like charge for it. But yeah, you can. There's a place called the Peyote Way Church, and if you go there, you can do like a peyote journey. But yeah, it's like it just goes through a donation, as it were. So I think like they can legally do it or whatever. Like they can have it and people can take it, but they can't charge for it, I guess.
You can't sell it. You can just rely on donations. Yeah. Which people are probably happy to give donations. I'm sure they do fine like that. That's where people should be bringing all the, people with depression should be trying this before they get. My friend got really fucked up on antipsychotic medication. I got a good friend. One of the most stable kids I ever knew was having some issues. His son was sick. Went and saw a doctor. He gave him some stuff. Next thing you know, years later, he's been taking these antipsychotics or whatever for so long that it like depletes the part of your brain that has any kind of like feeling. I don't know. It's weird, but these people, it really fucks your mind up. These medications they give out for shit like that, where if you could just go do some ayahuasca for a month or a couple weeks or something, and walk away clean, that'd be way better.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, perhaps it's, maybe not everyone may not choose to do it and everything, but I'm not aware
of the results.
Yeah, I'm not aware of much else. I mean, there is like yoga, meditation. There's other But I mean, if somebody has like a very, very deep, either like a personality disorder or profound anxiety or endogenous depression or, extreme phobia or suicidal ideation. I mean, a lot of these really severe kinds of things. I mean, mainstream medicine has been trying to solve those issues, psychiatry for decades, and they virtually have failed on every level. I mean, they give drugs, just drugs and drugs and drugs. They keep trying to suppress the symptoms, but that never gets to the root of it. And like you said, you can get real fucked up on your health, your mental, your brain can get damaged. I mean, you're in that situation. But if somebody is able to use something like ayahuasca or a medicine where they're able to actually get to the core of what's causing the anxiety or the depression, whether it's like childhood traumas or various different kind of processes within the psyche, and if they're able to heal those and process them, then it actually gets to the root of it and it heals it permanently. And then you don't need any drugs, you don't need anything else if you can actually get to the root of it. Now, it's not to say that happens in one session. If somebody has like a really deep anxiety disorder or depression, it's often not just in one session it's all healed. I mean, but it's a journey for each person. But yeah, I mean, you're able to have a tool to get to the root of these things to actually heal it at the core, rather than what mainstream medicine is doing, which is just trying to cover it up with drugs and just try to cover the symptoms up with drugs.
Yeah, it's like if you have a electrical problem in your car because the radiator is leaking engine coolant on some electrical cords, and you bring your car in and they just fix the electrical part and send you on your way with the engine coolant still dripping all over the electrical shit. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, we all fix all the wires, everything's connected, all good, but in the meantime, there's still engine coolant dripping on the wires.
Yeah, totally. I've heard the analogy, and similar to that one, where if you're driving your car and you get the check engine light, the little red light starts blinking, obviously that's indicating there's a problem with the engine. And so you take it in, and then obviously the mechanic would look at the engine and fix the root of it. And then obviously the check engine light would go off because the engine's fixed. But the equivalent of what they're trying to do with these drugs, like with people having the different mental conditions, is like, it's almost like taking your car and the mechanic just goes into the dashboard and just rips out the check engine light, just tears the wire and tears the light out and says, okay, you're all set. It's like, well, yeah. What did you do? All you did is just tore the light out. Yeah, the light's not blinking, but you didn't even fix the problem.
Fix your check engine light, yeah.
I like that. That's a good one.
Yeah, you got to remember they're just practicing medicine.
They're just practicing. I never thought of it with that wording. That's funny. I often think too that they're doctoring you. They're going to doctor your body, but that's funny. They're just practicing how to doctor you.
Well, it's like I just think of it like, or I don't know. I just find it interesting to me that, like, for instance, if you go to a mechanic, and you say like, "Hey, fix my brakes." If you come out of there and something else is wrong with your car and this, that, the other thing, like, you can go, like, there's like liability. Whereas, like, with like medical stuff, there's no liability there on their behalf. They're licensed to not be liable. That's why the insurance would cover any liability issues. And that's why even like learning how to bring these cases to these people is so important. Because, like, I mean, I got rid of a friend of mine's. It was $13,000 bill, and we discharged it and made him write and say, you no longer owe this.
Yeah, there's a lot to that, like the medical malpractice stuff, and you mean
the idea being like, it's only if you really are wronged, like, and not really wronged, but like, like, for instance, like a friend of mine, it was like he had gone in, had something done, it got worse, and then they recommended something else, and it kept getting worse, and he, we just wrote a letter saying, hey, look, show us that you didn't recommend this and fail to do this, but you know what I mean? And it was like, what they did, they fucked up. And if it's like they really fucked up, then you have a case. You really have something. But like, if you're just making shit up, then you're, you could, but it's not right. But half the time, you don't even have to. You know what I mean? Like, it's like they do. fuck up. Like, you know what I mean? Like they continually do it.
But isn't there a lot of like protection for doctors though, like in terms of the kind of big pharma and the insurance companies are kind of on their side at the end of the day?
Well, here's the thing that people need to get too is like the idea that, look, if somebody is licensed in a profession, like they're under stricter rules than someone who isn't. So like they're under, like, a lot of the people we consider that have authority are actually really like bound to like all these rules, that it's just because we look at them as in a position of authority. We don't think to ourselves that they're actually like if you get an attorney and you're like, if you were at a party, I was at a High Times thing and there was an attorney there, and I was raising my issues about, because I've been screaming from the rooftops for a while, like, you can't legalize pot until you get it, federally legalized, because the states are going to be able to come in and take your Federal Reserve notes because they're owned by they're owned by the United States. And I've been talking about that forever. And this lawyer was giving me shit, and he started going down the deep end or whatever. I forget what it was. And I was like, aren't you? And all I did was just bring up his oath of whatever. And he shut the fuck up and didn't speak again, because there's this code that they have to follow every day of the week, even in their pajamas. There's like ethical codes that they're part of. They're under so many rules. It's ridiculous. But we don't know that as laymen, and we just give them authority. And then they just abuse that, and nobody ever checks them on the rules. And that's why learning the rules is so important, because the rules benefit us. But yeah, they practice medicine, man. They could go in there, like you said, and rip everything out and check it out. And it's like, all right, bud, have a good one.
Yeah, and it's like that. A lot of those systems, they bank on the fact that most people don't know how to, actually stand up for themselves, and so they kind
of. I'm convinced. Like, take like with stuff with like babies and stuff, like having kids. It's like they have like a package of shit that they're just trying to sell you. And the way I look at it is, it's almost like a hotel room. If you go into a hotel room and they've got liquor in the cabinet, and soda and water and shit, and you're just like, oh, look what they gave us. Well, they're trying to get you to use all of it, because that just makes your bill more expensive, and they don't care if your insurance or something is covering stuff. They're like, all the better. Use it all. You know what I mean? It's like you're in a hotel room or something, like, you know what I mean? And they're just going to give you everything that you're willing to take. Even like I've seen some people with like some hand injuries that like I felt, a little bit of rest and a massage might help, and they're going in for surgery. And you're like, what the fuck? It's the only way they know.
Yeah, I think that was in that show Curb Your Enthusiasm, the Larry David. I think he did a joke on that, where in that show, like, I saw one of those clips where he basically like had a knee problem. He went to two doctors, and one of them told him like, oh yeah, you need this huge surgery and it's going to put you out for months and all the stuff. And then he decided to go get a second opinion. And then the other doctor said, you're fine. Just lay off it for a week or so. You'll be fine. And so, of course, he went back to the other doctor, and it's the whole thing of getting a second opinion. Then the original doctor, who wanted to sell him the surgery, was all pissed off that he went to the other guy or whatever. And yeah, it's like, and I think in the thing, I think he didn't do the surgery and then he was fine or whatever. But I think the joke was more on like the getting the second opinion. But yeah, I mean, that's like such a dramatic difference.
Well, that's it. It's like that whole. I love. There's like some meme going around about like some father who gives his like daughter some car, and he said, "Take this 1990 whatever fucking car over to this shop and see what they'll give you for it." And they're like, I'll give you $2,500. And she goes over to this other shop, and they're like, I'll give you $3,000 for it. And then she goes, now take it to this car club. over here on this whatever and ask those guys. And she goes in there and they're willing to give her like $100,000 for the car because they knew the value of the car, you know? And it's kind of like that to me. I feel like it's like so many times we're like, you know, even like when you ask, like even like talking to ballers half the time, it's like, dude, I don't even care what you fucking think. You're a fucking loser to me, dude. Like, honestly, like, I don't know. I don't even want to fucking, like, what business of it is me to even discuss anything with someone who can't, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's like, you know, what are you going to spend your time with and who and what? I don't know. Same shit with doctors is that people will go in and they'll take that first offer, you know, oh, 2,500. They'll lowball you and you'll take it because no one ever goes and does any fucking research.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that some of these fields like prey off of people's ignorance. And when I say ignorance, I don't mean like in a critical way, but just that some people are not aware of certain things. And so it's like these entire industries built upon just like feeding off of that and just getting one over on people.
Well, I always find it interesting too, in the sense that it's like, you know, almost like in certain ways, it's like, hey, you know, it's like I look at it like a fishing. You know, for someone who comes out here and talks as much as I do, in the same stroke, I feel as though like some of what I talk about is like it's kind of like a fishing hole. You know what I mean? You don't tell people where the good fishing hole is, right? So you can go there and get all the fish. And you know, and I feel like in some ways, like I feel like I don't know regarding law stuff. I feel like I'm like, hey, like there's this fishing hole here, and everyone's like, I don't hate fish. Like, you know, and you're just like, okay, you know, I don't know. That's how I get it. And like, it's all the better, you know, all the better that some of this shit isn't known by the masses, dude. Like, because they don't want it, they don't deserve it. You know, this is our reward. Like, even like I've said before, like with the legal shit, it's like I could talk to someone blue in the face and give up every secret that I know, and there's still going to be, you know, people are going to put their fingers in their ears. They don't want to, you know, they don't want to know. So that's like the saving grace of the information anyway, is that it doesn't matter how much you tell anybody, they're just not going to get it until they want it. You know, like telling the world about it maybe isn't the best idea. You know, it's like even like with like, I sometimes think of it on like a national purpose, like, you know, like as an American, it's like, you know, you're damn right we went to the fucking moon. You're like, go fuck yourself. You're damn right we went to the moon.
Yeah, there is kind of another way. It's like the one thing of like helping others and sharing information and whatnot, but then there also is like the perspective of like just like let each person just be on their own journey and find their own, you know, find it themselves essentially.
Well, you can't, especially like as soon as you realize they're a crab in the bucket. You know what I mean? Like as soon as you realize someone's just a crab in the bucket, it's like, you know, later.
Yo, guys, I'm back for more tech savvy support.
Sweet.
Okay, I've got a problem on with YouTube on my PC. Whenever I close my Firefox browser, it seems to log me out of my YouTube, so I have to log into YouTube every time. How do I stop that? Does anyone know?
You could stop closing your Firefox browser, maybe. I mean, technically an option, right? Maybe.
No, I just remember a time where it didn't used to do that. Like, it wouldn't sign me out. You know, I'd close the browser for hours, come back. fuck's sake, this button. Yeah, I've had it before where I'd close it and it wouldn't sign me out. Like I'd come back hours later, I reopen the browser, and I'd still be signed in on YouTube. But I don't know what's changed to make it do this. I just thought one of you guys might know.
Do you have a different account logged into your browser?
Well, I do use the same YouTube account on other devices. That might be it.
If you don't have the same, email account associated with your browser, it might be logging you in as that and trying to sync YouTube. And then, so if you were to log either out of whatever your browser is, as your email, like whatever the connected email is, then it might not be a problem. Or log into it with your YouTube email.
Yeah, I don't think I have an email linked to the actual browser.
I'd just check and see if you couldn't sign out. I mean, maybe you don't. I'm just saying, that's something that I don't know. If it's trying to connect everything.
I don't know whether because it keeps me logged in on this phone. So maybe it sees this as primary device or something like that.
You're talking about when you switch devices?
No, I'm saying like I'll log in when I open the Firefox browser. First of all, I get a message come up every time, like Google, comes up with this message, and I click accept, but it comes up every fucking time. I don't know what
are
that
they
is.
asking you to download Chrome? Because like sometimes they'll do that, but like I don't know. I feel like Firefox is like they like purposely have hiccups in the code. So like if you're trying to use like a Google service like YouTube and through Firefox or something like that, they're automatically like there's like a code in there like do not compute, it's competition.
Right, I get what you mean.
So it makes it more troubling, and then you just download Chrome and everything works easier, and you're like, wow, this is great. That's the goal.
Well, I'll take a picture in it. I've just exited the browser and I log back in. I'll show you this. This is what I get every time.
I think Gmail has an issue with. I wonder if is your YouTube account a Gmail account or no? Because that might also be the issue. Is they're trying to get you to use a Gmail email to make things easier.
Yeah, it is a Gmail account.
Yeah. So I don't know.
But yeah, this message comes up every time, and I don't know why I have to click accept every single time I go onto the browser.
This is what you do. This is what you do. You right click it, okay? You have the ad block installed already. You have uBlock installed. So right click it and click block element.
Sweet.
Okay, and then you go to like the one that basically it encompasses that and the like kind of grayed out screen like background. There's one of the kind of filters that will encompass it all, and then you create that filter.
I had a thought, Issa, of what was sort of the stream that we were talking about a minute ago. I just kind of had like a general question. I was just thinking what your thoughts were on it. If you have certain knowledge, like let's say just some sort of extreme example, let's say there's a bunch of people, humans, that are trapped somewhere, and you know how they can get out. Like you know the exit, something like that. And of course, that analogy could be used in different things, like in terms of truth, truth topics, or health knowledge, or any category. Do you feel within yourself, like, do you feel like you are spiritually or karmically or whatever viewpoint, do you feel like you're like responsible to share that information or to to help them in that sense? Or I guess obligated was the word I was thinking. Like, if you have that information or that how to help them get out of wherever they're trapped or something, like, do you think that you'd be obligated to share that with them or help them or not? I guess that there's that kind of general question.
I mean, I think of it, it's funny as you were saying it, I was kind of thinking, like, imagine being, like, coach of, like, a jiu-jitsu team of white belts or, like, people that can't really grapple that well or something. And, like, it's the idea of, like, do you want a bunch of people who can't function next to you? And so let's say, like, take, like, that jiu-jitsu team or something, like, you could show them, like, the only thing you could do is teach them how to do jiu-jitsu in their jiu-jitsu match, right? You can't go in there and fight the jiu-jitsu match for them. So the only thing you could do is technically, like, I do feel in your, like, analogy, like, yeah, I feel obligated to, like, let's say, show somebody how to get out of that escape position, right? Like, escape, whatever, if they were in a bad spot. Yeah, you're obligated to whatever, but can you open the door for them and just let them out? Like, I mean, of course, if you could and it was beneficial, yes, right? But if you saw that it was like, it was their puzzle to fix, then you look at it like the moral obligation becomes like, okay, well, can you teach them? And then if you try to teach them and they hate you for it, you're like, where do you go? But
yeah,
of
that's
course,
kind of
like,
that kind of.
What's that?
Oh, go ahead.
Well, no, I'm just like, personally, like, I feel obligated with this information to come and talk about it. I don't know why I do, but I continue to do. Like, and I love to hear when, like, I love it when I ask somebody, where do you live? And they're like, I live in my body. I'm like, fucking right. You know what I mean? Like, even if that's all they know, because I know that they heard it from one of us. You know what I mean? Some one of our echoes of what I mean, literally, like, I know for a fact I brought this shit out in 2016 to Flat Earth. So when I hear Flat Earth is coming, I'm like, yep, fucking right. You know what I mean? Like, my job ain't done, but I think, like, like, I know that, dude, the way that we were going like, back in the day was so argumentative and so divisive. Everyone was going to lose and they were going to win. And we came in, and I feel like a handful of fucking awesome people have, like, just almost subconsciously orchestrated this thing into where we're all fucking awesome. We're all non-combative. We understand freedom of speech. We understand that the system, like, dude, I just feel like our people have come so far. And when I hear anyone, like, with the bit of information, especially the stuff I talk, no one else is talking this shit. And I know that. They all attacked me for it. So when I hear fucking, someone say that, I feel honored, man. Or, like, when I hear, like, shit, a lot of the Flat Earth arguments came from my boy Cathexis, man. They're worded from my boy. And when I hear them, I'm like, yep. And even if I just say that because I think I'm a megalomaniac and I think we had a great effect, I don't give a fuck. But I really do. I hear those arguments that I know Cathexis brought to the table. I hear, you know what I mean? Like, when I hear people talk about discernment, like, those are, or I don't know. I feel like there was a, I don't know. I just feel like I'm happy that our people are getting the information, and we're, like, so good at debating these people. I don't know. Rambling.
Yeah, no, it's good, man. I resonate with what you're saying for sure, and yeah, I do think that there's a lot that has matured over the years. I would say in a lot of ways. Whereas,
dude, I think you're like, honestly, like, you're a fucking shining example of it all, man. Like, even, like, I just love hearing, like, shoot, percentage, man. You guys slay, dude. And I'm not taking any credit for what the fuck you guys do, but I just know that we were around. We were helping forge this argument back in the day. And I know, I just know that.
OGs of the splat game, like it or not.
Right. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, dude, like, I remember, I've had the good fortune to, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Like, I was part of the fucking IPS crew when it started. I was part of, like, Globebusters, Bob, Jaron. They used to all come hang out with us. All of them. Everyone, all of these cats that are fucking whatever. Like, we used to just, I don't know. They picked our brains. We picked theirs. There's just, like Jaron, all those guys have brought in so many arguments that, I mean, like, I don't know. I just feel like we played a part in it, and I'm proud of it. But I feel like when I hear this law shit, and I hear someone spitting some of the stuff that I speak, I haven't seen many other people coming out with this info. So I'm happy when I hear someone say they live in their body. You know what I mean? Like, because I know that we brought these issues forth in this arena. Anyway.
Did it work?
No, now I can't use Google.
Like, all right. What you need to do is go to right click like the extension button in the top right, and go to like options or dashboard or something like that, and then go to my filters and delete the last one. My my filters.
Manage extensions?
No, right click on the extension thing and go to options.
You can lead a horse to water, but you can't fix Google.
No, I don't find the options menu. I really don't. Oh, this is long.
Okay, another thing you could do is you could click on it, like click on the extension thing, and a little like pop-up will come up, and then from there you could just click on this, like the gears settings thing. You see it? Just like left clicking. Words?
Yeah, I don't know what I've done. I can't use Google.
Makes me think, Issa, what you were saying, makes me think how like ideas are contagious. Perhaps in a good way. Like, I'm not even trying to say it in a negative way, but like, it's amazing how one idea can just start a fire. And even if it's just to one person, it's amazing how that really can transfer out to people in very interesting ways.
Yo, don't leave me hanging like this.
I literally don't know what to do. I can't find.
Click on that shield, the red looking shield for your ad blocker. Left click it, okay?
Yeah.
And a little window pops up, right? With like an on off blue button type thing. Yeah. So at the bottom rightish there's gears for settings.
Aha, I got you.
You click that, and then at the top you should be like click on my filters if you're not there already. You with me?
Yep.
Alright, and at the bottom of that list, if there's any kind of like things in that list, will be the one that you just created for Google. So just delete that, apply changes, and then reload the page, and it should be working like it was before. And you could experiment and see if there's a specific filter that will get rid of that cookie thing, but leave the rest. It sounds like to me you did the one that just took off the entire page, but you're only supposed to do the one that just removes that little element, which is the cookie kind of thing.
Right.
You're supposed to just take off that only, be a cookie cutter.
What's your independent variable? You're doing experiments.
The independent variable would be the exact element.
Will you hear that, Jim?
You good?
Yeah, I think I might have started deleting the wrong one, so I just closed it and reopened it. And I'm just going to do the same thing. And
Yeah, so just do the same thing, but go kind of like up the poll. But yeah, some websites do make it. Like Facebook is one of them, where if you do kind of get rid of that cookie notification thing, it'll break the website.
I see.
So Google might be the same, I'm not sure.
Right, let's see if it works.
And if worse comes to worse, then why are you still using Google anyways, man?
It's not like for good. It's just my homepage. That's why. Still blocked.
Hey, so any of you guys take up Ruhif on his challenge? $200, I think.
Ruhif always talks about having $10 million, and he's only 200.
I think so, yeah.
I don't know. He's been talking about that for a while. He's been trying to.
I'm still waiting on. I remember 3 years ago, or fucking 5 years ago, Rumpus was like, "I'm 99% done with my paper. That's gonna show that." Like, these guys are just hilarious.
Oh, he's been talking about doing his test too at the Bedford levels for months.
Oh, dude, they'll just
forever.
go on. They'll have you fishing. Dude, it's unreal. Just think of them as like, I just think of them as like unemployed Broadway actors doing this for a laugh. That's exactly how I feel about all of them. Which is actually what makes them, if you really get into it, it's like, it's really brilliant. Like, think of how, like, you know, Rumpus or, like, none of them will concede anything ever. It's hilarious, dude.
Yep, that is the case.
I mean, it's like masterpiece theater level wit and comedy sometimes, and it's pretty fucking good, dude, if you check for it. And then it's even more funny when, like, a flat earther bites, like, you know, gets all emotional about it. Like, that's what I think they're after. That's the only thing they're after, and is that reaction of just pure rage about what they're saying.
But in a way, it works because Rumpus will come in here, he'll explode the room, he'll do what he does. He usually, you know, probably end up getting muted, and then he deafens. But then it's like we'll talk about him for like 20 minutes after that, like how he came in and what he does, and like, you know.
Oh, they love it, dude. Right on. I mean, it's brilliant, dude. Like, you know, I mean, think about like the whole Brenda thing last time. It was like fucking 3 hours later, we're still talking about it. It's like, oh my God. You know, I just think, you know, I got to clap sometimes. You know what I mean?
It's like, are they sometimes just listening on the YouTube and then they're like, okay, I'm just going to blow this room up right now. I'm just going to go in there and just start dropping bombs.
You know what though, man? I mean, I think of it like they're probably the smartest. They're probably the early flat earthers. They're the flat earthers that, again, like I was telling you about before, it's like a fishing hole, and they don't want you to know about it. You know what I mean? It's like a great fishing spot, and they're like, you know, they're like, there's no fish in there. You know what I mean? Like, that's what it is, dude.
Yeah, you're catching on, dude. Hey, I'm serious though about that question because I mean I know some of you guys are probably comfortable, but you still, I mean, you like money. I just figured it's easy money. I would do it if I was a flat earther, but it's only available for flat earthers apparently.
Well, I mean, you know, I like even talking about his fucking stupid offer, and I don't even know what it is. I just know it's fucking stupid. because it's like you're going to try to prove the unprovable, and that's how I feel it is. And you're going to try to go against some, consensus-based opinion about where the GP of a fucking star is, probably. And fucking, it's stupid. That's all.
No, you don't. I mean, it's completely possible and doable and everything.
Right, but
There's
even like
nothing
for me to
impossible.
entertain you explaining what it is to me is a waste of my time.
That's what I'm saying. Is
You know
it's
what I
not like
mean?
any of us are extremely rich, so it's not like money means nothing to us. But it's just weird that nobody would even like you won't even listen to it, let alone participate in it. It seems like a really easy thing, easy $200.
So why
And
don't you
plus
prove it?
well, it's only available for flat earthers. I have done it. It's only available for flat earthers.
Well, what is that? What does that mean? What is a label? You have to call yourself that to be accepted into his test?
No, I think he's able to, I think fairly, you know, qualify somebody or not qualify somebody based on that. For
We
instance,
already
I
have
would be able to do
celestial
it, whereas
navigation.
you guys would be able to
You
do it.
already won, Kosho.
It's not a winner. It's not a win or lose.
Well, like I'm not trying to be rude when I say this, but it kind of comes off as like used car salesman style because it seems like every couple of weeks you guys have like a new thing. Like I remember back when the Brewhiff and Ranty. Remember when it was they wanted a prediction for Ranty's auto level thing, and they were just harassing like Brandon and Nathan Oakley and all these people to get a prediction, and it was like they talked about it every day and got everybody wrapped up in it. And of course, he never did it. Ranty never did it, and it just all ended at nothing. So it's like this happens all the time. And so it seems like lately it's like MC Tune is whatever, some $10,000 tests, and then now Ruhiffs, and so it just seems like a shtick more than something that's like seeking truth or trying to come together in community to discover something.
Well, I mean, I think that's Ruhiff's whole challenge. He just wants. I think he only offered it because he assumes that no one is even going to attempt to do it. But I mean that because McToon's thing is a lot of money, but it also is an impossible task. So that makes sense that nobody's going to do that one. But Ruhiff's is extremely possible and doable, and it's available for everybody. So I don't think it's similar to that task where they were going to go to that mountain or whatever.
So you know what the thing is though, Kosho? It's like me being like, show me, like I got $100, let's just say, right, hypothetically, for somebody who can show me that you don't treat the earth as flat when you're doing celestial navigation. And you know what I mean? I got 100 fucking bucks for you if you can show me that, we don't treat the earth as flat. And then when you come with your random book about geodetic surveying and fucking trilateration or something, and I just dismiss it. You know what I mean? It's like, and then you're going to be like, you can't fucking say that the earth is flat because of this, because eventually you're going to use the curvature. You know what I mean? And then you wind up in this debate of nonsensical bullshit. So if I offer it, it means nothing because I'm a flat earther. But at the same time, if you guys offer it, you expect us to give a damn, dude. Nobody cares. That's why, Kosho. You know why nobody looked at it? Because nobody gives a fuck. In fact,
that's what I mean.
generally,
Is
check this
basically
out,
what you're saying is
Kosho.
nobody gives a fuck about money.
Well, yeah, that's great. But again, is anyone paying attention to the offer? No. That's because nobody gives a shit, Kosho. The fucking thing is like, the thing is that like the flat earthers are out here. They've been doing, just promote, doing something, questioning, whatever. And it's actually because there's always new flat earthers. You're always going to have the continuation of the debate, which fair enough. I get it. Great effort. But like ultimately, like it's like we're over here doing something, and like ballers want to be involved in it, and we don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. You know
I
what I
think
mean?
that
What
you
we're
have it
talking
exactly
about, like
backwards,
what
man.
we're talking about is interesting to you guys. What you guys are talking about is not interesting to us.
Right. I think what you're talking about is exactly backwards. Perfectly backwards, actually. Because
well, for you,
no, that is true.
hold on.
No,
You just monologued, Issa. So I'm just gonna say what I have to say very quickly, okay? yeah, so last year, Mitchell from Australia, he's the one who had this whole presentation on celestial
Guess
navigation
what,
and
Kosho?
such.
I still don't
Okay,
give a
so
fuck.
that's fine, dude. That's fantastic. That's fantastic.
Just saying.
Okay, so this isn't something that Globers are bringing up at all. And since then, people like me and Bacon have made applications for celestial navigation, doing exactly what Ruhif is challenging flat earthers to do. So when you say that you guys are doing something and we're not, you guys aren't paying attention to what we want to show you or whatever, all we're doing is the same things that you guys are talking about, except for we're the actual ones doing it. And when you guys are even offered money to do the things that you're talking about, nobody will do it. That's the
Again,
funny part.
Kosho, it's because we don't give a shit what you guys are doing.
No, it's because you make statements and don't back them up. That's the problem.
Again, I don't care about your opinion, dude. I don't care, really.
No, it's called you make claims and then you don't do the backup evidence you
Dude,
need to
do we
do.
treat the Earth as flat when we do celestial navigation?
Do you? Or do
Yeah, we do, right? So just
No,
shut
we
the
do
fuck
not.
up. I don't care.
Well, then fine. If it's so simple, do the fucking calculations, get the position within 25 nautical miles, get $10,000, buy all the crack you want.
Why are you going to try to smoke crack? Is that what you're going to try to do? Is come
Well, no, obviously you are
trying to
because
find
you
out
think
where the
the Earth
crack
is flat.
is? Is that what you're doing?
You
You're
keep
like, you know,
you
if he
keep
gets
saying
10
that.
grand,
You
he
keep
can
saying
buy me
this.
my crack.
You keep
Because
saying
you
you
don't
just
know
said that.
anybody on the street because
You
nobody
just
likes
said that the
because
Earth
they're
is flat.
uninteresting, and you don't even have a friend who can tell you any crack because you're so boring. Why are you
You
trying to
just
get
said
crack off of me, you fucking
you just
crackhead?
said the Earth is flat, and it would be easy to prove. So now do the fucking calculations or
Dude,
shut
why
the
don't
fuck
you
up.
go smoke some more crack, okay?
Why
And
don't
just
you?
leave
You
me the
think the Earth
fuck
is flat,
alone.
not me, moron.
I think I started this off by saying I couldn't care less what you think, dude.
But then you just said that the Earth is flat, and with celestial navigation depends on the flat Earth. So do the calculations, prove it, and I'll shut the fuck up, and I'll come in and I'll tell you that you're
How
right.
about
How
this?
about
I
that?
don't care, dude.
Exactly, because you can't do it, you
No, it's
moron. You
already
can't.
fucking like it's already like, dude. I could show you a clip where the guy says like, "Hey, we're gonna treat the Earth as flat. We know the Earth's not flat, but we're
Then
gonna treat the Earth as
do
flat."
the
And it's
calculation.
over and over again. It's over and over again. So we
Do the
win, you lose. Fuck you, pay me.
do the calculations. I'll tell you you're right. I'll say, Isa, you were right. Okay? If you ever do it, but you won't do it because you can't, because the celestial navigation treats the Earth as a globe.
Except they treat it as flat. But whatever, dude. You know, I don't care.
No, you're wrong there.
Pay Show. I was just gonna ask, do you go to people's parties and then tell them that their beer tastes like shit?
Well, you don't want me here. I can leave your stupid echo chamber to you.
No, it's just an analogy that like.
Well, no, I come here and I hear.
Yeah, it's like I agree with Issa. Like it's kind of like kryptonite to a globe earther. Like in this community, like if we just don't like give them relevancy. Like we were having a nice conversation, and then you've come in here and kind of you guys have both been kind of trying to sell us on these like little things to make money, and then trying to. I guess now you're getting into insults and whatever. It's like
hold on, Gio. Isa said that celestial navigation depends on a flat Earth. So I want him to either put up or shut up. How about that?
Do they treat you? Hold up, I'll get you a video. I'll put you a little clip in the chat real quick, just so you know. I can give you my PayPal. You can send me some money
if that's true, Isa. If that's true, go fill out. Do the calculations that you need to for MC Tunes $10,000 challenge. Take the $10,000, do whatever you want to it. Throw a little party with flat beer. I don't know, whatever you guys do for a flat Earth party.
Well, to be honest, the McTunes challenge is one thing, and regardless of if it's possible or not, Ruhif's only offering 200, and they don't even have to use the Earth is flat. They can do whatever method
play that clip I just put
actually
in.
works.
You can play the audio.
So, and I'm not trying to sell the task. I was simply asking just because it seems odd that one, the $200 one, which is very easy money, that no one's even attempting to do it.
Yeah, I could play it. I could put it on the live stream.
Yeah, I'll just you know what I mean. Just
What about
a quick
what
little
about
snippet. But the point is, again, back to the code.
What about one of you Globers winning the Bitcoin?
That's your proof, Isa? That's your fucking proof?
Why has no one claimed the
18
Bitcoin?
seconds of someone taken out of context. That's your proof. Oh my fucking god!
Does he say the Earth is flat or no? Does he say that we
Oh my
treat the Earth
fucking
as
god!
flat or no?
You have 18 seconds of probably
Does
out
he
of context.
say that they treat the Earth
Where's
as
the rest of
flat?
this video? I bet you took it out
Oh
of
my god,
context.
dude! Guess what? You know what? I don't
Where's the
care what
rest
you
of this
say.
video? I bet you took it out of
So
Play it,
context.
why
Neil.
don't any
Play
of
it,
you
Neil.
Globers want the 3 Bitcoin
For what?
for one globe proof?
You mean the 3 Bitcoin that he's never going to give because he has no Yeah.
Oh, what?
I've,
So the
I've got 3
£200
Bitcoin.
that
I've got 3
we
Bitcoin
can
for a
say the
flat Earth
same
proof.
shit back, you know. Like
I've got 3 Bitcoin for a flat Earth proof. I've been waiting for 3 months for something other than it looks flat. I haven't heard it. So anyway, I said, where's the rest of this video? I bet you took it out of context. 10-1, you took it out of context.
Dude, did I tell you that? Like I said
Well,
initially.
where's the rest of this
I
video?
said initially. How about this? I'm just going to ask you again. Do they treat the Earth as flat when they do navigation?
No. Next question.
All right. Where's your source?
Where's my source? Google celestial navigation and read page 1.
I just put a video up. Where's your source?
Let me see the rest of the video. I bet you took it out of context.
Fuck you. Where's your source?
Fuck. Hold on a second. Let me find you a source.
Yeah, so they treat it as if it's flat.
Yeah, they
No.
treat it as it's flat. We win, you
N-O
lose. And
spells
guess
no.
what? You're irrelevant and boring, and we don't give a fuck. Back to the
N-O
fucking
spells
initial
no.
thing.
We do not treat the as flat for celestial navigation. It doesn't
Oh,
work on a flat Earth.
dude, guess what? Guess who doesn't give a fuck? Me, dude.
Of course not, because I'm shooting big ass holes in you. All you have is 18 seconds of a video that's probably taken out of context.
You know, you sound like some dude. You know, it's
Where's
like
the rest? Where's the rest of this video?
Dude, I couldn't have bothered myself, dude.
Where's
Good
the
luck
rest of
with
this
it.
video?
You sound
Come on,
desperate, Paid Nasser Show.
Give me
You
the rest
sound
of this video.
desperate.
Yeah, I don't like
You
that.
sound like a crackhead. You brought up smoking
Yeah,
crack.
come
and now
on.
you sound like a crackhead.
Where's the rest of this video?
Dude, how about this? Go find it yourself. It says right on the video. Like, why do these people think we give a fuck about what they're talking about?
You said
Like,
celestial
it's like,
navigation
I
works on.
honestly, like,
You've
I
made
remember one
at
time.
least three false statements. Well, in the
Okay,
short time
cool.
I've been talking to
I
you.
remember listening one time. It was like ED was their channel back in the day, and it was so funny because we used to call it erectile dysfunction, but it was Earth discussions. It's like so stupid. But anyway, fucking they were like talking. They're like, these guys, like, dude, I have no interest in what you guys are interested in. It's just so you know, like, you guys are like, you know, I don't know, man. Go talk about something boring with your friends. I don't know. I think the more relevant conversation is, dude, if you guys watched that Jimmy Dory video I put up about Ukraine.
No, I don't think I've seen it.
Dude, it's so crazy.
You posted like above here. I can find it.
I'll post it right now. I'll get it. Hold on.
I mean, I would be curious to know what's actually going on there. I'm just not one to want to watch a bunch of propaganda news and come up with some conclusion. So it's like I just haven't really done a lot of.
Dude, he goes through all the sources, goes through where he just levels them. Dude, it's so wild, actually, what is going on. And in light of like Werner von Braun and the rest of it, it's interesting. Like, they literally funded these groups, and then like they were the frontline fighters for Ukraine, and then they've placed Zelensky in front. You know, who's, you know, like they've just politically managed it so well because all the hardliners are these you know, whatever socialists, and then the political establishment that they've propped up is all like a Jewish whatever, so it's a pure contradiction. So the propaganda is like, how could Zelensky be working with these, you know, National Socialists. But he goes through it and like shows how where the money went, where it came from. Yeah, CIA funded. Yep, it's interesting. But that's what's crazy right now, and that's what's crazy right now, even with the whole crypto shit. The crypto thing is a whole nother conversation too. Like I'm convinced, like Bitcoin, they say like it's Satoshi. This guy's Satoshi, but it's really like Samsung, Toshiba, Toyota, and like Mitsubishi. It's like these big corporations, and that's why like Ethereum and Bitcoin have actually been given the pass from like the SEC, and like how like imagine like the Durham report came out and said that fucking Clinton was spying on Trump with a bunch of techies. Or what if those techies just happened to be the Russian founder of fucking Ethereum? And you know what I mean? And it's like it's an NFT market is all controlled by Ethereum, like, and they've been given a pass by the SEC. It's really interesting what's going on.
Interesting. Yeah. Well, that's a question for the people. Yeah, like the roots of cryptocurrencies and blockchain, where it really came from.
I mean, those are the conversations I'm interested in versus like whether somebody's offering money about fucking skylines. Like that's like I think like the hot topic du jour that's not being discussed. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
That's where it's interesting.
Well, do you think they co-opted crypto, or do you think they actually invented it?
I think they invented it, but it's also like I don't know. I think they invented it, and that's why I've said from the gate, man. Like this is like an anarchist, romantic, wet dream, but it's not real. Like the whole libertarian idea of crypto, I get it, but you can't escape the national debt. That's why I harp on that whole issue so much, because as much as people are like, "Oh, we're just going to leave it behind," like, no, you're not.
But isn't that debt like just their money debt? Like if I created a cryptocurrency, let's just say that, just theoretically, that I coded from the ground up and it's secure and it's great and whatever, and it works as an exchange between people. Couldn't that technically? And I just said me just as an example. Obviously, I'm not saying me do this. I'm just saying if someone did that, or if one of these cryptos can do that, couldn't we then just exchange that, and then they can shove their national debt whatever they want, wherever they want? I mean, whatever that even is. I don't even know what that
Well,
even
yeah, but the problem is where it meets the Federal Reserve note, and the fact that the Federal Reserve note is what actually kind of what gives it value. That's that's how you're estimating its value anyway. So like it's all kind of swimming together, But what's crazy now is like the SEC is trying to create like a Federal Reserve, like a funnel, like a bottleneck for crypto. And because right now it's like where crypto meets the dollar is where they've got control, but they want, I think, more control. But also it's like it's decentralized in such a way on some of these things that there is real decentralization, but you're going to base it off of the value of a dollar, which that's the the nation's it's not, it's like the stable currency of all the nations. You know what I mean? It's the petro. Like they can't get away from it.
What if
So
we broke it? We'd have to break away from it entirely. Like, let's just say there's a crypto coin that instead of it being worth, $2 of Federal Reserve notes, what if it was just worth 2 units or what, and it was
Right,
just
but that's what I mean is like people associate value through the lens of the value in the dollar.
Right.
And the problem with that is that let's say you have a coin and people give it the value of like all of a sudden it just grows to some crazy value. Well, now, like, who's to say all those people aren't going to go rush to their exchange, get the money put in their bank account, and want the cash?
Yeah.
And if that were to happen, is there even enough money in the market for there to be enough cash for you to take out? Just because a bunch of people have decided that that's the value of this fictional new coin, or not fictional, but coded coin, it's a problem, dude. And especially it's a problem because you have half the population isn't even fucking from here, and they take the Federal Reserve note and send it somewhere else. The value of crypto is that it changes what they're sending to a certain extent. That's going to be the next power. Like, that's the discussion now, is the big banks getting in and they want to use these other coins for remittances, because that's what people are doing anyway. Remittances being sending money home to their family and friends. So that's why they have to have that's why they have to have amnesty for illegals or whatever, because they need to take those birth certificates, create more cash, put it into the market. The problem is that these foreigners keep sending the money back to their other countries. So we now no longer have those dollars in our marketplace because they've sent them somewhere else. So they need to bring in more immigrants to get more birth certificates to print more money. And it's like, that's why, like, it's this never-ending running away from paying the debt through adding on more debt. And then that's how it's there's a fraud system going on, because all the economics would have already hit hyperinflation. And thank God that people don't understand it, because it's almost better they don't, because then they could just keep interest rates low and nobody knows what the fuck's going on.
All right. Well, then my next question is there any hope? I mean, I think when crypto has been, first came out, and when I first started getting into it back in 2016, 17, I mean, I definitely have, like you called it the anarchist wet dream. I mean, I have kind of felt a lot of positivity about it, the potential that it could liberate us
dude,
from.
I fucking hear you. I fucking love it. I'm not ignorant to it. And I'm not, you know what I mean? I'm not saying don't get some. I'm just saying this is what the game is.
But I'm saying, is there hope that it could be a bridge to something more sovereign and free and positive from these?
I don't think so. I think it's going to become more like they can shut you off quicker.
Yeah.
Because now you're dealing with some fictional wall. You know what I mean? Like, dude, now they can just shut you off. And all these, it's going to get brought in with this new, they've got everyone on the Marxist wet dream. So part of that is being an anarchist and whatever. So, libertarianism is, corrupted libertarianism, or, like, not even corrupted libertarian, but just naive libertarianism, just getting suckered in. And they're going to usher in the digital currency, and then they'll just shut everyone off when they want to.
Well, yeah, I don't doubt that they're going to be releasing their own.
Well, think about it like this, dude. All of a sudden, with digital currency, now you're incumbent on what if there's a blackout, dude?
But isn't it mostly all digital now, anyways?
It is, but the point is that's why their threat. That's their threat, is what I think.
Wasn't this already happening? What they're doing in Russia, they're already kind of testing it in terms of shutting down people.
Well, I think the U.S. I mean, by design, like, Biden is trying to shut down. We know what they're trying. They're trying to kill America. They're trying to get us to hate the system, hate Americanism. Americanism. Because shit, we still got the guns. We still got our freedom. We still have a bunch of shit that a bunch of other people have lost in some states, rather. But the idea of, like, this, like, they want to destroy what we have. That's why I've proposed, like, understanding it to the point where, we can control it, understand it, keep it alive and well, and not let these bastards, like, destroy it all. But in order to do so, we have to be well equipped. But, it's like 10, I'd rather have 10 men that understand it than 100 people that don't.
So in your mind, I mean, like, yeah, they're definitely going to do their government-based, digital currency, and who knows what that's going to look like, and how that's going to, and likely will give them more control, like you said, to shut you off or social credit scores or knock points off of your rating, or however that all could work. It's all somewhat speculation at the moment, although there are systems already in place. It looks like that's already going to be rolling out. But I guess my question is, I mean, do you see any possibility with blockchain or cryptocurrency or with anything else as that we could have an alternative or an option or something else? Or do you just see it as like it's just that they're just going to control it all and then we're down and out kind of thing? I guess I'm just looking for a little glimmer of hope within this. Because I've often thought, okay, like the way I see it is that, I'll just say this too before you answer. I'll just say, I mean, I think that there are real decentralized blockchains, and I think that there are fake decentralized blockchains. The fake ones are not decentralized, they're centralized. Ethereum being one of the biggest ones, completely run by the controllers, the whole Ethereum network. And that came out kind of as a co-op to Bitcoin. I personally think Bitcoin actually is truly decentralized, but they've tried to control it with the mining and different things. But anyway, so if there's real decentralized blockchains and then there's the fake ones, okay, well then the fake ones are going to be what they're going to be pushing and the control, because they're not decentralized. They actually are centralized, and it's just a strengthening of their power that they even have now, because now they just have more control over it with greater tech. But the question would then be, are there real decentralized blockchains that actually could be used for something that is based in integrity and sovereignty and something positive?
I mean, I don't think you can ever get to the point of the sovereignty without settling the debt, because that's what establishes the sovereignty, is no longer being in debt. That's the whole point. That's why, like, if there's an outlying debt, you're not sovereign in the sense that there's an obligation. And, and not to say that, like, life is like an ebb and flow of those obligations. Like, you're never going to get away from obligations. That's why, like, only God is sovereign, right?
But aren't you only obligated if you're using their system? Like, if there was a coin that we could use, and instead of the rice that you buy at the grocery store, instead of it costing $5 American, it costs 10 or 3 or whatever of these other tokens, to where
right. But here's what it becomes: is like, does that company have an EIN number? Is it listed as a United States business? Technically a United States person, aka United States citizen, aka not protected under the First Amendment. You know what I mean, dude? Like, where are you conducting the business that you're doing?
Yeah,
that's also part of it too. And then you could say, well, I'm doing it in the metaverse, right? But you're sitting at this location, which is located in an address understood to be this, which is controlled by that. It's a lot number. It's like, you know what I mean? You're using an IP address and a thing. I don't know. Like, everything gets connected back to this thing. And that's why it's like, I think to try and skirt it completely is impossible. But if we understand it, then I think we could, like, be able to discharge personal obligations regarding our person. So it doesn't matter what the rest of the world's doing. You could do it for yourself. Like, in the sense of discharge if need be, or, you know what I mean? Like, but like, our system it's interesting, man. It's just getting attacked by these dipshits that are trying to destroy it right now and make it seem like it's no good. I mean, I think, like, crypto, I mean, yeah, like, in the short run, shit, in the long run, you might, you know what I mean? The value in it is you could get financial independence. Now, is that financial independence going to promise you, like, being a sovereign king without fucking any obligations to the government? Well, no, I don't think that's the case. Can make you financially independent.
Yeah, well, it's like we'd all have to switch to something overnight, basically. Not necessarily overnight, but within a short, there would have to be some kind of massive switchover to where businesses would take some different currency.
That's what's going on right now with this whole SWIFT system. Being, like, left in the dirt next to crypto, because they're all ready to move it all into crypto. You know what I mean? Because it works easier that way, because it's just digital. It's not as expensive. I mean, certain coins anyway. Like, I'm a fan of XRP. I don't know if you're familiar with XRP or any of that shit.
Yeah, Ripple.
Yeah, and and then that's why I say, like, you look at what's happened with Ripple versus what's happened with Ethereum, and the people who run Ethereum and how corrupt it all looks. You know, I don't know what's going to happen, but I think, like, you know, if people that loved America were in power, then I think there'd be a different way of going about this. But it isn't. It's people that don't want to fucking, you know, it's people like literally attacking our fucking country at every angle and then calling us idiots on top of it for noticing. It's like, you know, literally, like, it's like the ballers are like the Democrat, lefty, socialist, communist, one world government wanting people. And the flat earthers are like, you know, just this new breed of Republican that, you know what I mean, that wants to bring back, you know, energy independence to our country. That's the way I see it. Like, you know, flat earthers are over here like, yeah, this makes sense. And they're, you know, here come the ballers, these lefty whatever, and they're like, you're a Nazi, you're a crackhead, you're stupid. Like, you know, and that's what they do. That's all that they can do, because their whole issue is to like destroy anything and destroy every potential chance they can get to, like, you know, defame the people that would show anybody else, you know, what their plan is. You know, that's why it's better to just tell them to fuck off.
Meanwhile, it's win $200.
Right, dude.
If you play our game.
Right, like, and like, we don't care. Like, I don't want to play your lottery. I don't want
Well,
to
then
know.
shut the fuck up about the celestial nav working on a flat Earth. If you're not going to show it and prove it,
He doesn't have to shut the fuck up just because he doesn't want to play into whatever scheme you have going.
then
Right.
if he's not going to prove it, if you're not going to prove it, if you're just going to say bullshit, then labels it.
Dude,
Then every
you
time you
think
say
there's
something, say
rockets on
this is
dude, you
bullshit
think
because I
there's
can't
fucking
prove it.
rovers on Mars, right?
The rovers on
You
Mars have
fucking
nothing to do
hold
with
on. Do
celestial
you fucking
navigation,
think
sir.
that there's rovers on Mars, dude?
Rovers on Mars have nothing to do with celestial navigation,
My,
good
my,
sir.
no, my point is that if you're so fucking stupid that you think that there's
Hello,
rovers
good
on
sir.
Mars, I don't have to explain shit to
Celestial
you.
navigation has nothing to do with the robots on Mars because they've been doing celestial navigation for
Dude, what
a
we're
couple hundred
talking
years
about
now.
has nothing to do with the fact that you're lucky enough to be here, bro.
Hello, sir. Again, if you can't prove celestial navigation works on the flat Earth, then kindly, please, stop
Like
claiming
I
that.
told you, show me that they say that they don't treat
I
the
just
Earth
showed
as
you
flat,
to you.
or shut the
I
fuck
just showed
up.
it to you. I just showed it to you. Do you want me to show it to you again?
You know what happened though?'re right. Maybe you
Here we
did,
go.
but guess what? Guess who didn't give a fuck?
Of course,
Guess who
because you
still
don't
doesn't
care
give a
about
fuck?
facts.
And guess who's not going to go look at
Of
anything you
course,
fucking
because
post?
you
Because
don't
I don't
care
give a
about facts, sir. All you want to do is
all.
spout bullshit.
No, dude, what you get is you're over here calling me a crackhead and you have nothing. You're a fucking loser
No,
and you
you
should
have
shut the
nothing,
fuck
sir.
up, really.
I've just showed you celestial navigation
You
works
didn't show
on
me
the
shit
globe.
because I didn't look, because I don't
Of
give a
course not,
fuck about
because you don't
anything
give
you're
a fuck
saying.
because you don't care about facts. I got it. Understand. All I care about
Right.
is
Yeah,
bullshit.
pick up what I'm putting down. Nobody
Yeah.
gives a fuck.
All you care, you don't care because, if you actually knew stuff, if
I
you
don't
actually
care what you think.
investigated it,
That's for sure. I
if
just
you
told
actually
you I don't
knew
give a
stuff,
fuck. What are you,
if you actually
stupid?
investigated, if you actually gave a tiny fuck about what was the truth and what is false, you would realize that the earth is not flat, but you don't care. I understand.
Are you done?
Oh,
Again,
I'm
I don't
done.
give
Yeah,
a
I'm done with you for sure.
fuck. Okay, cool. Fuck off.
Yeah, exactly, because you don't give a
Okay,
shit.
whatever. Go fuck off.
You don't care. You've just admitted you
Okay,
don't
you're
care.
right. I
You
don't.
don't care
I
about
just
what's
told you I
false and
don't
what's
care.
true. You don't
I
care.
told you I don't care. Are you fucking
Yeah.
stupid?
Yeah, you don't care. I understand. You don't care about what is true and
Okay,
what's
then
false.
shut the
I got
fuck
you.
up, dude.
Yeah, I don't care. Yeah, no, you don't care. I know.
All right,
Then you
cool.
should
Go
shut
put
the
your
fuck up.
mask
If you don't
on
care
and
about
shut the fuck up.
truth, if you don't care about truth, I don't know what you're doing here except just spouting bullshit.
Okay.
Yeah, Pate, I think you were you left this server for like a month or two. I have to say, man, it's just, no offense, way better without you. If you're gonna behave
That's
like this,
fine.
dude, it's just like,
That's fine. I mean, yeah, I know you're a little
you
echo
should just.
chamber.
I think Gems is your place, man. If you want to harass people and do this stuff, just go there because I guess people care there or something. But
yeah, I know people here don't care. I'm
No,
sorry.
they don't. They don't actually even want him over there, Gio. To be honest,
That's
from
fine.
what I've heard.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't give a shit.
No, dude, you're welcome here. Like, I mean, honestly, like, I don't mind debating these points from time to time, but you know what I mean? Sometimes I just straight up, like, we were literally, that's what we were talking about, is the fact that, to be frank, it's like, you know, too, how about this? I used to give a fuck. When I was early in the debates, I would fucking want to drive these points home. Like, and even sometimes I still do. But sometimes I just don't give a fuck, dude. That's all we're saying.
It's
And
obvious
that's
you
all
don't
I've been
give a
saying.
fuck.
And that's what you walked in on when we were talking. So that's
I know it's
all.
obvious you don't give a fuck. I understand.
yeah, but the thing is, Pate, it sounds like you're trying to convince other people of your viewpoint. But the thing is, somebody has to accept that. Somebody has to say, okay, I'd like you to convince me, and now let's do it. But you're just doing it like unsolicited.
Well, you see, the thing about it here is he is stating something obviously false. There's
So
a 10,000
what? People can say
I
whatever they want. It
I
doesn't
see.
matter.
So we don't care about truth in this server. Is that what you're saying?
Nobody said that. But what is important is that
Well,
people are
obviously you don't care about truth
people are
because you just
free.
said you don't give a fuck.
Yeah, it's not a cult that you have to force ideas onto people. He is free to have his viewpoint, just like I am, and just like you are.
I see. But even though his viewpoint is false, and he says stuff that if he could prove it true, there's $10,000 out there for him. How about that? There's $10,000 out there for him to prove that his viewpoints are true.
Yeah, I'm not saying that anyone is true or false in this, but yes, somebody can be false in something in theory, and they also don't have to accept your stupid challenge.
Okay.
Those two
And
things can exist
I think-
simultaneously.
I think you should not mention Celestial Navigation again in the server then.
We'll mention whatever we'd like. You definitely are not going to censor us. That I guarantee.
Yeah, I mean, it's just it's like, again, it's like we have like this cool music scene going on, and you got like a bunch of like uptight music critics like that wasn't he's not really in key. 432 isn't actually the standard tuning. You're not allowed to be in that tuning because you're a crackhead if you're in 432. We do 440. Like, it's like, dude, again, no one invited you. Like, no one fucking asked. That's what I think of it. Like, it's like we got a cool music scene.
Well, I think
And,
that
like,
420 is appropriate for you. I think you should look into that because you obviously.
Come up with a wittier one, dude. Like, my thing is, like, we're over here doing
420 and you obviously have
you guys
a
wanna be
very good
involved.
relationship. And I think you
we-
get most of your ideas on 420.
The cool part is you keep coming to the show and paying for the ticket, so it's all good. You know what I mean? We got to entertain you.
I know you and 420 have a very long-term relationship, I think.
Well, kind of along with that, like that analogy, Isa, it's like some of these guys, like, it's like we're all like in a park. We got a boombox. We're enjoying life. We're listening to good tunes. We're all, cooking up some barbecue. And somebody comes in, like Paid Acid Chill comes in. It's like, yeah, this music sucks. Would you guys listen to this stuff? It's kind of like you were saying. It's off key. This artist. What are these lyrics? These lyrics are terrible. And it's like, dude, it's like we were having a good time, like discussing things or enjoying the music, and then somebody just literally comes in to just just to shit on everybody and to be a jerk when nobody asked him for that.
Yeah, well, fine. I don't, if you're gonna. The problem is that you guys are talking about things that can be provable, unlike say music, which is basically an opinion-based thing.
Right. Well, like, the Earth's flat, but you can think of it as a ball, as for your opinion, man.
The Earth isn't flat, though. I've asked for evidence for the flat Earth now for 3 months.
God.
And all I get is
really triggered by flat Earth, huh?
Do you have any evidence of the flat Earth there?
Does flat Earth trigger you more than any other subject?
Do you have any evidence for the flat Earth?
Do you have any evidence for the fact that you maybe
I didn't ask for that. I asked you for
lose your mind when you come across the subject?
I ask you for evidence of the flat Earth. The answer is either yes or no.
Looks flat.
It looks flat. Thank you. That's what I thought. That's the only answer I've gotten so far for 3 months.
Yeah, it's because it's better than yours.
Well, the answer that you give, Paid, is you literally post a picture of the blue marble from 1972.
The blue marble is that's correct. A real picture.
So you're not even saying it looks flat. You're saying this picture looks like a globe. That's what you're saying.
A real picture on real film by real people. So before Photoshop was invented.
With clone clouds, yeah.
So you just told us that there's no science that proves the Earth is a stationary plane, and then your evidence for the globe is a picture that you.
Well, that's one of the evidences for the globe. That's correct.
Okay, so you cannot prove the globe with any science either.
Actually, we can. That's a pretty good evidence there. I mean, yeah, I know you guys say that a picture of a unicorn proves that all pictures are false, but
no, we just don't give a shit.
I know you don't give a shit. I understand this. You guys don't give a shit. You don't give a shit about the truth.
Right, because it looks flat, and we realize you're full of hot air. That's all.
I know. Other than I've asked you for your best evidence that the Earth is flat, and you just said the Earth looks flat. And I will say that if you were in Kansas and you crawl out from under your rock, look around and say, "Oh yeah, Earth looked flat," and then you can crawl back under your rock. Okay.
Dude, you're affected, huh?
And what are you going to do about it?
Well, I just want evidence that the Earth is flat. I mean,
Okay, well then seek your evidence wherever you'd like to seek
well,
it.
I
Nobody's
can't find
stopping
any.
you.
That's why I'm asking here.
We know that you're a vigorous flat Earth researcher, so
I'm asking for proponents.
continue your journey. But trying to insult and attack
ask
people that
someone
weren't
else.
asking for it is not.
Well, see, I'm here on I'm doing flat Earth research the flat Earth way. I'm on Google and Facebook and all these, and I'm asking here for the flat Earth experts, and all I get is it looks flat. I mean, you can't actually do science on the flat Earth. That would be against the rules to actually do something. So.
Dude,
Okay,
you've already
so
got like a lot of people that believe that the Earth is a ball, right? You should hang out with those guys.
Well, I'm here. I want you to tell me. So far, the only thing you can tell me that it looks flat.
In this community, I kind of feel bad for Paid because apparently the globe earthers aren't very fond of him. I mean,
I don't
I'm
care
not saying
if they're fond of me or not. You know the reason they're not fond of me? Because I don't like putting up with their bullshit. They think that your problem is that you need more information, that you guys are information starved, and that's not true because you're here on the web. You have the whole wealth of human knowledge at your fingertips, so it's not a knowledge issue. They seem to think it's a knowledge issue. They seem to think that if they were to tell you one more thing, that you will come around, and no, you won't. So that's why I get in trouble because I get down in the mud and wrestle with you guys.
you don't really do anything. You kind of just ask for people to do things for you, and then
Well, I want you to tell me your evidence for the flat Earth, and all I can get from this server is it looks flat. I just said it looks flat.
Yeah, it's good enough for us because that makes sense. And if it's not good
see.
enough for you, then I don't give a shit.
See,
I don't care.
I see. So you'll stop right there. You'll say, Earth looked flat. Me go crawl back under rock.
You know what's cool is that everyone sees the Earth like it looks flat, so like I can always win.
Actually, not everyone sees the Earth looks flat. It's
And
out
all
there.
you can do is go, no, here's a picture from space, and I
You have
swear
to
to
look.
God, it's real.
You have to look. I mean, you can go up on a mountaintop and see that the Earth isn't flat.
I'm not going to mountaintop or nowhere with you.
Of course not. You know, you can go up in an airplane and see
Yeah,
that
it
the Earth
still looks flat too. You know what I mean? Neil deGrasse Tyson says it's flat. Good luck getting yourself out of
Neil
that hole.
deGrasse Tyson. So
And you know
everything
the best part?
Neil deGrasse
The
Tyson just says
deepest
the Earth
hole
is
you're gonna have to get
a
out
globe.
of is us not giving a shit.
So you're cherry picking Neil deGrasse Tyson now. Gotcha.
No, I'm just trying to point out how we couldn't care less what the fuck you think.
Cherry pick Neil deGrasse Tyson.
And I was just saying how it looks flat. So like all you have to do is tell someone that it looks flat, and they're like, "Yeah, you're right." And then I could be like, "You know what? When you do celestial navigation, you treat the Earth as flat." And these
That's
dipshits
false.
think the Earth is a ball. So then we can stand there and make fun of you guys, and
No,
we
you can make fun
definitely
of
are going to
me
make fun of the
because
fact
you
that you
don't
get
understand.
so
It just
butthurt
proves
we don't want to hang out with you.
It just proves you don't understand celestial navigation. I've given you the.
Dude, it just proves you've got to realize that, you know,
It just
we
proves
don't
that
really care that
you don't
much.
know what the fuck you're talking about. That's all.
I mean, I sometimes liken this argument to like arguing with the bums at the park.
It is.
You
Yeah,
don't have the best
you
whiskey.
guys are the bums, though. That's the problem.
Okay, dude, you were like literally. I'm not even gonna do it. Have it, whatever, dude.
Well, let's get back to some good discussion. I mean, Paid came in and is obviously trying to rile people up, and he's kind of doing what Rumpus does. We were just describing this earlier. It's like, so I don't know. I mean, Paid, NASA Shield, do you have anything you wanted to bring up, a topic or something to share some knowledge or some wisdom, or is there something you want to discuss, or did you just want to harass people?
Well, I just want does anybody have any more evidence for the flat Earth today, other than it looks?
Well, I just wanted to say I'm pretty sure you've probably heard all of the flat Earth arguments, so it's a bit strange that you'd ask us when you've already probably been told them. So why don't you just reel off how they're wrong?
I don't. The only thing I've ever heard is that the Earth looks flat.
Right.
He always says that. I mean, are you just brand new to the whole just?
Well, I'm a fledgling flat earther here, and
You just
I'm
got
looking
it.
for evidence of the flat Earth. Well, I'm 3 months old, looking for my search for the flat Earth, asking the best minds on the flat Earth what the evidence for the flat Earth is, and all I can get is it looks flat.
Dude, that's the best evidence, and it works, and that's why we're winning this thing.
But
That's why it works, dude. It works because
so
when you look at
that's
the
your
Earth,
best is
how
using
about
your
this?
using your
When we
highly
come here,
calibrated eyeball, looking out
when the
on a
people out
limited
here,
view.
check it. When the people out there hear people like myself and the other people in here talk about the fact that when they look at the horizon on the beach, right, it looks flat, and that when they sit there and think to themselves, are they spinning? They realize they can't feel it. And then when they look in the stars and they see the stars go across the sky and they don't feel like they're spinning, that's what those empirical things are, something that you'll never be able to touch. And that's why flat earth will always fucking win as soon as it's given a fucking foot in the door. But you bastards don't let it. And that's all you can do is try to shut it down and tell people that they're crackheads and stupid and crazy. And the point is, what you fail to realize is that A, we don't give a fuck what you think about us. 2, you're irrelevant. And 3, we're having a great time.
Oh
So,
yeah, oh yeah.
see you now.
Ignorance is bliss. I understand.
All right.
Okay, well, if you guys can tell me, I'll let you go back to your little echo chamber and have a good time. Peace to everyone.
Well, you know what though? Hey, too, man. If you just shut the fuck up, it'd be cool if you hang out, man. It's all right.
I'll go
But we
for
don't want
that.
to hear about fucking,
I know you don't want me to
flat
say.
earth. I might
you're
like your
you're
opinions
much
about.
You want
more
me to
tolerable.
actually
How about
interject
this? Let
any
me
facts?
ask you
You're
this. Let me
much
ask
more
you this.
tolerable than Rumpus. So yeah, you're welcome here, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. How about this? It's like,
I
I mean,
actually like
hey, I might even agree with you on certain other topics. I don't know. I have friends that, hey, we bitterly disagree about the shape of the earth, but we agree that, like, maybe there's, other things afoot. You know what I mean? So I don't know your opinion. I may agree full well that, on another issue that I hear you defend. You know what I mean? If it's logical to me. So, and it's just, the point is that you're, like, take your attempt earlier to say that I'm a crackhead. Like, why?
You fucking crackhead.
Why? Because I observe the earth as flat and
No,
motionless, and I
actually, sir.
experience that.
I,
Is
I,
that why you think that?
no,
Is that
no.
what?
The
You know what I mean? Are you
reason
so
that I
offended
alluded,
that that's your last resort at wit? Like, what is it?
the reason I alluded, it was sort of an offhand thing. It was what you could do with $10,000 if you could actually do celestial navigation according to the flat Earth. What you said works on a flat Earth.
Oh, well, I put up a video where the guy says you have to treat the earth as flat if you're
Yeah,
going to
you
do
got
fucking celestial navigation. And
18
again, that
seconds of a
comports
video
with
that you
the fact
probably
that it
took out
looks
of
flat.
context.
So
You got
therefore, I win.
18 seconds of a video you probably took out of context.
Right, but I still win because you haven't
Actually,
provided
you
shit
don't.
that
Yeah,
anyone can relate to. In fact,
well,
you could put up
Win a challenge.
1,000
What
pictures
you
of
need to
fucking
do to win a
Earth.
challenge.
But the point is that it looks flat. It feels like I'm not moving. And when I say it looks flat, people are like, yeah, it looks flat. Even fucking when you do celestial navigation, they say, yeah, it looks flat, so we treat it as flat.
Actually, we
It doesn't
don't.
work if you don't treat it as flat.
It won't work. It
So you
won't
guys
work.
have lost, bro. You lost like 5 years ago. You just haven't accepted
Nope,
it.
we haven't lost, sir, because the celestial navigation will not work on a flat Earth, and
Oh
you
my
have
God.
$10,000 if you can prove that it can.
Again, we don't give a shit, dude.
No, you
We just
don't.
don't care what you're
I
offering. We
understand you
don't
don't
really
give a
want
shit
it.
about what the truth. The truth is
No, I'm just
unimportant in
telling you.
this server. I know you can just.
However, we might agree. Like I said earlier, I'll roll it back. However, we might agree on certain topics. So, feel
Yeah,
welcome to stay.
the truth is unimportant in this server. I've got that.
Pretty simple challenge. Here are 3 angles to stars. Where are you on the flat Earth?
Oh, is that Ruhiv?
Hey, Lisa, how you going?
Hey, what's up, Ruhiv? How you doing, bro?
Yo, we're good.
I know, we were just talking, and dude, come on, man. You got to give flat earthers at least the right to not give a fuck about the latest offering from the ballers, right?
Then why don't you?
It's a legitimate challenge.
I said if
it's like, and I'm offering a legitimate response in the sense that we just don't give a fuck.
because it is
Yeah, but I don't
political
think that's correct.
fantasy, sir.
Don't put a motive to it. Just accept the fact that, like, out of whatever, we just out of being
putting
busy
a motive
doing
to
other
it.
things.
Because I tell you,
Yeah, but
if there was
what amount of money would be enough for you to do the challenge? Oh, fuck, this is not good.
How about this? How about this? You got to pay me to do the challenge. I like that, Ruhiv.
Well,
Are you
it
gonna
is.
pay
I did
me
the
to?
challenge in 5
10,000
Are you
bucks
minutes.
gonna
out
pay
there.
me to just attempt it, or what?
Not even that, but the desperation for us to attempt the challenge.
Yeah,
Well,
because
I want. He's
come
gonna
on,
pay us to attempt
why won't
it.
you even
That's
attempt
kind of
it?
cool. If you give me 4 Bitcoin to attempt the challenge,
Oh, 4 bitcoins to attempt.
I might be sold, Ruhiv. I might be sold.
4 bitcoins to fail, right?
I want to get
Yeah.
paid for all the research I do to fucking do it.
There's
right
one
there.
for $100 where you just have to try. It's $100.
I want $100 an
That's
hour at
mine.
least.
That's
Yeah,
my
it's
challenge,
Ruhit's.
right?
I think any
I
flat
made a
earther that
challenge.
takes this up,
Hey,
Ruhirth
mate.
is offering $100 an hour just to
I
even
made a
attempt.
challenge to the Flat
That's
Earth debate
fucking. You know
guys,
what?
Nathan Oakley.
That's a help to the flat earthers if ever I've ever heard one. If you're gonna offer to
Yeah.
pay them to even attempt the challenge, even if they get it
Yeah.
wrong, they're gonna
Off you
fucking
go.
get paid to do it. I like that.
I made a challenge to the Flat Earth debate crew panel just to do celestial navigation, and you're allowed to use globe math because I don't think they have any fucking idea whatsoever of how to do it. But they claim to be experts on it, so you know. Actually, it was £100, so that's what's that? $200, $200 at least. This is the problem. I have to pick up my daughter at
Now you're talking.
2:30, and the road appears to be blocked because we've had about 5 inches of rain today.
New South Wales?
Yeah, Sydney.
Grim.
I like how Issa worded that a minute ago. The latest offering from the Glober. That's what I was saying earlier. Like, remember Ruhith, like a couple months ago, you were trying to get everyone to do the prediction with Ranty, and you're hassling Brandon and all these people to try to do your prediction, and then nothing ever came of it. But it's like it seems like every couple of weeks, you guys a new set of offerings.
Nothing ever came from it.
It's like a new set of offerings, but not only is it like one guy offering it, it's like all of you guys seem to like come in like on rotation, like offering it, and then kind of minorly like harassing, like why don't we give in to, do what you want us to do.
When you said nothing came of it, there was absolutely stuff came from it. It shows that the people that claim to know what they're talking about have no fucking idea at all. That's what came of it. And it's the same with this Sexton challenge. Flat Earthers have no fucking idea of how it works.
And that's the beauty of it.
Super late.
And that's the beauty of it, because you really don't need to be that super intelligent to figure out what you're standing on. I mean, you really don't. I mean, maybe you're too book smart for your own good, because I can tell you none of us wanted to be a fixed and immovable earther. But we probably started off trying to disprove somebody. But the big thing is, like, what is it that you're trying to do here for us? I mean, do you have a real issue with us not believing the mainstream narrative, science? Do you have an issue with us not believing in the religion, scientism? What is it that you guys are trying to do for us?
I flip-flop between mocking flat earthers and legitimately trying to help them.
Interesting. So help
or
us.
trying to bribe them back to the globe.
Like mocking us. That seems like a little weird. You're mocking us, but teaching us. Teaching us by mocking us.
To be honest, being a flat earther is a little weird, right?
Well, I mean, that's your perspective. I can imagine.
It's fascinating.
You seem like you're really into science.
I am. Maths mainly, yeah.
So I don't really know how to do the celestial mapping. But how does that work with Australia down below as well? So there's stars down below Australia hanging down there.
Oh, yep.
So I try to keep it really simple. Like, why would people lie? What would benefit? What would benefit people believing that the earth is fixed and immovable? Like, what do you think it is that we're gaining by sitting here discussing this day in and day out, trying to help others? Yeah, do we mock people sometimes? Yeah. But what is it that the real issue that you have with us believing and knowing, actually, because a lot of people have done it. I personally haven't. I live in Florida. The Gulf of Mexico, super flat. And when I learned that there is math that can calculate curvature per square mile. I was like, oh. And then you know what really got me? And again, I'm smart in other ways. But the thing that really was pretty undeniable for me was I ride bicycles a lot. I used to ride motorcycles. Okay, so what do I need to put air? Like how can these tires continue to work? See,
You're
that
rambling a
thing,
little bit.
well,
Get to a
I'm
question.
trying to talk about gas in the air. The air, we have oxygen, argon, and how many, 21, 22 different gases in the air. Could you give me an example of, because that's what really did it for me as well, and then gravity just being a theory still. Container, gases without a container. Do you have an example?
Yes, our atmosphere. The pressure close to the ground is much higher than the pressure higher up, right? As you get higher, the pressure goes down. It decreases. In your mind,
Could you give me an
why is there a
example of that
barrier?
down here, though? I'm down here. I'm walking on the earth, and I
Right.
need
You can
something
do it
that
in your
I would be
room.
able to prove myself as well.
Get in an
So
elevator and go up.
No, just in your room. Have you got a smartphone with a pressure sensor in it?
this is unreal. This is just like so. You guys
We can do
just
this right now. Let's do it
How
right now.
about
Turn
have you
on.
got a mountain nearby? Just get a packet of chips.
Oh, no. Just in her room, do you have a smartphone with a pressure sensor?
pressure.
You can
What?
see the change. Yeah, you can see the change in pressure from your floor to the ceiling. Right? That change in pressure keeps going, and there's no reason for it to stop anywhere. There's no requirement for a barrier anywhere.
So
What is
would water need
So you
higher
never did
temperatures
answer
to
my
boil?
question with my bike tire.
Hmm.
What do I need to fill that? Like what do I need to get
Why
myself
do you need a
going?
container? Why do you need a container for your bike tire?
Yeah.
Yeah, because you have a very high differential between the pressure in the tire and outside, and they're very close together. Right, the difference from 14.7 psi at the surface to very very close to zero,
No, look,
20,
dude,
30
you need a
kilometers up, right?
container. You need a tube
No, you don't.
to
You
hold
don't.
it. Yeah, okay, right. Yeah, you know what? You're intellectually not even being honest. Like you're just okay.
We
You're
have a pressure
rambling now.
gradient. We have a pressure gradient. Why does it not go to zero in your mind? What is the purpose of a container? Is probably a better question. What is the purpose of a container?
Hold it in.
Okay, so you've got one pressure pushing on something, right? It's stopping the pressure from going out elsewhere.
Yeah.
All right.
So
Okay.
the way that I see it, we
So,
live in a protected, enclosed system.
all
That's
right.
why.
But why doesn't? So this is a fact about our atmosphere. Why doesn't 14.7 psi equalize with 14.6 psi? Why isn't that all the same pressure?
I have no idea.
Okay, because we have gravity that holds the atmosphere to the
Oh
ground.
my
Is it not
gosh,
because
gravity.
we live in a dynamic realm?
Our
Where
atmosphere,
everything's always
our
changing.
pressure
Everything's
gradient
always
is
changing.
incredibly stable. The pressure gradient is so stable that we can tell what our elevation is if we know what the pressure is. It's not equalizing. This is your claim, is that it will equalize. The fact of our atmosphere is it doesn't equalize.
Yeah, some would say that it would have to do with electrostatics. So
That's
I
fine.
don't know enough
I don't
about that.
care. Yeah, I don't care what the reason is, right? Whatever causes the acceleration, it doesn't matter. It doesn't equalize, therefore there is no barrier required.
Yeah, but heat can affect pressure as well, right?
Heat does affect pressure, yep.
Right. So if you have the sun
Yeah.
moving through
But
somewhere,
it doesn't
and it's
equalize it.
well,
It
you have
doesn't equalize it,
let's
Isa.
say like the condensation of the heat. Let's say because of it goes through the atmosphere. Like the lower you are, the more heat is absorbed, right? So it could have something to do with let's say the heat, right? There's other explanations, and
No,
I think
there's
to
not.
Blaze's point,
Whatever.
like where's your where's your microcosm other than the thing itself we're discussing, so that we could let's say
Yeah. The
you know,
microcosm
find out.
is,
Like, let's say,
I told her to
we
do it
have
in
like,
her room.
let's say we have like a bike tire or like an engine, you know, and we need like everything sealed up. Where would be the evidence that that doesn't need a like a, you know, a containment? You know, where
A
what would you have as a
microcosm is that in
microcosm for
her
that?
bedroom, she can measure a pressure gradient. It's not even equalizing in her bedroom.
Wait, in the what?
She can change in her bedroom. She can change the
Is the
No, no,
temperature.
we're
bedroom not
talking
the
about a
container?
microcosm of like, you know, like let's say like I don't know, like we have like let's say, you know, where would you create a pressurized environment without a container while not using the very subject of the matter we're discussing about?
Yeah, you can't unless when I say the atmosphere is the example. All you guys, oh, you can't use that example because that's what you're trying to prove. It's like if I am not allowed to do that, right? Then you are basically saying there is no possible example because everything, according to you, is contained. There's logically no possible example.
Well, I think like if someone said like they understood electricity, but then they didn't know how to reproduce it, like would you believe them?
To reproduce it,
Yeah, like be able to like
there are
get
reasons
like,
why
you
you
know,
may not
some
be able
kind of
to.
like a
But
generator and you know, like produce like electricity somehow using, you know, like they'd have to be able to reproduce it so you could see what they were talking about and trust and confirm that that indeed was the mechanism. Right? So like but you couldn't just say so like, oh, I understand how it works and not like show an example of it. So what example would you use other than our atmosphere to explain atmospheric pressure?
if I use a different example, right? So here's a better question. Give me an example of something that is not contained.
Oh, what?
Isn't that what we're asking you?
No, you literally, in your worldview, because you think the atmosphere is contained, everything's contained. You literally, logically cannot give an example. Logically impossible for you to give an example because you think the atmosphere is contained. Everything's
I'm just
contained then,
saying,
right?
as a microcosm of like gas pressure with, you know, having containment, we have like a bicycle tire. And what I'm asking for is, can you show me air pressure without containment?
Again, in your worldview, it is logically
Not my worldview.
impossible.
Like, I got a bicycle tire. You got my worldview.
Right? Do you believe we're in a contained
I'm
environment?
talking about fucking bicycle tires. What do you
I
have? You're
understand.
talking about my worldview, dude.
Yeah, I have the atmosphere.
You have the atmosphere. Okay, well, God
Yes.
has the whole world in his hand, bro.
Okay.
You know what I
Okay.
mean? Like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude?
You're asking me for an example that's not
I have a
contained.
song. It's he's got the whole world in his hand. Therefore, God has the whole world in his hand. Thank you very much. I rest my case.
Do you have an example? You're asking me for an example that's uncontained, in your
How about
opinion, because
prove God doesn't have the whole world in his hands for me, Ruiz.
okay.
So
And a
what is
song
what
to
you're
back it up.
is what you're trying to say that you don't have another example because
No, I do.
you can
I
only
have an
work
example of
at
the
an
atmosphere.
atmospheric level because of the scale? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
You don't have another
Yeah, it has to be the scale.
scenario where this
If
is
I
the case.
have an open-ended pipe, is that contained according to you?
An open pipe.
Yeah. Is that contained or not?
Yeah.
That's a partial container.
I would say not
It's
fully.
not a complete container, is it?
Okay. But there's a pressure gradient in that as well. Why doesn't the low pressure equalize with the high pressure? If the reason or the requirement for a container is that it will equalize if it's not there, why doesn't it equalize?
Because there's different layers, but that's different than not having
Why
a
are there
very
different layers, Gio?
well. All of that. Hold on. If you have a pressure gradient, you can have you can have a gradient, but you still would need something to contain the entire system of pressure.
Oh. If you have a pressure gradient, why do you need it to stop at some point
It's
from going
called
to zero?
pressure because it's pushing on the container, dude. The PSI is the pressure.
If
What it's putting on the
All
container.
right, if I am outside and there's nothing around, right, and I stick out my barometer and I measure something, okay, there is pressure. If I take it away,
Is that what you call
does
it,
the pressure
Ruiz?
disappear?
Is that what you call
What?
it, your barometer?
What?
Forgive me, man. Out there with your
What
front
was that?
yard with your barometer all hanging out.
What? What are you talking about, Lisa? Did
You
I miss
didn't
Forgive
something?
me. Crude joke. Crude joke.
you didn't get the joke.
My barometer. Oh, fuck. All right. Okay.
And this
Yeah.
is why you guys don't understand the music at our flat Earth festivals and why we don't care what you're fucking.
I was about to Google the word barometer just to make sure it's a fucking air pressure device. Like, what? I'm going to be here for a while, people. I'm meant to pick up my daughter at 2:30, and the roads are fucking shut. So, yeah.
Oy vey. You know, Ruth, I
Indeed.
think you're making a good point before with the barometer thing, that test. Because I personally, I think it's a difficult question to answer. If, you're wondering how you can, how you can show. Like Chemo used to say this thing of that we don't have pressure in our, the air doesn't have pressure or something like that. But I thought it's a difficult thing to prove. The atmosphere is not in a pressurized, or that the pressure in the atmosphere is not due to a container. And one way that you can show that is just like you said, to show that there's a gradient in even your room. Because if that's the case, then
But isn't the room a
regardless if there's a
container?
container,
Isn't the room itself a container?
It
well,
is, but you've
you
got
can
to
also
say,
do it
why do you
outside.
need a container? Why do you
Yeah.
need a container? What is the purpose of the container?
So, but you're not arguing for the lack of a container. You just want to argue for your gravity container, right?
I don't care what the force is that holds it down. Do not give a shit. There is
That's
an
your
acceleration.
container, right?
There's undoubtedly acceleration. Say again? Do I call gravity a container?
No,
Or what?
that's what that's basically what you're trying to claim.
That gravity contains our atmosphere, of course. Yeah.
Right, because gas moves freely in all directions, right? So why would it still be here if it wasn't contained? Oh, but it is being contained by gravity,
By
right?
gravity.
That's
Yeah,
your claim,
that's fine.
right?
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, but I
You got it.
don't use the word container with gravity.
So you're
It's
trying
not
to
what people
say,
usually
oh,
mean.
there doesn't need to be a container, but you
Correct.
do claim a
Physical barrier.
container. It's your
Doesn't
gravity.
Yeah, I don't use the word container for gravity. Some people do, and that's fine, but I don't.
I wasn't going to make that argument either. I was only stating that the test, or that test observation is a good way to test it, just because even if there was a container, let's say there is a container, the fact that there's a gradient down here shows you that there's no need for a container. So the container is not what's holding in the atmosphere. If you can have a gradient outside, inside, from your toes to your knees, I think, which is what Ruhif was saying to do with the barometer on your phone. You can measure it like each step on a staircase. It's gradually decreasing as you raise any elevation. So that's telling you that there's some other force, or whatever you want to call it, that's keeping the atmosphere from going out into space. The container is
Comes down
irrelevant,
to
whether there is or isn't one.
Yeah, it comes down to why do you need a container?
Well, no, it comes down to why isn't all of the gas right at the level of Earth? How would it get anywhere further away from Earth if the
Bounces
gravity
off
is
each
pulling
other.
the gas to the Earth?
Yeah, air
There would be
molecules
no
bounce off each
gas
other, right?
further up, would it? Because gravity's stronger at the surface, right?
Oh, minutely, yeah.
So we shouldn't have
But we
any
don't
gas
have.
10 feet above
Well,
us, right?
yes, we should, because gas molecules bounce off each other.
No, but it's being pulled down by gravity, right? And it's
all
strongest at the surface, yeah?
Yeah, minutely, yes. Slightly stronger at the surface. Are you confusing acceleration with velocity here? Is that the issue?
Can you have
I don't
water on
understand the
top of
difference.
water?
I think you're saying that because there's an acceleration down, that gas molecules should move down. That's incorrect. When you jump up in the air, right, that act of jumping, you are still accelerating downwards at 9.8 meters per second squared. Do you understand that?
It is a kind of confusing physics definition.
Well, this
like
is why
if we
flat
said
earthers, right?
accelerating down, in colloquially, that would mean heading down at an increasing speed. But in a physics definition, what you mean is I was going up, but as my speed was decreasing,
But this is why they're
actually
flat
accelerating down.
because they don't understand basic physics like that. That's why you guys are flat earthers. Oh, that's half that and half that you're just into conspiracies.
You can't smear everyone else because of my lack of understanding of things.
Oh, I've been in here for what, 6-7 years or something.
To be fair, that would also be my misunderstanding until recently.
Well, I think that was fair. That was fair though, Jim. It was fair.
Yeah, that's a fair. That's also a fair call. Yeah.
Because I feel like sometimes that happens in reverse, and I like it kind of was just happening earlier in reverse, and I don't think it's right to lump everybody in together. On our side, I mean.
Oh, we're about to drive through a bit of
It
a
definitely
flood.
happens both ways. Yeah, definitely.
I also think there's a fairly problematic issue with the whole construction of the argument, which is I will make a claim that gas pressure requires a container, then I will require that you disprove it, right? Rather than proving it myself, rather than showing evidence for it myself, I'll require you to disprove it. And I have a mechanism by which I can reject all disproofs, because anything on the Earth, I can go, but that's already contained. So if you show me a gradient, I can say, well, it's in the Earth's container. And if it's outside the Earth's container, I can say that doesn't exist, which is begging the question, because the question we're trying to test is, can you have gas pressure without a container, i.e. can space exist?
Yeah, that's what's been at before, is that logically they have no possible example of something that's uncontained.
Yeah. They have to say, my logic requires that this thing be absolutely impossible, prove that it's not absolutely impossible, while agreeing with all of my rules that make it absolutely impossible.
Going through Wakehurst Parkway, Harry?
Yeah, I go there a lot to go see my folks. Is it flooded?
Really like
yeah.
like the
Well, it's
second.
closed on the other side of Ringa Road, but it's flooding through here.
Hey, yo, is it like you can't have gas pressure without a
Oh,
container?
okay, cool,
Maybe a boat.
I can lift. I can lift. I've got a lift. Oh, yes. I do actually have a lift. I've never used it, but I may soon.
Yo, isn't
What were you
like
saying?
the idea?
Sorry, Issa?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, isn't it like the idea of like isn't it one of Newton's laws that you can't have gas pressure without a container?
I don't think it's Newton's laws, but the laws of thermodynamics would suggest, I think, is that pressure would equalize. But I mean, the point that Bob raises on that is unless there is work being done on it. So like winds are an example of higher pressure, but that is also caused by the fact that there is work being done on it. Whereas what the laws of thermodynamics are kind of saying, like in a vacuum with no forces acting, here's what will happen.
I think the key sort of catchphrase in this is, why do you need a container? If it's to stop things being equalized, the fact that it doesn't equalize is proof that it doesn't need containment.
Well, you're talking about like you're talking about like the mysteries of Earth, dude. It's not like, as easy as that either, right?
Well, but I think yeah, there are big issues, but the point Rue raised before, which is a question I've asked before, which is like, if we know that pressure decreases the higher we go, such to the point I didn't even know that you can test it with your phone in a bedroom, then we can say, short of having another reason to think that something else happens, right? If that continues as you go up, and I have no reason to think that stops, there is a point that pressure is going to get so low, then the one side of the equation that says 0 means that the requirement for the container at that altitude is also 0. It just needs to get to 10 to the negative 17 torr. And it needs a reason why it would stop in between.
No, and fair enough, like to the theory of it. Like, and my thing is that to me, is also partially why I look at like relative density as more plausible for the terms of like, you know, what we consider to be gravity, you know what I mean? Like weight and stuff like that. Like the concept of that permeates over to relative density for me. Like I don't negate that, but at the same time, our issue is that like, you know, that there is that point of like, you know, in our microcosm, we can't produce pressure without a container. And without the microcosmic example, everything else is just theoretics. And then when you start dealing with like, well, we're going to use the mysteries of Earth to explain and use as an example to say that we understand the mysteries of Earth seems like, you know, nonsensical. It seems like, you know, I don't know. It just seems silly. Yeah. But I will say, I find barometers so cool, and like weather, and like, you know, a friend of mine had one of those old school barometers where he set the gold needle, you know what I mean, and then like the black needle moves, and that's how you can tell what your you know, what the weather's going to be. You know, it's fascinating. I just
I'm
don't
curious to hear from
simplify it,
Blaze.
and like I think it's a big ask to put it on the globe or to make the globe some kind of explanation to it. But I hear your argument when you say like, you know, hey, there could be a point where it equalizes, etc. It makes sense. But I just also see that as like flat Earth with relative density, just like oil.
I'm curious to hear from Blaze. Why does gas pressure require a container?
Well, the way that it was explained to me, that we need a container for gases. I mean, like, what is the atmosphere made out of? So
Oxygen,
gases
nitrogen.
contain gases. I'm not understanding.
Well, you've accepted this assertion that gas pressure requires a container. Is it just an assertion, or is there a reason behind it?
Well, we have gases in the air, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why
Then
do they
what
need?
is containing them? I'm just trying to figure it out, right?
No, that's the question. Why does it need containment? You're asserting that it needs
Well,
containment.
if you
I'm
could
not.
give me an example down here on Earth, then maybe you could change my mind. But I haven't seen one.
I've just shown that there's a pressure gradient in your bedroom that you can measure.
Okay, is my bedroom a container?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, I mean, let's be real.
Right.
If you're telling me my door's shut, it's contained.
Right. As the altitude increases, the pressure decreases. What is stopping it from going to zero? Like, there's no barrier between 14.7 psi and 0.03 psi. Are you saying there must be a barrier between 0.03 and 0? And if so, why?
I wouldn't have the the answer to that, but
Think about it.
I mean, I'm more of the common sense kind of person, and I chimed in because I don't know, I felt like you were being mean, and I wanted to kind of change the topic a little bit because I'm more the ethereal aspect of this. And I did the research on the researchers, the people that you give a lot of credence to. It sounds like you're kind of book smart, as are a lot of Globers, even you, Kosho.
Isn't that the best kind in this scenario?
He's not listening.
That's not.
No, it's not, because you guys just regurgitate what you've been taught, and see, we are
No.
breaking through that.
Hang on. That's what you think we do. What we're doing is telling you stuff that we understand. Not just regurgitating stuff. We understand why it's true.
Because you've been taught
We've been taught and we understand why it works, why it is true. Not just we've been taught it and we regurgitate it. We understand why it's true.
So
you're giving yourself away there. It's like this is how I learned at school, is what you're really saying.
I didn't really pay attention to a lot of things in some aspects, but So it makes no difference to you if people are Satanists, or are into esoteric kind of ceremonial kind of stuff. It doesn't matter as long as they're producing, the information and the equations that you need to calculate, so that you can be right. It doesn't matter about that.
So all smart people suggesting that the scientists are Satanists? Is that where you're sort of headed?
I am suggesting that
Some of them,
science, Gnosticism could maybe have been repackaged as science. I mean, like, have you ever looked into Max Planck?
I know who he is, but
What
looked
about Jack
into.
Parsons? Shade
Tell
Blue
us,
character?
tell us about Max Planck, because I know a little about him, but I don't
Wasn't
know this
he?
some dark stuff.
Wasn't he like the father of?
Yeah, they call him the grandfather of quantum mechanics. Sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I mean, like, we create the universe, pantheism. God is everything, or whatever. I mean, I'm sure he didn't really believe in God, but so that's how I came into this. And Tosha, you heard this, because like I did not want to look into the shape of the Earth for 2 years because it was intimidating to me, and I think that's what keeps a lot of people away from this, because they think, oh well, the science people, we've already gone to the moon because we can see it. They've already handled it. I had a meetup on Saturday, and it was really, really good. I had like 13, 14 people, and then I brought 4 friends, and then a friend brought a friend, so there was 5 normies. And my buddy just reminds me of you. Not maybe as scientific as you, but you say conspiracy like it's a dirty word. Like, yeah, if you're not a conspiracy theorist, or if you don't believe in conspiracies, I think there's something wrong with you, because conspiracy, doesn't it simply mean 2 or more people coming together to commit an evil act?
Yeah, but there's connotations to it, right? I adhere to those connotations. Oh, fuck me. Jesus, puddles everywhere.
Be
Well,
careful, Mr. Roof.
Okay.
So be careful, sir.
Yeah.
You're saying that about conspiracies?
Well, can I just suggest that you guys look into the people that you use their calculations?
If we were to accept that they're a Satan worshipper, and you found somebody who's a Satan worshipper and has sort of murdered a whole bunch of Padawans or something,
I should have said
and
Kabbalah.
he says, anything, objects accelerate towards Earth at 9.8 meters per second. We can test that and confirm it to be true. What does it matter where it came from?
Who taught you how to test it? Who taught you how to test it?
You can test it yourself. You could devise your own experiment.
Who taught you? I had to go somewhere.
Do you mean taught me the idea of testing things?
The method. Yeah.
The method of testing things. I don't know if I was taught it. I think from babies, since we're babies, we're always learning it. Like test it a different way.
Okay, so that sounds like critical thinking.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the methodology.
Otherwise, you've heard of the genetic fallacy, right?
No.
If you sort of nope out of a conversation about gas pressure that you can test, that you could use your critical thinking and falsify this yourself to go, oh, but this might come from Satanists. That's the genetic fallacy, which says the provenance of where this comes from is enough to debunk it. So if this guy's a Satan worshipper, I'm not finding anything on Max Planck being a Satan worshipper. It sounds like he was a Lutheran.
Kabbalist. No, Kabbalist. I'm talking about
whichever. I mean, I think they're all fictitious. So which fiction he chooses to follow is like telling me whether he's really likes Lord of the Rings or Harry Potter. But why does it matter where it came from if I can test his claims for myself?
Yo, Rudolph, what about you guys doing that?
Really just left.
Flat Earthers say.
Ruhiv just left.
Oh, forgive me. Oh, forgive me, eggshells. Yeah, but like, don't the ballers do that with everything flat earthers say? They dismiss it on the grounds that it's from a flat earther, right?
Probably, yeah. I think most people fall prey to these fallacies. I mean, I think the genetic fallacy is one of the worst because I don't think it is logical. Whereas most other fallacies and biases to me are quite logical. They're simple ways that help you. Not 99 times out of 100, you're trying to make a decision in your ordinary life. A bias will help you, but the genetic fallacy I don't put in that category. But like, ask 10 people around you what day it is, and then conclude that if they all said Thursday, it's probably Thursday. You know, that's an argument from popularity, but it's a good way to figure out what day it is. But the genetic fallacy is not to be like, oh, there's that guy Jeremy, I fucking hate him. Not this Jeremy. I just keep using the word. Anyway, Bob, not Bob. Joe. There's a guy Joe. Kept naming people in the chat. I didn't mean to. There's that guy Joe, and I fucking hate him. And he got a promotion last year, and I didn't. So when he says it's Thursday, it's definitely not Thursday. Like, that's the one that doesn't make any sense to me.
Right, say that again.
Like, most fallacies and cognitive biases are logical. They're a good way to make most of your decisions. They're a bad way to only make a very small subset of decisions. Whereas the genetic fallacy is, to me, a bad way to make decisions. It defies that rule.
So mysticism's okay?
What do you mean by that?
You know, let's see here. Occultic stuff.
Yeah. What about it?
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not saying spells but numbers and just mysticism. It's like, okay, so I don't want to say that there's Satanists, but yet there's like dark forces around, right? So I
To me,
personally
no,
believe,
I don't think so.
well,
To me, the darkest forces in the world are certainty. People who are good people who are trying to do good things, but they're certain of something, and that makes them do bad things. That, to me, is a force of evil in the
I think they're
world.
trying to be their own gods. How's that?
Which people?
Like the early visionaries, pioneers,
The Secret
philosophers,
Brotherhood.
Da Vinci, maybe Newton, maybe Copernicus. You know, I just think that. Are you a spiritual person?
Not really, no. Quite materialist.
Oh, shocker. Sorry, I didn't mean to be insulting like that, but
It's not insulting. I don't take any.
Okay, so what do you think spiritual means?
Believes in supernatural things.
Okay, so do you believe in God?
No. Don't think there's any good evidence for it.
Yeah, that's a thing.
What about
absolutely
a soul?
Pardon me?
Not so. Like, in a sense of like that Buddhists would talk about it or Unitarians would talk about it, then maybe. As in, you sort of the matter that is you and the vibes that was you that you put out and the things you said and the way people remember you and the way they behave after meeting you, that kind of stuff lives on after you die. The sort of the idea of there is a day on which your name will be uttered for the last time or something like that.
That's just legacy.
Yeah, but that to me is about as close as I can get to soul. I don't think that I sort of float up into the clouds and look back down on existence and watch grandchildren grow up and wank in their beds and stuff. None of that really makes any sense to me. Nor does it seem like a particularly useful way to spend eternity. Doesn't seem logical. I don't have any evidence for it. It's sort of unknowable. Nobody crosses into death and comes back and gives us a map. But why would it matter? Like, I would happily use some science from, a Jesuit priest or a Catholic or a Lutheran or a Unitarian or a Muslim or a Hindu, if I could test that, or if I had good confidence that somebody else had tested that, and it was
apparently
reliable.
someone that is trying to weigh the body just before death and then just after.
Oh yes, and I got that 23 grams or something.
Yeah. But I kind of disagree with it, because he also done it on dogs and apparently found no change. And I refuse to believe that only humans have souls and animals don't. That just doesn't seem right to me.
Descartes did an experiment on souls in dogs, but his was a little bit more morbid. He used to nail his girlfriend's dogs to the fence and saw how they acted, and that was his test to see if they had souls. Because he's a
Oh my
fucking
God.
sick dude.
Gosh.
Wow, people are. If you go back far enough, people are really messed up.
Jeez.
I don't think that's a good test, though.
Horrible.
I think because I personally, this is my personal, I never did a test, so I don't know. But this is hold on, Issa.
Sorry,
I don't know if you heard me, but because I personally believe that this universal soul, whatever, exists in all things, including dogs. So, but I don't have a way to test that.
Yeah, I mean, if it's weighable, it's made out of matter. It has mass.
Right, it's not
Like-
a theory or
Yeah,
whatever you want to call it.
I mean, you could suddenly, the moment you know what its weight is, you could identify it, and you could.
Real quick, you said, what do you call it? If you go back in history, look at what freaking Dr. Fauci did to them beagles just fucking a couple of years ago.
What did he do to beagles?
He had something like eat their face off. I think it was something to that extent. It was something gruesome. But, but of course, science, right? This is what, they do it to rats and shit all the time or whatever. I'll find out what he did. Hold on one sec.
Poison beagle puppies and cut out vocal cords.
Yeah, cut out their vocal cords so they didn't have to hear him scream. Let me see what he was doing. I'm just saying, it's like, what do you, to do, think about it. Was Descartes, are we that much farther than Descartes?
Right, I see. So they're giving allergens to dogs.
Cool. Thank you for looking this up. I can't at the moment.
So apparently they've shared a photo of dogs' heads in cages getting bitten by sandflies, but that had nothing to do with NIAID, which is Fauci's foundation. So the photos with it are not true, but I think there is something that suggests. Right, and so PLOS confirmed its mistake that it had posted a correction online and said, no, we didn't get funding from the NIH. There was something.
Did he write a book on that? I think he exposed him. Are you someone that believes what you see on TV?
Yes, yeah, I'm really gullible. I just believe everything the government tells me.
Well, I have a friend that says if it's not on mainstream media because they're reputable, then he's not going to believe it.
Now, yo,
I was like,
Eggshells.
what?
Eggshells is good people, in my opinion. I think he definitely leans on the baller side of things, but Eggshells is good in my book.
Do you think you've got to be checking your? It would be useful to check your own propensity for bias if you lean into finding yourself thinking, I think things for good reasons, and people who disagree with me only think them for bad reasons.
Well, see, that's the dichotomy, though. It's like that's where it's like flat earthers are going against some of the consensus, and they're getting condemned by these people who think what they say is stupid. When in reality, like I was pointing out earlier, it's like, look, the problem for the ball, especially at this moment, is you've got a bunch of aggressive people who recognize that when they go to the beach, the earth looks flat. The sun, the moon, and the stars goes across the sky, and they don't feel like they're spinning. It's like that's just the way it is. And the people that are aggressively talking about that simplicity are just implying, like, that we treat the earth as flat with celestial navigation. Like, you know what I mean? These are things that I think are unconquerable.
But we treat the earth as flat with celestial navigation is unconquerable.
I think so, man. I understand your points. Now, believe me, I understand the arguments that you make, and I understand the potential complexity of it. The problem is that flat earth also hits home with these issues, and these issues are empirical. Your GP numbers, your all the rest of it, your all the calculations, all the suppositions fall flat when they come in face with the reality that people are just sitting back and realizing, wait a minute, I don't think I'm spinning. I don't feel like I'm spinning. And holy fuck, this is wild when you realize that the potential in the fact that you may not be spinning on this ball, and that a bunch of your ideas in life were based around your understanding of the quote-unquote universe. And that's what the problem is that it doesn't matter how many GPs you try to point out, how many contests Ruhif brings up, or fucking the next guy. You can't beat the fact that somebody is sitting there going, wait a minute, I don't think I'm fucking spinning. It's unbeatable.
Could it be that somebody's sitting there thinking something and they're wrong? Like that somebody's first impression of something is wrong?
The problem, Eggshells. The problem is that you guys also you admit that nobody feels like they're spinning, and think that this is where it falls flat, is that you're attempting to then say, and that's why we are spinning. And this is where you lose everybody.
I don't think that's right.
This is where check this out. This is where the normie comes to like the cool party and can't tell a joke. And nobody everyone's like, that's fucking stupid. That's how we feel when this information is brought up in front of us.
Are you saying that globies say the reason I can tell it's a globe is because it feels like I'm spinning?
Right, but that's not true to even the own globe argument.
But I've never heard a glober say that.
Right, they can't, because it's like, and this is the problem, is that when you look at it, it's like they've actually just taken these realities and then tried to superimpose them through ridicule. And that's their problem. That's why I respect a man like yourself, because you're coming in here with these GPR. I respect it. I just think it's it's interesting, but it's not going to hit home. It's not going to hit home. I get it, and a lot of people get it, and it is a great argument to intellectually have. But the problem is that when it comes to this subject, it's like people realizing, like, hey, I'm not fucking spinning. And anyone who's and then like I said, they're trying to force these ideas through ridicule, which makes and then they won't concede on anything, which further puts them in the grave.
Yeah, I guess there's a bit in there. I don't think I do immediately look up and feel like I'm spinning. I mean, I think if there was that, there wouldn't be any debate at all, right? If we're all like, no, in terms of a vestibular system, if we were on a ball and we evolved to be here, I don't know why, or if we were created. If we're created or evolved on a ball, I don't know why either God or evolution would give us a vestibular system capable of feeling like we're spinning all the time. I imagine it'd be hard to get to sleep.
Right,
It
but
would
it's
be
also
sickening during the day.
But the problem is, in order to
yield no
get to
benefit.
that realm, of the conundrum, and to be considering that, like, okay, why would the creator give me the ability to feel this movement if it's not necessary and it's actually detrimental to me, right? But at the same time, is that it's such a big ask next to the alternative, which is that it's plain and simple. That that the Lord made everything relatively simple in that regard, in the sense like you don't feel like you're spinning because you're not, and you
Do you
don't
reckon
see a
that?
fucking curve.
But
You don't
again,
see a fucking
aren't
curve
you
because
both
there isn't
speaking
any.
from a bias?
What's
Yeah,
that?
we're both. All of us are coming from a bias. I think Issa admits that. I'm happy to admit that.
Of course.
It's impossible to be without
Of
bias.
course.
The most biased people are the ones that claim they don't have one.
Of course.
But the question I wanted to ask you, Issa, is, fuck, I forgot it. Carry on.
Sorry, dude.
No, it's all right. That's how you jump
All
in
good,
anytime.
brother.
I talk enough.
No, but I say, even just, I'm just speaking up in defense of, like, let's say Blaze saying, like, are you someone that believes everything on news? Because in some senses, like, I think you give that more credibility. But at the same
I do,
stroke,
yeah. I think the
I don't
news.
think you're immune to, like, a fucking great, to intellectual exercises and to be able to make an opinion on your own. Like, and I just say that in the sense of, like, to Blaze, like, or whatever, like.
Thank you, man.
This is like,
charitable of you.
I say, like, it's like eggshells, like, like Jeremy, there's over, Gem Panda, whatever. I like Gem Panda. I don't like anyone else who fucking hangs out. I like Mark Taylor. I don't know if you know if he's still around. I like CB. These are motherfucking witty, awesome fucking ballers that are all, that are dicks in a lot of ways, but at the same time, I have respect for them because we've had witty fucking encounters, and they probably can think outside of the box. But they choose to be on that position of the argument, which I respect, because we as flat earthers need you guys if we're going to debate this out and have logic. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So
Yeah,
I pick up all the, all the, like, but like I was telling the homeboy before, it's like, gets to a certain point though, where it's like, I recognize that what we're doing is fucking cool, and we don't need ballers. You know what I mean? We don't like it, like, and you guys can stand in the corner and laugh all you want, but we're still going to be taking your chicks to the party. And it's like, it just doesn't matter. You can sit over there and be like, oh, look at him. He's some goofy whatever, but he just stole your chick. And you're like, oh, well, at least I got my buddies over here to fucking, to what? To laugh at people that just stole your chick? That's how I feel this has all gone down. Is that, like, literally flat earthers have come in and taken all these nerds fucking chicks, and then they're over there like, they don't understand the GP of the star, they don't even know the 52 navigate. It's like, dude, nobody gives a fuck, bro. And, unfortunately or otherwise, it's just what it is. And I've often even said to the ballers, like, y'all just got to come a little cooler, man. Like, you guys got to step
a little
up.
cooler. Well, I mean, you're only going to get a specific kind of baller in here, and they're going to be mostly like me, Rui, Kosho, like fairly, I don't know, skeptical people who are down for having an argument, nerdy, as they call them in gems, or tardy types.
Forgive me, man. I got stuff going on over here. I'm listening now.
Oh, good.
Yeah, we're all multitasking.
Yeah, Jim Baroni too. Jim Baroni, you a bit, I don't know, you listen a lot. I don't hear you debate as much, and you never seem to get that, like, heated about it.
I get heated sometimes. I get heated when I talk to people like Riggs. He's good at grinding my gears.
Yeah, I feel for him.
Yeah. I like to sit and listen while I'm tapping away at work, but if something's interesting after work, I don't mind getting stuck into the discussion a bit.
What is it you do again?
I'm an engineer.
Oh, you drive trains? That's what's up, dude.
Not that kind of engineer.
I was messing with
That would be a cool job there. Nah, I work in defense.
Oh.
Say where?
Illuminati confirmed.
Yeah.
You said you work in what? In where?
I work in the defense industry.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. They used to just make walls, but now they're really big on building defense.
Yeah.
Defense that goes around the garden.
Yeah. Yeah, you
I'll
got
sort
it.
myself out.
No, I think that was good.
I've not heard that one before.
Probably because it's shit.
Hey, you said it, not me.
You know, I was watching one of those videos earlier. It shows like it just shows like different. It shows like graphs and how they changed over time. So I watched one that showed like the military budgets, and then like shows like the top. You know what I'm talking about? And it shows the graph leading up till today. And yeah, it's just kind of interesting to see, like you see the change over time, and you can kind of see why. What China, like what's happening with China when you look at because I watched the one for the military spending, and then I watched the one for GDP and size of military, and China actually consistently has had the biggest military for 100 years, which I didn't really
Like in terms of number of personnel.
Number of people, right? Yeah, because they've always kept a high number of people. So yeah, they've consistently had size-wise, but yeah, past 10 years, their GDP is nearing half of what we have in America, and then their military spending, same thing. So Australia, though,
yeah, piss all.
They're still trying to beat the birds. So you guys can't even win a war against birds.
Yeah.
They are very big and very vicious birds. All right.
That was one thing I was saying to Liz as soon as the Russia invasion of Ukraine happened, which was I was like Putin's not a dumb man, so there is no way he did this without okay from Xi. Like President Xi had to have given him the thumbs up. You would not have pissed off a superpower in the region that you were on friendly terms with and would need an alliance, like even a sort of under the table alliance with.
I was suggesting
this
a
bit scared.
Well, I was suggesting that. Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
How would it have pissed him off?
Well, because it brings troops to right next to his front door. It causes instability in the region. Instability always means that, like weird things can happen. It starts a gamble. And if you're not, if you're not ready to gamble or you don't feel your stake, the odds are in your favor, you won't want that to happen. Apparently, I read something, but I've got no idea how to test it. How I would even go about testing it. But the suggestion was that Russia had taken this idea to Xi, and Xi had said, not until the Winter Olympics is over. You can wait till after the Olympics.
I tried suggesting the same idea over in Gems, but some people agreed a little bit. But yeah, I think that would have been necessitated because of the reason you said. They wouldn't want trouble, but also that they probably would like an ally, like when they get sanctioned by everybody. And, they need to trade with somebody.
Yeah, somebody buy their oil, somebody to sell them important things, prop up their failing economy. Yeah.
A little bit worrying.
Well, yeah, my only thought is why the reason I would be okay with it is if they're like, yep, we'll see what happens there. And then we will consider taking, you know, the disputed territories, north parts of India, Tibet, Taiwan, those kind of places. It's the 7 dotted line, just push out to those islands.
Well, I don't think it would play. I predicted it a long time ago that I think like this, if this was a world war, right, that it's probably going to play out like the Second and First World War, except for we were going to play the part of Germany, so to speak, and China is going to play the part as the United States, where they come in kind of after the, you know, most of the war has happened, and then you know, jumping on the winning side. But yeah, it's not really playing out like that's not like we're playing. It's not like really playing out like we're playing the part of Germany. But I think China is going to wait to come to join if there is going to be a bigger conflict. But I've actually seen that Russia is not really planned well for this logistically, and kind of they're petering out a little bit their resources and.
Yeah, it looks like they didn't have supply lines that could stretch more than like, I think it was 100 kilometers or something, which is why they've, which would seem reasonable if they've run out of fuel.
I think they thought it was going to be more of a cakewalk than it was.
Yeah,
for sure.
There's Bellingcat supposedly said that they believe some FNS whistleblower. Who knows? They could all be in on it. There certainly is a lot of effort from Western media to make it absolutely not okay to speak in favor of Russia. So there's probably a lot of disinfo on our side. But they were saying that the internal, when they would write reports, he's like, none of us were told that we were preparing for an invasion. And you're constantly writing reports like, what happens if we invade Georgia? What happens if we do X? What happens if we do Y? And they said, because this system is like, so broken, you would give a report to your superior and they would go, it's not victorious enough, go and rewrite it. So you'd be like, oh, that's okay, we can overtake them in days. And because you only ever think you're doing it for a like simulation or just for the purpose of writing a report, because nobody's ever said we're planning on invading Ukraine, you write this victorious sounding report where apparently in their reports they said you've got to take Kiev. Even in their victoriously written reports they said you've got to take Kiev within 3 days, otherwise you're fucked.
Well, they didn't take it.
The only way that they'll lose is if Ukraine is like propped up by NATO, and just like, you know, they're constantly funneling in weapons and funds for Ukraine.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they're going to get aid. They're going to get aid, of course. And from what I saw,
I don't mean humanitarian aid.
It's not adequate.
That's the only way that it's gonna, like, you know. I think if they didn't have that, it would have probably been over by now.
Yeah, but then they I saw that they took back that airport. Ukraine did, and they did that all by themselves. And so it's like I think that and I heard that there was Russian soldiers like asking people for food and, you know, supplies and stuff, like asking Ukrainian people and
looting shops.
Yeah,
if they're to be believed again.
So it seems like they don't have the base necessities, and that in itself could
There was a colonel.
try them out.
There was an American colonel on, I don't know what news program it was, Western media, and he was basically saying that a lot of like the Western media is basically lying about the gains that Russia has made, downplaying like and minimizing, you know, the situation in Ukraine.
I could easily believe that. Yeah, there's a fairly strong anti-Russian only thing in the Western media at the moment. So I could easily believe that, but I don't think that changes.
He said one of the things that they're exaggerating about is like how, you know, they're gaining and then losing ground and gaining and like going back and forth. He said that hasn't happened at all. What Russia has gained, they've kept. In terms of
The
like
airport?
the airport that you just mentioned, I don't know, but this was like a couple of days ago, and he was saying that they've been kind of steadfast.
Okay, because that airport, it was a big deal because I know that was supposed to help them get their, be able to travel, easily by airway. But what was I going to say? Yeah, so definitely YouTube took down some of the Russian networks on there. But one of the things I saw was that Anonymous. So Anonymous was actually helping the Ukrainians by like so that they were getting onto the radio airwaves that they're using to communicate and sending them sending the Russians the wrong message, and also just making noise so they can't use it, and probably
Yeah,
exposing
I heard
songs.
they didn't they shut down one of the one of the where they
You
get
cut
their
out.
ammo from. They shut down the website apparently.
They get what?
It was some sort of like ammunition for like company contract for the Russian army. Apparently, an anonymous fiddled with their website and prolonged shipments that were supposed to be getting to
Well,
certain regiments.
that's the other issue. Is logistically, they don't have the resources, the means to transport into Ukraine because they have like the rail system, which is good for them outside of Ukraine, but they don't have enough trucks or gasoline, I guess for that matter, to run out to move a whole bunch of that stuff. So that's what I'm saying. It seems like the reports could be wrong, but it does seem like on the surface of it that there might be inadequate, unless Ukraine is just starved from aid from the outside. I think that this might not end in the favor of Russia.
The colonel that was on, I think it was Fox. What he was saying was in the first week, the first 5 days or so, Russia was too gentle. They were kind of being very kind of careful about not hitting suspected places because they might have civilians and stuff like that. They were only going after military targets that they knew for a fact were military, and they were just basically soft-handed, and they've since corrected that. That's what he said. I'll try to find who it was. His guess was 10 days, and this was maybe yesterday. That it would be over in 10 days.
In the favor of Russia?
Yeah.
He's a colonel? I used to be friends with a colonel. I wonder if it's the same guy. He was like a conspiracy theorist too.
I think some of the challenges, they maybe could have taken it in a really short amount of time, but if you accept, or just if it's the case that maybe many of the troops, as they claim when they're captured, didn't know they were going to invade, it's a good chance they got beaten simply because when they turned up in front of Ukrainians they considered their brothers. They were like, I ain't fucking shooting. I'm not shooting those guys. So then they get smacked.
Here he is. Retired Colonel Douglas McGregor, former senior advisor to Secretary of Defense. He was on Fox Business. Someone sent it to me on WhatsApp, so I don't have it wasn't one of those YouTube things. It was the embedded videos, so I'll try to find a YouTube one. Here we go. Apparently he's a general, not a colonel. He straight up says Zelensky's a puppet.
Yeah.
Just the way he says it makes me laugh.
Yo, percentage, did you watch that Jimmy Dory video I posted?
No. Where is it?
It should be up in scroll up a stand, but
Does that mean like
stop. Hold on, stop. Yeah. What is it? Either up top or I can post it again, but it's in there.
Yeah, no worries. I'll search by your name.
Cool. Thanks, man.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, is he current? Because that would be interesting if the military was saying based on our intel.
No, he's a retired general.
So what's he basing this thing of they claim they've taken and retaken airports, but that simply hasn't happened.
I don't know.
Yeah. Because I'd want to know how that be.
Yo, did you see the one kid was actually was in Australia, I think, or somewhere, and the kid asked a question about Russia, and he got thrown off the TV set. You see that one yet?
I think that's absolutely terrible. I think he's
Fucking
just
unreal, dude.
I mean, I think Stan Grant did a good job, or could have even done a better job of debunking that 13,000 people genocided, because that's just, disinfo that comes straight out of Putin's mouth. It's in his talking points. And if you investigate even where he gets the numbers, it's clearly a bullshit made up number. He's counting all wartime deaths.
Here's my problem. Here's my problem with that right now is the issue that they're also saying that Zelensky. Okay, so like they're saying that Putin is propagandizing that Zelensky has armed neo-Nazis, and they're labeling that misinformation. The problem is
I wouldn't
that
call that misinfo.
well, right. The problem
that's
is that it's true. Like this is why I posted that Jimmy Dory video. I really recommend people watch it, because he lays out like that. Essentially, the Ukrainians they armed the hardest group of people that they found were these fucking neo-Nazis, and so basically they've been the strong arm of Zelensky, and Zelensky, interestingly enough, happens to be Jewish, which is a perfect propagandic tool. And Jimmy Dory goes through and lays out how they fully understand this, and that, the thing is that when they bring up, let's say that guy brought up that Ukraine tried, the revolution, Zelensky's revolution, essentially killed a whole bunch of people or whatever, and then to say that that's misinformation, I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't know what happened. Now my thing is that what's first casualty of war is the truth, as they say. So
sure. I think you can Google a fair bit about this Azov battalion, though. They do seem like they are, although small, still significant. I think 4,000, aren't they meant to be? 4,000 and something.
I think it's.
And they're meant to be, controlling. I think a town in the east.
It's not that. It's actually. It's that's. I mean, I think Jimmy Dore goes through even that concept that they're trying to poo-poo this as though it's some little faction. No, 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 no. This is like their army, dude. And this is where Dory goes in. These people have made a video. They've stated their claims, even like it's like Dory walks right through it, man. That video I posted is like fucking damning to this Ukrainian shit because it shows how Zelensky is propped up and actually potentially funding these Nazis, and the fact that there's Nazi sympathizers that were given street names and shit like that in fucking Ukraine. Like it's totally like in their face. It's crazy how watch the Jimmy Dore video, man, because like it's again, like I said, the first casualty of war is the truth. I don't know what the fuck's going on, but when fucking everyone and their mother and Hillary Clinton is saying that we should fucking go help Ukraine, I'm suspect as fuck.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what I'd agree with. The idea of this guy saying, maybe this invasion is justified. I think the information is pretty shit. I think the information, even the Azov battalion, do seem like they're making a very small part of it. It's indeed really shitty to arm up a neo-Nazi militia. I think at the same time, though, like, I'd put it this way. Like, imagine the United States got attacked and you suddenly went, fuck, our armed forces aren't enough for this aggressor. You would, as law allows, start arming up local militias. Is there any way you would arm up? Like, if you armed up 20 US militias, don't you reckon you'd find you accidentally armed up at least one Nazi-esque militia? Because they naturally form into militias.
I mean, but Azov isn't camouflaged or anything. Their flag is an SS symbol.
Yeah, they're outright Nazis. But I mean, that's my point. I think you'd find if you armed up 20, if you just picked at random 20 militias, particularly well organized ones who already had weapons training and stuff like that. You said we're only going to go for the really good militias. I think you'd find that if you armed up 20, you'd accidentally armed up at least one neo-Nazi one. I mean,
yeah, but that's different because
if arming up a neo-Nazi militia is a bad thing and means that your whole government is Nazi, then the Russians have done it too, as have the Georgians, I think.
The difference is whether you do it intentionally or not. If they're, straight in your face Nazis and you intentionally arm them, that's different than, thinking that they're good and that they're not Nazis or anything like that, and then you arm them and it turns out that they are. If you've done your due diligence, then it's a completely different scenario.
That sounds to me like I would need to know the thoughts and intentions of somebody in order that I could weigh the quality of the thing, and I don't think you can ever do that.
No, you don't need to. Their flag is an SS symbol, man. You don't need to weigh any intention, like thoughts or divine anything.
I don't understand how that would be different to doing exactly the same for an American neo-Nazi group.
Because I'm saying if you didn't know that they were neo-Nazis, if you thought they were good, then it's fine, Then you've done your part, it's on them. But if you're intentionally arming people that you know are Nazis, they're basically famous for being the Nazi kind of militia, then, it is what it is.
Maybe it wasn't that obvious and they did not see that coming.
Dude, watch the Jimmy Dore video. Like, they knew exactly what it was. And it's interesting because...
Yeah, I could easily believe they knew what it was. I mean, I don't, like...
but
I
this is like
don't
the
think
central...
that makes a whole country neo-Nazis. I think it's a shitty choice. And I think, Ukraine ranks right next to Russia in terms of corruption. So I think that it undoubtedly does some pretty dodgy shit, and that they could have been suppressing local, sure, but the evidence that the whole country is neo-Nazi because 4,000 of the armed forces of 100,000 or something are neo-Nazis, and there's no evidence of a genocide.
Dude, the guy in the video,
it just sounds like typical Putin propaganda. He says this about everybody, and the West saying the same about him.
That sounds like typical propaganda that everyone says about Putin, right?
Sure. Yeah. I think the West lies too, but it just seems strange that you would say, read this, look at this Western propaganda skeptically, which I agree with. But then to go, when Putin tells you that they're neo-Nazis, you know, the country's run by neo-Nazis and they're committing a genocide against ethnic Russians, apply the same skepticism.
What about the concept that there's these UN biolabs?
UN biolabs.
Over in Ukraine. So, like, the idea that, like, NATO is, like,
this thing about
antagonizing Russia.
they're making a genetic weapon that can only target Russians. That's the way I'd heard it.
Oh, say it again. I couldn't hear you, brother.
The thing I've heard about the biolab was like they're making bioweapons and they're testing it on people so that it'll only target Russians, like a bioweapon that only makes Russian people sick, was the claim I heard.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't know about, but I didn't know what they were
claim,
potentially
isn't it?
doing there. But to me, it's interesting that there's like, you know, like if the UN had like biolabs and then we all just went through this whole fucking medical crisis for the last however long. And I mean, it's just weird to me. And then also, dude, what do you call it? Didn't like Visa and all these people stop doing banking with Russia, and now Russia's partnering with fucking China?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
So fucking
massive
So
sanctions
it's like,
against
I
them,
mean,
and then they.
what we've been talking about is the idea that these fucking assholes have taken control of government and are trying to destroy all the fucking countries. And like, what's interesting is that historically,
You think you could eat and then talk, or it's rather
Forgive
eat
me.
and talk at the same time?
Fair enough. Forgive me. My thing is this: is that like we look at it, let's say from our perspective, you know, with the alternative history, is it's like, damn, did the Nazis really lose the war in World War II? Because you got Werner von Braun and fucking in NASA. You've got like different sympathizers in the UN. You know what I mean? You've got like, you know, this George Soros figure in Ukraine. You know, you've got like all these weird things at play, and then it's like they're destroying this, you know, they're destroying all the institutions that make for liberty. You know what I mean? Like these institutions of big tech have essentially like, you know, they're like executing this plan of destroying the people. Right? Is that what it looks like, or is it me?
It could be. Hang on, I'll be back in a second.
Right, I had to go take a shit.
Hey, y'all, big up everybody here. I gotta bounce and get some sleep. Peace, Blaze, Gio, all to everybody in here.
Peace out, man.
Right.
Hey, Yusuf. I thought my speakers weren't working. I didn't realize no one was talking. Alrighty. Hold on. Holy shit. Anyhow, to say something to one of you guys, so I forgot what it was. Oh, eggshells, are you still here?
Eggshells left rather hastily. I think he had to take a shit.
All right. What's going on, Jerry?
How you been, man?
Always good. I got to make to my girlfriend's in 15 minutes. No, 14 minutes. See if I can make it. Oh, shit, I still got to stop at the store. But I will. Anyhow, yeah, dude, I'm on my way to getting her to be a flat earther, dude. She's almost there. What'd you say yesterday? She said, today I asked her she's a flat earther yet, and she said, what'd she say? Oh man, I totally forgot what she said. It was good. It was a good sign. What was it? Let me think. Hold on.
We'll come back to you.
What's up, Crit's in the house? What's up, Crit?
Nada.
You heard anything new in the Russia-Ukraine thing? I know you're usually on top of that stuff.
Yeah, it's gonna end space travel as they present it.
You said what?
It's gonna end NASA space travel for the time being.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they said no more. The current group of astronauts on the ISS, they get one more try. They'll take them down one more time, and that's it. No more Russian American endeavors. It's over. Finito. Done.
What about okay, but like, 'cause I know SpaceX was supposed to have like a lot of launches this year, but I don't know. Those are still happening? I don't know.
No, because another part of that is both SpaceX and NASA get their rocket motors from Russia. So that's ended too.
Wow. Sucks.
Yeah, maybe it's a good thing because Russia was marking them up some 372%. and then selling them to America. The only thing, the other options, I guess now is that they're going to have to go to India, because I guess India is another country that makes these rocket motors that they would need. But it canceled the lunar mission too. That got kicked. It says NASA in a fury or something like that, or like fuzzy, or they're all flipped out. A fury, or because they can't meet the launch date for. It was supposed to be this month.
Wow.
They're going to go to the moon, but not anymore. Or they're going to go. They're going to send like a thumb drive to the moon with your name on it, so you could say you were part of the we.
Oh wow.
On a broomstick.
Yep. Yeah, thumbstick, broomstick. And then North Korea decides to launch some sort of missile.
You know, I didn't know this, but North Korea has a military almost as big as ours. Out of like the 5 biggest militaries, besides us, Russia, China,
I think you mean army, right?
North Korea.
You're talking about army, not military.
No, like military personnel.
Yeah, for army, ground forces, like foot soldiers. But like as far as, like airplanes and naval vessels and stuff, it's like America has
I just
more
mean
than.
just personnel, though. Is what I'm saying. Not craft or weapons or money. I just mean this personnel alone. And I was watching one of those videos that shows those graphs, like the biggest military and how they changed over time. It's like the biggest military spending, biggest GDP, and we've had the biggest GDP for over 100 years, over 120 years, I think. We've only been we've only been spending the most money on our military since 1986. The Soviet Union was right up there with us right before that.
So, I mean, this is one thing that is actually kind of good for the globe side, because that was one of the Flat Earth talking points. Is like, how are all these nations who are constantly at war with each other, constantly fighting for geopolitical positioning, but yet somehow they get along in space in Antarctica? Well, now you can say they don't get along in space or Antarctica either. They're talking about they've sealed, like you see those sitcoms from the 80s where like they paint the stripe down the house and the two siblings and they say, this is your side of the house, this is my side of the house.
Yeah.
Apparently that's what they did on the ISS. They like took like chalk or something and drew lines.
What?
Yeah, like this is the Russian side of the ISS, this is the American side.
That's fine.
And I guess at some point they're going to say they're going to have to like take their brooms to get down, but they said no, this is it. The last time. This will be the astronauts who are supposedly up there right now. This is if they don't come down on this next time it's coming a Soyuz is coming down, that's it. There's no more free rides. They won't leave them up there, but if you send any more up there, it's not Russian responsibility anymore.
I thought SpaceX is moving them back and forth now.
Yeah, they can't do it anymore either because all their rockets come from Russia. The rocket motor.
So they can't. Yeah, so they can't. They're not. So they have to find someplace else to get their rockets for real.
Yeah,
SpaceX does.
Yeah, some major component is only made in Russia, but I guess India makes something similar, which could be adapted. But India apparently has said no.
Wow.
Well,
That's
no,
kind
right
of
now.
bad planning. Well, I wonder what kind of part it is because I bet you it's not impossible to just make it here. Get it somewhere else.
They destroyed that
That's
technology.
oh, okay. Otherwise, they'd go back to the moon in a nanosecond, right?
Yeah, they go back to the ISS in a nanosecond. The problem is they destroyed that technology. This could be a painful process to build it back again. All they have to do, the only thing America has to do is get Biden out of office and get someone reasonable who will just say Ukraine will not be part of NATO. That's it. The problem's over.
Yeah, but they, I think they have an agenda, right? Hey, I'll be right back. I got to get to my girlfriend's in a amount of time, so I got to get beer real quick. Give me a second. I'll be right back.
God damn it, I got 2 minutes.
On, light.
Very quiet here today. What's happened? We lost a member of the Flat Earth community? Where is everybody?
We've proven the flat Earth, so that's it.
Yeah, we're running high. Hey, we're in control. Yes. Gave another onslaught to the Gem Panda gang. Give it to them.
What was the argument about over there?
Oh, Flight 93 and how it evaporated and disintegrated into the ground at the crash site. You know, the hole is too small for an aeroplane to have crashed and disappeared in. Yeah. 9/11, Flight 93. The flight that didn't make it to its destination because the passengers decided to take on the hijackers. And the last words, I don't know how they fucking know these last words. Are you ready, folks? Let's roll. Or, sorry, I got it wrong. Are you ready, guys? Let's roll. Those were the last words apparently heard. And then, you know, the plane was overpowered. They overpowered the hijackers. And then the plane crashed at Shanksville, Pennsylvania at around 3 minutes past 10 in the morning. To look at the site on the day, the reporter was asked, is there anything resembling an aircraft part that you can see or find? And he said, nothing at all. It looks like someone's just dug a hole in the ground and emptied a skip into it. That was on the day. Okay? So, and I was asking Gem Panda, where is the effing plane? 757. Boeing 757. Where are the engines? Where's the wings? Where are the bodies? The cheers? You know, not one drop of blood was found there. But later on, as the years have gone by, you've got the Connorers report reporting that they found some body parts. Yeah, right. But on the day, they couldn't find anything. On the day when it happened. Which is hard. It's hard to find that kind of footage. I'm looking for that particular report. It was definitely available on Loose Change. First edition. Okay, because I remember watching it. The first edition of Loose Change. And yeah, the news reporter was asked to tell us if there are any plane parts in that hole, because the hole didn't look too big for such a plane crash. And then they showed, and in the actual documentary, they show you that Shanksville site, and then they show you a plane crash that crashed over the mountains in Nigeria, and you see everything, the wings, everything, the luggage, clothing, everything's there. That didn't disintegrate, and that covered some area. So that crash does not really, doesn't tell the whole story, because you can't see the engines, the wings, the fuselage's not there. Huh. Ridiculous. What I think happened was what happened at the Ground Zero, where the FBI were caught placing engine parts from an aircraft, not from the ones that crashed, not that model, some other model. And they were caught placing them in strategic positions, you know, trying to pretend that oh, we just found it. Lying bastards. That's what I think happened at Shanksville. They placed debris parts after the event. The next day or the day after, whatever, but it was definitely what they found was on the day you didn't see any plane parts. And the guy said, I think he was a pathologist, and he said, I stopped being a pathologist or a coroner or something like that when I didn't find a single drop of blood. It reminds me of what was it? The Pentagon one as well, where they sent in the Labrador retrievers and they came out empty-jawed. I shan't say empty-handed, but they didn't find anything, those Labrador retrievers. No body parts to be found there. Another case of a plane evaporating. Disintegrating and evaporated, they said. Ridiculous. So yeah, nice little battle going on. Of course, I got muted several times. Didn't stop me though. They have to mute because the truth is painful to them. And then I left them with what I consider to be the best flat earth video out there at the moment. It's been around a while. It's the synthetic cosmogony or astronomy video, Earth is not a globe. That's the best one because it's from start to finish, 3 hours, non-stop attack on the heliocentric model, non-stop. Every second is spent disproving that globe. It's an unrelenting, non-stop barrage of facts on how the Earth is just flat and the globe is just not there. Non-stop. The best on the market. Not taking anything away from all the other content producers out there. You know, the Globebusters, Generism, Eric DeBay and the Mark Sargents. And who else have we Celebrate Truth, ODDs. They've all done great work. But if I want to have the best video, that would be the one. For the advanced flat earther, of course, I wouldn't advise it. I wouldn't show that to the beginners. It'd be too hard for them to get into it. They, you know, fresh newbie to flat earth. That's not the material they should look at. But for anyone who's advanced in the flat earth, then this is the best video. It's been around years. 4 or 5 years. Aesthetic cosmogony. Earth is not a globe. Has anyone seen it? Have any of you flat earthers seen that video? Oh,
I don't think so, Jin.
like you
I
have
don't
not.
think so, mate.
That's a pity. Blood. Absolutely. What the? Oh, yeah. So what's been happening? Anything exciting happen here, gentlemen? Whilst I've been away?
Nothing really of note.
Obviously not.
Jin, sorry.
It would seem.
There's a separate debate channel now, Livestream too. So we can take all the hot discussions there.
Ah, right. Are they debating at this moment?
I've just
Are
joined,
they
mate.
debating?
I'll have a look.
Yeah, I haven't. I didn't realise. I didn't have a look. I've just arrived myself.
Yeah, there's no one in there at the moment.
Oh yeah, I thought as much. I came in here. It was pretty quiet here. I didn't check anywhere else. So what have you been up to?
Not a great deal, mate. The usual life. Usual life.
Yeah, same here. The kids are on their spring holiday now, so been playing like. I've been exercising myself and spoke to them, just checking where they are on the flat Earth thing. They're all still on board. Ah, good. You know, they're not wavering in any way. Yeah, you got to do that. I've always got to do that. Check that they're not sliding back into the globe, sneaking back in. You know, when my back's turned.
It's important. I think it can happen quick in the classroom.
Oh yeah, yeah. But no, they're well and truly on board because, as I said to them back in 2016, you're one of the lucky boys because if you look at your friends, each summer holiday, all they've done is stayed in the neighborhood. They never went abroad. But you've been abroad. You've been mountain bike trekking, hiking, canoeing, camping, climbing Mount Scuba, cycling with Daddy, traveling around the world, Guam, Saipan, Hawaii. You know, they travel. It's summertime, so you've been able to see the Earth more than they have. And you've never seen that curvature, have you? Did the plane go like that around the curve? No, it was level all the way, yeah, because you were able to have your in-flight meal and entertainment. And in fact, you guys were running up and down, up and down the aisle when you shouldn't have been. Had to chase them down a couple of times. They were going into first class, right? And the youngest one said, "Daddy, why is he sleeping, lying down? Is he sick?" Because you know, first class. They can lie down, can't they? Stressed out. Yeah, and he was asking if they were sick. And I had to keep apologizing. Sorry about that, you know. It's their first time. But the staff were all right. They were very happy. They were very obliging. And they said, "No, don't worry." So I said, "No, this is first class. Very expensive. That's why you can lie down like that." It's amazing how much room they got in there.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, we're all packed in like sardines. But they're fucking sprawled out, you know?
Yeah, they got to have the two-class system going, mate. It's always got to be the division going on.
Yeah, fool's paradise if you ask me anyway. Don't worry about that. If I was a millionaire, I still wouldn't go there. If I was a millionaire,
it's just for businesses looking to avoid tax, right? That's all that is.
Yeah, I get it. But then you get people who are private who go into that first class shit. I wouldn't do that. Wouldn't waste my money. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, maybe they're trying to burn through it so the kids don't get it.
Yeah. But yeah, you know, my children were running up and down the plane. So I reminded them that if we were following the curvature of the Earth, then they wouldn't be able to do that, would they? Because the plane's pitch attitude wouldn't be level. And if it's not level, it means you indeed have to remain seated and belted up for the whole duration of the flight. Well, you would, wouldn't you, if you're following the curvature of the Earth? You would.
Indeed.
Yeah, you would have to. You wouldn't get the seatbelt sign saying you can take your seatbelt off now. And then a few moments later, the pilot might say to you, you can now stretch your legs. Those of you who are feeling a bit cramped in your seats, you can stretch your legs by the, the cabin crews area. Go to the rear of the plane and oh, nice. You know, they tell you, don't they?
They do, yeah.
Yeah, and then you go off, you leave your seat, you walk around a little bit, stretch your legs, you know, and yeah. But you wouldn't be able to do that if it was following the curvature of the Earth. No chance.
No, other than the odd bump and, you know, whatever, you feel like you're just, you know, 3 stories up in the bloody apartment, really.
Yeah.
You wouldn't know.
Like you're riding on a bus. You could be on a bus.
Yep.
Literally. Yeah. It's that smooth. It really is that smooth. But the one
Have you
thing
seen, Jim, that they're going to send a blimp over Antarctica and have people hanging off the bottom?
Who's going to do that?
I'm not sure of the company's name, but the blimp they're using is called like the Big Butt or something like that. And they're going to it's one of the cruise industries have decided to do this because they can't get the industry back up yet. So they're going to charge people to hang underneath a blimp, go drifting for days over Antarctica, apparently.
Oh, really? Oh. You know where they're going anyway. It's going to be a small, excluded piece of land, which they've already. It's easy to do. I mean, it's a no-brainer. It's easy. Nothing spectacular. It's a rare sight, of course, but it's not what we want more than that, don't we?
Wait, are they actually going to do that? Do you have the link for that?
I don't have it.
No, boys, I don't have a link. I'm just doing the school run now, so I'll be back in 20.
Okay. Yeah, go on. You're getting your kids. Got to go and
I
get his
want to go
kiddies.
on an Antarctic blimp excursion for a week.
Yeah.
That sounds like fun. Let's do it.
Yeah, a week would be too short for me. 2 weeks.
Make it 2. Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
We'll see what's down there.
Yeah, you got to do 2 weeks.
I wonder how much they're charging for the blimp ride to Antarctica. What do you think?
Well, I'm going to imagine like the 30,000 mark probably.
I don't even think that would be real. I would love to see the thing where it says that they would do that. If they're actually doing that, I'm interested. But I highly doubt they would even do that.
Yeah, me too. I'd love to see that. You know, a blimp. So where? I mean, what's the plan? What are they gonna take off from the south of Australia or South Africa or South America and just blimp over? Is that what they're saying? You know, or they're gonna land on a and blow up this blimp with helium and that, and then start then. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, how would they do that? And are they going to land? See, because the thing about a blimp now is it's very windy. It gets windy. You're at the mercy of the wind. So what's going to happen? What's the plan, should I say? Should I ask? The plan.
Yeah, who knows?
I would love to know. Sorry?
Yeah, I was just saying, who knows? It seems as though it's like anything that goes is like we're not even allowed down there. That's just so like why would they even like do some like sort of blimp excursion thing in the first place? It seems like if they did it would probably be one of those gimmicks where they basically go like maybe even just touch the edge of Antarctica or whatever and sort of like come back.
Yeah.
I don't know.
They're probably going to go to the regular places that they always go to with the blimp because it obviously safety as well, the safety aspect of that. In case anything goes wrong, they're close to being rescued if that was the case, if it were necessary. Yeah, I agree. They're not going to go the way we want to go. Can you leave from the west coast of California and just keep heading west? They'd never do that, would they? You know, and just keep a heading, fix it, heading, go. Don't turn left, don't turn right. Just fix on that heading all the way. You see, you know you're going to hit the wall. Do you know what I mean? It's there. That's what I want to happen. I don't want them to leave at the south. I do not want them to leave from South America. Anywhere. Australia, South America, no. I want you to leave from California, head out west, go over Honolulu if necessary, and then just keep going on that heading. Will we hit the ice wall? I believe we will. So yeah, I'm in agreement with what you said. It'll be some kind of scam.
Yeah, that's why I asked to see it because I really don't believe that they would be doing anything like that. You heard all sorts of stuff. What would they were going to do? I heard one time that they were going to do some Polar Express flight circumnavigation, and they were going to let people like come on the plane and stuff, and like this they will raise
That's
money
right.
for this, and it actually never like went through or whatever. But it was like
yeah,
these sort of things get touted in this community as like things that will happen, and it's like, well,
I definitely remember that one for sure. I remember that one for sure, and it was never going to happen anyway. I knew that.
Yeah.
Because it's not possible. That's why you can't circumnavigate the Earth north south. You can't do that. So they're not going to do it. You know, they're just not going to do that.
Yeah,
but they're going to make the claim, and everyone thinks, see, well, they're making the claim. You know, years go by, everyone's forgot about it. You know, we don't forget because we're like elephants. We never forget. You know, we are the real keepers of the truth. So we'll bring that back up. What about that? Yeah, what happened? Then there was Greater Sapien, who was planning a circumnavigation of the Earth and he collected all the money, and then the company he said he gave it to disappeared with the money, $25,000. Yeah, and everyone was telling him not to give it to the company because it's not going to happen. You're never going to go. It's never going to happen. You can't circumnavigate the earth north to south. It's never been done. You know, it's silly to give it to the company. It's a scam. It's a scam. What happened? He reckoned he gave it to the company against what better judgment, and the company disappeared. So he says. I reckon he stole the money. That's what I reckon. Stupid fucker. Of course he stole the money. He knows you can't do it. He knew fully well that you can't circumnavigate the earth. He's a liar. So he stole the people's money. I actually accused him of that. I commented on him. I said, have you returned the people's money yet? Lying scumbag. And he tried to laugh it off. That's when you know they're lying. If somebody called me a thief, I'd have them for that. I wouldn't be laughing. I might go as far as getting YouTube to bully. I'm being attacked, harassed. Find out who he is. I want to press charges. You know, when you didn't steal the people's money. This man is just laughing it off. I reckon he did steal the money. $25,000 lost. Scamming people. Anatomy of a Great Deception. Don't think I've seen this one. I have to check that out. Oh yeah, I remember this guy now. I have seen it. Okay, good. Go back. Yes, clearly obvious. What is the use of having the UN peacekeeping force? You know, I mean, as if it's the perfect timing for them to be in Ukraine, protecting Ukraine, but they're not even doing that. No point, is there?
Jane.
How you doing?
What's up, man? Not bad.
How's
You?
everybody?
Pretty
Yeah, very
well,
well,
yeah.
skeptical.
Yeah,
Did
boy,
you hear them cry? Did you hear them crying and moaning again?
Yeah, like usual.
Did you hear them crying and
Yeah,
groaning
like
again? Did you in Jet Bandit?
yeah, like usual, man. Yeah, definitely. Like
Yeah, I
by
gave them
you,
the
Spain.
video. I showed them. I showed them that image of the Flight 93, Shankville, Pennsylvania. You know, the site where there was no plane. Okay, and they tried to say that I was lying. They did find parts on the day it happened. They couldn't find any parts on the day. On the actual day it happened, because I remember that the reporter was asked, "Is there anything you recognize as? Can you see anything resembling airplane parts or anything?" He said, "No, nothing at all. It looked like someone dug a hole and just emptied a skip into it." Right? That's what the reporter said. And then another one said, he was a pathologist or some kind of ologist. I don't know which one it was, but he said, "I stopped being a pathologist after I didn't see a single drop of blood." He didn't see a single drop of blood. That's amazing from a crash like that. The hole was too small, you see. They haven't done any research, because when I showed them, I said, "What is this site?" I said, "What is this site?" From a famous event, and he didn't know. Then I showed him the Flight 93 plane, and they still didn't join the dots. So I said, "You see, you people don't do any research. That's Shankville, Pennsylvania." You didn't recognize it, did you? Yeah, because there's no plane there. You see, where did the plane go? Then they got some pictures up showing some fuselage bits and pieces, but on the day those pieces weren't there. On the day, because the man said there's nothing recognizable. The reporter said it. Why would he say that and then say it looked like someone got one of those earth movers, dug a hole, and then emptied a skip of junk into it? Well, why would he say that if there was plane parts lying around? Such liars they are. But anyway, and then I showed them the best flat Earth video ever. Gave that to them, and then he's arguing about. Excuse me. He's arguing about the validity of the pictures. Look, I'm satisfied with what's being presented. Go to the location, prove the video wrong. Silly ass. Honestly, these people are such dumb fucks.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah.
All right. God, I haven't been able to talk for like a month.
Yeah.
It's been a
Wow,
while.
what's happened to you?
My phone was fucked up, and now I figured out what happened.
Well, welcome back to the fold, man. Welcome back.
I had a good joke, but it's not going to work right
Must
now.
have been
Damn it.
hellish not being able to contact.
Especially with all the 9/11, because 9/11 is my favorite argument.
Yeah, I love it. I do. The reason being, no one's been held accountable yet. So, if you look at the faces of the loved ones, the loss is written on their face. You can see they're not whole. the way they speak, their mannerisms. The face tells it all. The face tells it all. Can you imagine that? That you know your government murdered your relative, your loved one. They're getting away with it. The whole of society is going on, and you're being called a retard. You're this and that. It wasn't an inside job, and you know, there is a what's the thing? There is an aura about those people, and you can see the loss is there. They don't even have to speak.
When I investigated it, I looked at different aspects of it because people weren't really listening to me when I was saying like the planes weren't real or, you know, the plane that crashed down disintegrated. They weren't listening. So I was looked at the aspect of, if you look at what they spent to investigate it, they only spent $3 million, initially $3 million.
That's right.
But wait a second, initially, and that was a year. And then they had to spend more because it was ridiculous. So it pushed it up to $13 million they spent. But they spent they spent $79 million on Clinton's blowjob investigation.
That's right. They spent more on Clinton and Monica Lewinsky's case than they spent on investigating 9/11, which is an embarrassment, isn't it?
Yes. And this is a fucking failure. This is a failure. And the closed doors meetings with Bush and Cheney, where they couldn't be recorded, and which is bullshit.
Yep. You see, so that's why currently there are 4 lawsuits out there now. NIST is one of them. They're being sued because falsification of audit information, foreknowledge. They didn't check on the steel. They didn't look for explosives. And it states in the NFPA 291 guidelines for explosions and fires that if there's any sign of explosions or residue for thermite, then you have to check it. And if you don't, that's a crime. So they're being sued on that ground.
And a lot of the steel that was protruding from the rubble was cut at a 45-degree angle.
That's correct.
It shows it,
Yeah. And it's cut that way so that the building can walk off of the position it's on. That's what they called it. That is
what happened was
terminology to make
what I think what happened was they expected it to fall into Building 7, but it didn't quite do the damage they expected. So they had to explode it. They had to bring it down.
No. That's not why they did that. No, they did not want it to land on any other building. No, they couldn't have it land on building number 7, and then because that would cause a massive catastrophe beyond belief. There are too many buildings nearby. They had to bring it down into its own footprint. Building number 7 was set to come down on its as well. It was all very military executed. There was no way.
Yeah, because it was
they
it was planned before, like way before it was planned, and especially like the gold that just so happened to be there. No, that was in the Pentagon, right? They were holding the gold in the one spot that was being. They were refurbishing that side. They were remodeling it, so it just so happened they were storing everything there. But all the cameras were off. The most protected fucking building in the world, and all the cameras on that side of the building are turned off. And all the cameras, all the tapes were confiscated from all the fucking other cameras and all the stores and everything around there.
That's correct. The petrol stations in particular. The petrol station opposite.
So these aluminum fucking plane just cuts through the steel like it's nothing and pops out the other end.
Yeah, no, ridiculous.
Yeah.
I personally am going with the planes went in. That's for sure. But it wasn't the plane. Hang on a second. It wasn't the plane or the explosion that brought down the buildings. That never happened. It was definitely controlled demolition, without a doubt.
Because that fuel would have burnt up right away. It would have.
Well, that's what they said. 90%. They said 90% of the fuel burnt up in the initial explosion that we all saw. That was 90%. So there was not enough fuel to go barreling down the central shafts to the lobby. That could never happen. And
the first responders said that there was explosions. But what really gets me is it's on video. You hear it. But what gets me is there is no hazmat units anywhere. If there's any kind of wreck or catastrophe where there's humans dying, the hazmat team has to come in there and biologically secure their place. They never did that. You never saw any hazmat teams. Never.
No, not at any of the sites. Not at any of the sites.
No, that's a good argument too to use, because that's one of the precautions. Like if a plane crashes, the hazmat team goes there and fucking secures it, and that didn't happen.
Now guess what happened? It was the French reporters that brought that point up to the West. They had this competition online saying, find the plane for the Pentagon. And it was that particular challenge that highlighted the fact that you mentioned that area would have been such a disaster from the fuel alone. They would need hazmat suits. They said that.
Yeah,
it would have been a
blood,
very highly operated chemical disaster cleanup from the fuel alone. They said.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter how hard you throw a body into the ground; it's not going to disintegrate. You know.
No, it's not.
It's not just going to just poof, puff into dust. You know, it's going to be there.
It's not going to.
There's going to be There's going to be a crater with someone's bones in the middle of it. You know, just like splatted.
It's going to be.
And bodies bounce anyways. Bodies bounce.
Yeah.
There would have been a bunch
they lied.
Bouncing bodies
all the way.
But what also is weird is that Flight 93 or whatever movie was made the same year that it fucking happened. It's like they had the movie already made and ready to go.
Yeah.
And if you if you remember right, that was technology. You couldn't talk to people 40,000 feet up in the air on cell phones.
That's correct. That's
You
correct
couldn't.
because I'll tell you why you're right, because that was 2001. So by 2006 or 8, round about then, United Airlines made an announcement that people are now able to make phone calls at that altitude. So the question came up immediately, well, what happened on 9/11? I thought you were already doing this back in 2001.
Yeah, there was all kinds of people calling their families and stuff. You know, it's like
yeah. Hello, this is Mark. This is Mark Bingham. You do believe me, Mum, don't you?
Yeah, we're going down.
Who's going to speak to their mother like that?
Yeah,
give you a full name.
And I was thinking, if there was a plane that went down, because there was rubble, there was a plane crash. It looked like miles away. They found. It could have been. I don't know, but they could have scrambled a jet and fucking shot a missile at that plane, and we brought the plane down. If they wanted to play like fucking that the hostages did that, or the fucking whatever terrorists did that.
Yeah, but they went with the they might have shot that plane down. You might be right. And I heard that scenario. Okay, the thing.
Well, they should have. All the planes should have been shot down, really, because they all had ample time. They had all had ample time, but they were having those drills that day.
Well, actually, what happened on that day was the majority of the aircrafts that are there to protect America, they were out on exercises in Canada, training for that very event. Okay, that's why there was confusion on the airways. Is this real time or exercise? They kept asking every time when an order was given. When an order was given, they kept asking, is this real time or exercise? Oh, sorry, real world. Is this real world or exercise? Sorry, let me get.
Yeah, because all the planes. Yep, that was true too. All the planes were doing that. And remember that there was a hurricane off the coast of New York that day, and you don't hear anything about that. I'm not saying that has anything to do with it, but that's just a weird thing.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. That was never mentioned. And then NORAD was asked to stand down, wasn't it? NORAD.
Yep,
so nothing had happened. All protocols was shut off. So then
because when there's a hostage, when the plane gets taken over, jets get scrambled to it within like 2 minutes, like 2 to 10 minutes, and they were up in the air for 45 minutes.
They went the wrong direction first. They were sent the wrong direction at the beginning. First off.
Yeah. And it just so happens Bush is in a classroom reading a fucking book to children. Not reading it, he's just staring at the book. And he never did photo ops like that. He never did photo ops like that.
No, that's right. That's right.
It just so
He should
happens
have been.
he's there on film.
He should have been
Yeah.
whisked away, according to their protocol.
Yeah,
but no,
yeah.
they didn't whisk him away, did they? He stayed for.
But he
both
shouldn't even have
moments.
been there because he's not the type of president that was really known for fucking doing photo ops like that. Just why was he there that day? Just right when it's happening.
Yeah, suddenly he's into the photo, doing things for the kids.
Yeah.
And then you know what? He actually let it slip. That he said he saw the plane hit the building and he thought, boy, that's some bad piloting error. Remember?
Yeah. Yep.
Plane as well. Shooting himself in the foot. How could he have seen it when he was at the school? So this is what we call having foreknowledge of the event. There was a lot of that going on. You might remember building number 7, the emergency and first responders were saying, keep an eye on that building, it'll be coming down soon. And then an onlooker goes, was it coming down? He goes, yes, it'll be coming down soon. It's about to blow up. Can you back up, please? Can you clear? And then there's a black woman, emergency worker. She said, can you clear the area now? The building's about to come down now, please. Can you clear the area?
Yes.
Right.
Yep. And then
we
the
get a
cop,
countdown. 3, 2,
yeah,
1.
the cop, 3, 2, 1, and boom, boom, boom.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's one fucking support is supposed to fail. Support number 46 or whatever, and that takes the whole building down.
Yeah,
that's fucked up.
It's bullshit. Yeah, and that there is definite foreknowledge because the police were saying it, the first responders were saying it, and then you heard this guy who was standing right next to a first aid responder with the radio, and you heard the countdown 3, 2, 1, and then the building came down, and then the architect said, "Can fire bring down a building to a countdown?"
Yeah,
has that ever happened in the history of skyscraper buildings? That fire brings down a building to a countdown? I thought that was funny.
Fire's only brought down one building, and that was it was on fucking fire for like fucking 12 hours or something. Never has a building gone down that quick.
Not completely. Not complete. That was not a complete collapse. That was a partial collapse, not a complete collapse. It's never happened where unless you're talking third world countries where they don't have any standards. Matchstick, their stills are like matchstick. You understand? They've collapsed, but a proper fire-protected skyscraper has never been taken down by fire. Never. It's never happened. I'm telling you now. It's never happened. This is an inside industry knowledge. That's firefighters and the architects. They know this. And they said it's never happened. It's never. And especially at freefall, where you're talking 400 supporting girders per second per floor. Fuck. Fire can never do that. Bang, 1 second, bang, that's 400. Second floor, bang, 800, 1200, 1600. That's just a joke, isn't it? Fire doesn't do that. It can never do that.
No, it doesn't.
No,
it doesn't get hot enough. And aluminum does not go through steel. I don't care how fucking fat. They always go, yeah, but there's wood can go through trees during hurricanes. That's different. That's a 2x4 is a lot more dense than a fucking palm tree.
Yeah, and the nose of a 747, 757, they're soft, Often no protection. That's going to be shredded. That just buckles up. The pilots are dead. Massive explosion. Sorry, no, it's not.
Yeah, because that building was made it was reverse made for planes to hit, so it wouldn't go down.
Several planes. Yeah. The structural integrity of the Twin Towers was such that they likened it to the mosquito net of your window. That if you punctured it with a pencil, it doesn't render the rest. It still has structural integrity, and that's what that was like.
Yeah, but if you watch the planes go into the building, it's weird. Like they just meld into the building. It's really weird. I don't think there was planes. I think there were missiles because there's only 3 or 4 videos of the plane. There's only 3 or 4 videos of the actual planes going into the video to there. There's no home video, not one home video of the plane going in. They're all like major network. Like major networks were just so happened to be doing a story right underneath it and raise their cameras up right at the last second to see the plane.
Yeah. Very true. Very true. It could have been a missile, quite more than likely. Okay, but the thing is, something did go in. It left that shape. We saw the shape on the window. But people were alive there, waving their shirts and that. Help! Rescue us! Helicopters were trying to get in and have a look, try and rescue, but it wasn't any good because a few minutes, an hour later, they were down, and that was terrible. They took in the central columns first, and then the perimeter columns afterwards. Then there was the explosion outwards as well. So that was an implosion and explosion at the same time.
Yeah, and fucking all the first responders are all dead now.
Yep. Yeah.
They're all dead.
Yeah, I know. They died from the ground zero or the 9/11 cough, or what they called it.
Yeah, and how fast did we sell the fucking steel to China?
Yeah.
Like
50,
we were selling it to them while we were taking it away from the wreckage.
Yeah, 50. Guess what it was? 15 cents a pound. That's how much they sold it to China for. 15 cents
right away
a pound.
too. Right away.
They said immediately. You know what they said?
Yeah.
That was a crime in itself. That's why.
Yeah.
That's why NIST, the FBI, FEMA, and the government are being sued for allowing that to happen because it was a crime scene, and in the NFPA 921 guidelines for fires and explosions, if there's fire and explosions, you have to check for thermite because of the previous terrorist attacks, apparently. So, and they didn't follow those guidelines.
Oh God, no! They didn't follow any guidelines. Like this was off the record. Like this was off the books. Everything. Like they did things unlike they ever did before. Because this was something that's never happened before. Never has a plane hit such a big building and it's fallen down within 2 hours.
Yeah.
Of being on fire.
That's 1 hour. 1 hour, and then a few minutes.
Yeah,
after
you're right.
that,
You're right. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. The funny thing is, altogether 2 hours in total for the three of them to go down. All within 2 hours.
Then like 7 or 8 hours for building 7 to come down because it got hit on the side or something. A little bit of damage was done, and that was Giuliani's bunker. That was Giuliani's fucking war bunker. He just had it.
Floor number 12.
He had it fucking redone.
Floor number 12. You're talking about floor number 12. That was Giuliani's. Yeah. Special reinforced bomb-proof bunker that he had there. That's right.
Yeah. See, I wanted to talk when you were in Gems. When you were in Gems, I wanted to talk because they're talking just dumb shit. I hate when they start talking about 9/11 because they're just so fucking just not even knowing what the fuck's going on.
Yeah. Do you know what I did? Do you know what I said? I said, you're lucky that I'm not in a room with a machine gun because you'd all be gunned down now. I would have gunned them down. That's what I said to them.
They're just dumb. I just feel bad for them, because I love that
can't, because you know why I can't feel bad for them? Because you got 1 or 2 of them claiming to be engineers, and if you're an engineer, there's no way you wouldn't know this.
Well, they have that one group of engineers. They have like 2,500 engineers that say it was a demolition, that it was not a terrorist act.
That's right. They're known as the architects and engineers for our 9/11 truth, okay? But
and they're all qualified. They're all qualified too.
Yes, of course they are. Gem Pandas said in Gem Pandas, they think fire brought it down. And I said, they tried to say that I was disrespecting the dead. I said, you're talking to the man whose car number plate is 911. That's the registration of my car. I chose that so I don't forget the event. Yeah? So don't say I'm disrespecting the dead. In fact, it's the spirit of the dead that's making me shout at you right now. You can't.
Hey, you remember that one fucking, oh my God, that Bill O'Reilly show right after it happened? He had that one truther, 9/11 truther on, and he just disrespected the shit out of him because his father was in there or something, and he wanted to investigate, and Bill O'Reilly was just calling him a fucking asshole and
I remember it very well.
That pissed me off.
Yeah, that pissed me off as well. He was like I said, They're lucky that I'm not there because I'm the guy that would have hit him with not a tomato, it would have been a Coca-Cola can to his head.
Yeah, right.
You don't give them tomatoes. You give them Coke cans. Bang,
No.
bang, you jump down.
Yeah.
Because that was murder. That was murder. What happened?
Yeah, straight up. Like, and the people jumping out of the fucking windows and stuff. It's fucking sad, man. I mean, just what the fuck?
Yeah.
Isn't it just such a shitful way to conduct yourself in an argument or a discussion when they pull out, oh, you're just disrespecting the dead? Basically, what they're saying is, I have no argument to offer, so I'll just sling a guilt trip at you and try and make you look like an arsehole to everybody else because you've destroyed me in this discussion, and now I'm fucked. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I destroyed them even further by saying my car is enshrined to their memory. So not only am I not selling the car, but the car is 911. So they just don't understand, do they? They don't understand who they're dealing with. Yeah, but they know.
Yeah, you see, but Jen, you need to critique. You need to fix your argument with them because they have answers to that. You have to focus on the hazmat team. You have to focus on the rarity of buildings falling down with just fire.
Can I tell you something? I've destroyed them over and over and over over again.
Right.
And I like my style. It's raw. It's not critiqued. It's a tsunami of the truth. It doesn't matter what they do. I get them on the ropes and they're getting pummeled every corner. They have to. They have to. Yeah.
You do bring in the owner of the buildings doing getting insurance, right? Yeah, you do. I've heard you say that before. Yeah, because that's true. That's 100% true.
Yeah. Larry Silverstein.
Yep, Silverstein. You did like 6 months before or something, and the insurance companies don't have that kind of policy, so they had to critique this just for him. Like they made up a new policy just for him.
Yeah, 6 weeks before the event. 6 weeks.
No, I thought it was 6 months. Oh
no,
shit.
6 weeks it was.
Jesus, man.
That's right, and they paid out. Obviously, they were involved because you would never pay out, would you? 6 weeks the event happens, you're not paying that out. Not without a thorough investigation. So they should never have paid out. But they
paid it out because they fucking they were coerced to.
They stood to make money themselves. They were making money. They were making money as well. Yeah, no. You look, you can tell because I'm straight and pure with my truth. It forces them to do these underhanded shenanigans, and they're only exposing themselves. They're making the conversation or the debate more interesting for those who are listening because they're thinking, well, look at this one guy. Look at all the stuff he says, and then this guy's stopping him from talking, and then but as soon as he's off unmuted, he's just carrying on. Fucking right as well. I'm not going to stop.
Well, next time you're in there talking about it, I so wanted to fucking go in there and like assist you. Not that you needed assistance, but I wanted to be in there so there wasn't just you. Because I'm friends with all them. I'm a globe earther and stuff, but certain things are just blatant in your face,
Yeah, that's right. I mean, that I don't need any help. Do I?
Yeah, definitely. But I would have liked to assist you because some of them need to be taken down a little bit.
I would welcome it, but as you well know, I take on all comers. Jin's a one-man army. I don't need any help at all with this bunch. They know they're in trouble as soon as I come in. Oh no, it's Jin. Fuck. What are we gonna do?
I just don't get why they are fucking so adamant to fucking believe the fucking the narrative. I don't get what is it in for them.
Yeah, I don't get it either. Why? What motivates them to be so willfully ignorant of the bleeding obvious? There's there's so much contrary evidence to the mainstream narrative, and yet they just put their fingers in their ears and go la la la. No, it's what they say it is. I can't understand how a living, breathing, rational person can do that. I really don't.
Exactly.
Just see how the buildings fell down, though. Yeah, just how they fell down perfectly, bam, right into their footprint. I mean, just bam, each one. It was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's impossible for it
So
not to
quick,
be.
too, so quick.
You couldn't set that up in your backyard. You couldn't make two models that would just collapse perfectly on themselves, let alone a 350-meter skyscraper hit by an aeroplane. You could. It's just insanity.
Yeah,
it's amazing how well they did it, though. It's amazing. I mean, they're assholes for doing it, but whoever did it was fucking brilliant. They did it perfectly. It fell perfectly down. Bam. Like that much rubble just going straight down.
Especially building number 7. It was
in the middle,
beautiful
in the
to
middle
watch.
of the building fell
It
first.
was beautiful to watch, honestly.
Yeah, it was free fall.
Yeah.
It was free fall speed. And the middle dropped first. They show it slow motion in the middle, that tower drops boom first, and then the rest of the building falls.
Yeah, that's right. That's the Twin Towers. Building number 7, you see the penthouse suite go first, and apparently 6 seconds lapsed, and then the rest of the building came straight down after the penthouse collapses.
Yeah, it's fucked up. Each
And
one of them,
every floor underneath had the exact same lack of structural integrity at all 4 corners and everywhere. Like nowhere did it skew off to one side. Just bang,
you
bang,
think
bang,
it would
bang,
have.
bang, bang.
Yeah, you think it would have fallen to the right or to the left or something, you know?
Yeah, asymmetrically. Yeah.
Even one of them, but they both did it. It's just, it's like you said, it's masterfully brilliant, but unbelievable at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they were doing work on the elevator shafts like 6 months before it happened, and they were guarded with weapons. Like the workers were guarded with guards with like weapons and stuff. Like yes.
And also the other thing is, with those towers, they had to knock out 400 of those columns each floor per second in order for it to fall so symmetrically. Okay, it was amazing. But the thing is, each floor, right, supporting the other floor was only 30% of their maximum load. So they were those buildings were just not under any stress at all. Do you know that? It was truly a safe building.
Yeah, it was made. You watched the making of it. It was perfect. Is my volume different now?
Yeah, I watched the building as well. The building of those towers, and you think, they don't.
And right below when it was exploding or when it was falling, there was explosions, and they weren't concussive explosions or like pressure explosions, because all the air pushed the windows out. Because it wasn't like that. There were flashes that explode, and then right underneath the whole way down, there was explosions like 3 floors before it, the whole way down.
Yeah. And then Jem Panda tried to pull a fast one the other day with his image of pancake floors, and it did not represent anything like pancake floors. That was a building that had been blown up and the floors were all intact. I said to Jem Panda, that is not building number 7 or the Twin Towers, right? And then he started to try and argue, how do I know that? And I said, don't be silly, Jem. It does not resemble anything like building number 7 or the Twin Towers.
Because the middle cone of steel that they had made around the fucking the center would have been standing straight up, or it would have fallen down. But it would have been like the Eiffel Tower. It would have looked like the Eiffel Tower or something. Nothing but bare steel.
Yeah,
that's right.
And people say, oh, how could they have done this? They could have set this up, honestly, guys, over 5 years. Just in the course of my day-to-day work, I wear high visibility clothing. I can walk into anywhere and nobody asks me any questions because they just assume that you're a workman and you're meant to be there. So any small team of guys with hard hats and high vis clothing, they could have worked on this for 5 years prior in the service shafts and things. Nobody would have known they were there.
No, because the security firm that was in charge of it was George Bush's brother and George Bush's cousin's company. So they were they're called Securicom. So they were in charge of security, and apparently this thing was planned 10 years before. Not 5
because they said
10 years.
They needed another Pearl Harbor. They said that many times. We need another Pearl Harbor.
Can you imagine the people that were in those buildings occupying them? You're probably bloody stockbrokers and insurance agents and people like that. If they see a guy with with a hard hat, they don't ask any questions. They don't give a shit what the guy's
No,
doing.
they don't.
Because
You know what they said?
if anything,
You know what
they just look down on them. They just look down on them, if anything. But
yeah, do you know what they said? Do you know what they said? They had to keep cleaning weeks before the event happened. They came in to work every day, having to clean dust from the air ducts. They said every day.
Oh yes, I remember that. Yep.
Yeah, they had to clean dust every day, and they could hear the movement of heavy equipment on the upper floors. And remember this: the Twin Towers were of low occupancy. Okay, they were known as like the pink elephants in that area because low occupancy, and they had a $5 billion asbestos cleanup charge that Larry Silverstein had to take care of.
Yeah.
Clean the asbestos, okay, and that he couldn't afford it.
And they say that's what killed all the first responders, the asbestos.
Yeah, that's right.
It wouldn't have killed them that quick. They would have got cancer and would died of cancer or something. These people died within a year.
Asbestosis takes years to develop, and then anybody in New York on that day potentially would develop asbestosis because it's a tiny fibrous particle that would have been airborne through all of Manhattan or wherever it is. So there should be tens of thousands of people with asbestosis.
That's right. The funny thing is, as the years have gone by, they're all dead. They're all dead now. All those first responders. There are some survivors, but the majority of them have died. Okay, and the dogs as well. Yeah, and the dogs have died also. So, interesting, the developments after the event. Yeah, man, that was shocking. Absolute shocking. Like you said, you heard the explosions. You can hear them from the news footage. You can hear the explosions from the news footage. Bang, bang, bang. One guy's handing the phone over to his pal. Do you want to call your mother to let her know you're right? And as he's saying that, bang, it goes off. You know? And then the firefighters themselves, it was like they planned to take the building down, on each floor. Ba, 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 ba. I said, yeah, that's right. Bam, 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 bam. I could see the shit coming. I was running and the shit was coming, he said. And I just kept on running. The shit was coming and I kept on running. Yeah. Controlled demolition. Even Europeans, Europe's #1 controlled demolition expert said, he was asked, he was shown the actual building #7 going down, right? He didn't know it was 9/11 at the time, right? And then he asked him, what happened to this building? He said, that's controlled demolition. Are you sure? Zegerbeta, he says. Absolutely. Then he was told that building fell down on 9/11. And then look on his face. This is 9/11? Yeah. 9/11? Yes. What? He was well and truly surprised. He didn't know about building #7. And then he realized, that's when he realized it was an inside job. He realized it then. And he's dead now. He's part of the people who have died mysteriously after 9/11. He died. Danny Jawenko, his name is. Europe's #1 controlled demolition expert. The top. Danny Jawenko from Russia. And he's dead. Barry Jennings, the guy who was working in building #7, the black guy with the glasses, a little bit plump, he's dead. He had sensitive information to give to the 9/11 Commission report. Just before the book was released, he died. A day before, he died. Barry Jennings. And various other people. One guy who helped some people who came out of the elevators, skin on fire. He helped them out, got them to the emergency services. That guy died.
Eggshells, come and convince us all that it was terrorists.
Yeah.
I don't know for sure it was terrorists.
However, you think to a high degree of certainty that it was, though, don't you?
No, not super high. No, I'm 60-70% that it was terrorists.
But what do you think about the whole them spending $13 million on the investigation, but spending $78 million on the Clinton blowjob investigation? That's kind of weird.
No, I don't. I mean, I don't. It's like, that's like, to me, like looking at, oh, this guy got 20 years for robbing a corner shop and that person got 2 years for beating an old granny to death.
No, you can't say that. Look, listen.
It's an equivocation.
Hang on.
It's not equivalent.
Hang on. 3 buildings went down in supposedly America's first kind of like real terrorist attack. Yeah, I mean, if you include the Oklahoma bombing, okay, it could be the second, right? But to have an investigation that only cost $13 million, but you spend $79 million on Clinton and Monica Lewinsky, don't you think there's a mismatch there? What's more important? Don't you think there's a mismatch? No.
Sure. Yeah, I think there's lots of confusing or.
Is it? No. My question is it a mismatch? Fucking hell. Is it a mismatch?
Describe again what you see as the mismatch.
The fact that the money that was spent on investigating an a marital affair, and then we have 3,000 people dead from a terrorist attack. To spend more money on Bill Clinton and Monica Lewinsky's love affair, don't you think there's a mismatch there with the money spent?
It doesn't match. Yeah, I would agree. It doesn't match where I would want that money spent. Absolutely. I mean, broadly speaking,
that's the point we're making. That's the point we're making. It's a mismatch, isn't it?
Sure, but that's because broadly speaking, I don't really give a fuck who a president shags. Like whether he's faithful to his wife doesn't, to me, affect much about whether I think he's going to have good economic or education or defence policy. I don't really care about that.
Investigating the money that was the taxpayers' money that was spent investigating it, and then not to spend that much more money on 3,000 people plus who died in the 3 buildings.
I guess what we're saying here, Harry, is you would, just on face value, you would logically deduce, or I would, that the amount of money spent to investigate the 9/11 circumstances, you could argue that they didn't really want to get to the bottom of it too thoroughly, as opposed to there's all this political information that we can see the president here, so let's spend a fortune trying to do that. But on this other thing, maybe the guys in power really didn't want all that much of a thorough investigation.
Yes, yeah, I absolutely agree with that. I think I don't just agree with that. I think that is the case. But I don't think that shows that it was I don't think the only explanation for that is necessarily that it's an inside job.
Of course it is. If they're reluctant to investigate and not, people were complaining that the money wasn't enough for the investigation.
I agree, it's one possible explanation, Gene.
Hang on a second.
I'm not saying it's not.
I was talking there and you just jumped in.
There you go.
Wait a second. Right? The other thing is this, yeah? NIST did not follow the protocol for such an event.
Well, let's not switch topic to NIST now. Come on.
No, it's the same place. It's the same place. Just let me finish and you'll understand. The NIST did not follow the protocols of the day because there's a guidelines. It's called the NFPA 921 Guidelines for Fires and Explosion 2001. And it states in that guidelines that if explosions are heard and explosive residue is found, they should check the steel for thermite.
Can I make the point I was trying to make, or is it just going to go back and forth between you and FE?
No. You can make your point as well. That's
Thank
it.
you.
I'm finished.
So that there is entirely a possibility that they are not interested in extensively documenting how they fucked up. Like let's put it in this case. Let's say UFE are in charge of security for, let's say I've got a facility, like a large and important facility, and you are the main person in charge of protecting it. And then one day a bunch of bandits come in and destroy the place, right? Or rob me or something. It's a massive fuck up on your part. And then I put you in charge of writing the report about how this happened. Can you see that even if it was you doing it as an inside job, you could have been the inside man, but even if you weren't the inside man, you might be motivated to make that report be lacking because basically the report is FE describing how incompetent they were on a particular day. So it's entirely possible that what you're saying about these reports and how much effort they put into
inside job, isn't it? Inside
but
job.
I'm saying that's one possibility, but the other possibility is you've just asked the people who fucked up to enumerate the ways in which they fucked up.
Well, basically,
okay. So in that instance, so yeah, I agree with you, Harry. In that instance, that would still be an exposure of enormous levels of corruption and malfeasance. I don't even know what the correct word is, but because outside of the Twin Towers, you've also got the Pentagon, you've also got that wherever the other crash was, Philadelphia, wherever the hell it was, I don't even know.
Pennsylvania, Shanksville.
Those two sites also have enormous question marks hanging over them as far as lack of debris and lack of, all sorts of things.
Doesn't look like a normal plane crash, I agree, yeah.
Neither of them look in. So the Twin Towers don't look like what they're meant to be, and the other two crash sites also don't look like what they're meant to be. So the level of cover-up, the level of corruption, the level of malfeasance, misfeasance, whatever it's called, is enormous and broad sweeping through all of the corridors of American government at that point.
Yeah.
Not just me who runs a security company in charge of something. Like it goes far and wide at that point, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it goes far and wide and like because I could still I think we discussed this last time. I could still easily adopt the position of being a lie hop. To me, there's just not enough information. A lie hop, which is lie hop is let it happen on purpose, and a my hop is made it happen on purpose.
We
could easily believe in a my hop in a lie hop conspiracy, which is just like you have a few people. You don't need this giant infrastructure of an Illuminati and thermite in the building and fake planes and death squads and any of that shit. You just need like 6 people to make a variety of decisions over the course of 6 months to 12 months preceding it to go. Let's just try to undermine the infrastructure in deniable ways, such that one of these many terrorist attacks that we're constantly thwarting, we fail to thwart one of them, and bang, it hits us. And
okay. Now, hang on. Let me just stop you there now, right? Now, you've got 2 Twin Towers and building number 7. They came down at free-fall speed. The only way that could happen is if accelerants, explosive material, thermite, these are the things that you need to bring down a building in a controlled way. How would so-called terrorists you're talking about gain access? These are the Islamic.
They came down at what speed?
Terrorists.
The claim is that they came down at free fall speed. I don't think that, like, indeed the way the buildings collapsed is questionable, but I don't know how giant steel frame buildings collapsed. It's the first time.
I know.
Jin, mate, take a breath, man, please. I don't know how buildings collapse under fire when hit by planes, because those are to my knowledge, the only skyscrapers in history that have been hit by planes. So I've got no idea how it happens. But the case, please, Jen, let me finish.
Hold
Fuck,
up,
man.
Hold up.
They collapsed by fire.
Jen, you got to let it.
Use the correct terminology. Supposedly, but it didn't happen.
Harry, did you finish?
No,
whatever.
All right, Jen,
part of the thought.
Take a breath, bro.
So the case that they were brought down by thermite, I think is like the only evidence for that is how quickly the buildings fell and a little bit of spherical. Fuck, Jen, you dodgy old cunt.
Jen, man, I don't want to mute you, bro, but you've got to bite your tongue until it kills us finished. Come on.
So
you've got to bite your tongue, man. Just hang on.
Yep. You saying that to me or to Jen?
Me.
Okay. So the evidence for the thermite appears to be pretty much exclusively the way the buildings looked as they collapsed, and bits of spherical steel seen nearby claimed that can only happen if it's at some point entered a liquid state, which I think is that latter bit. I think is some pretty good evidence. But the evidence that I would expect to see would be, when the fuck did they put it in? Like, I've seen buildings. I spent months and years probably doing this when I was an 9/11 truther, looking at buildings prepped for demolition, and what they typically have is the entire bottom floors totally cleaned out. The whole building is typically derelict anyway, but they cut through beams with jackhammers and then put this thermite deep inside the core supporting pillars of the building, and then they do the same thing at sort of every 5 or 10 floors up the building. It's an incredibly laborious process that requires a lot of work, and there's cables running fucking everywhere. Correct. Now, if you're suggesting that they did this to this building, where's the evidence of that? Where's the person turning up at work, even if they did it over the course of a weekend? And here's the other problem. To do that in a shorter amount of time requires more people. There's only two ways to do it: a long amount of time with a small number of people, or a short amount of time with a large number of people. Both of those create problems, right? You've either got an army of demolitions experts wandering into the World Trade Centers and setting them up to blow the weekend before, or you have one guy spending years doing it, and nobody noticed a thing. Nobody knows any evidence.
Have you not finished now? Because you're taking a long time. Bear in mind, other people do want to talk as well. Thank you very much. Right. Yeah. Address your point. You're the one that says that 19 hijackers and terrorists that are involved in this thing. So that's our question. That's the question we ask. If indeed terrorists did put these charges in, and they're known as shape charges, what you're talking about here, thermite, shape charges, and other. I don't think there's
any evidence for use of those. No, you misunderstand my position. I'm not saying that terrorists laid the building with thermite. I'm saying I don't think there is credible evidence for thermite, because the evidence that I see is like, the building's collapsed a bit and there's balls here and there, whereas that's weak evidence.
Okay, let me correct you on that one. Let me correct you. There's 90 tons of the stuff in dust. 90 tons. So it's not a little bit here, there, and everywhere, you idiot. There's 90 tons
of what? Thermite?
Thermite residue in 90 tons of dust.
There's 90 tons of thermite bullshit. I'm calling bullshit on that.
I'm telling
if you present
you now,
evidence for that,
there's
that
90
might sway
tons.
my opinion, Jim.
You're misunderstanding the language. 90 tons of dust which contained thermite. Okay? 90 tons of dust that contained thermite.
I would honestly say, I would say, let's throw in there for a sec, Excel. I would say if there's any residue of thermite, that's really suspicious. I wouldn't want thermite in any skyscraper. So even if there's 500, even if there's 10 kilos of stuff that's got thermite in it, that's alarm bells to me.
Thank you. And it's in 90
What's thermite residue? What is thermite residue?
Thermite residue. I'm trying to find this.
Yeah, don't worry. I can give you all the material shortly afterwards. I'll give it all to you. Don't worry. I've got it all. Plus,
you have no credibility with me, because the last 4 times we played this game, you present something that doesn't actually say what you're saying.
Let me finish what I'm saying, please.
So you need to present it now, or it's going to be ignored.
I was actually halfway through mine. Okay. My second point is this.
It's annoying, isn't it, when people talk over you?
Well, it's my turn. My turn now, right? My second point is this. We have Professor Stephen Jones, who was given 4 samples of this stuff. One of them came from Jeanette McKinley, whose apartment block building was behind the South Tower, which collapsed. That's building number 2, which collapsed, blowing out all the windows of that apartment, and the dust flew in. She collected the sample under photographic observation for the chain of custody, to prove that she wasn't making this shit up. And she sent it to Professor Jones of Brigham Young University, a professor of nuclear physics. He puts it under the electron microscope thing, had a look at it, and they broke it down to all its constituencies, and it was indeed thermite, and thermate was in there, and they actually ignited ships. Don't interrupt me. I'm not finished. Not finished, right? He actually ignited some of these for you to see in the video, of that sample. And then
what's
he
produced
produced
in the
a
thermite
25
reaction?
paper peer reviewed. I can give you that as well. There you go. Finished. Fuck.
Yeah, I mean, all of these are claims, and I've just been burnt too many times by you, Jin, where you claim to have this amazing proof, and when you show it, it's not what you say it is.
It's
So,
not
so
a
you're
claim,
going to need
mate.
to
It's
present
not a
that for me to
claim.
take it
It's not a
seriously.
claim. It is not a claim. I can back it up. It is
Sure,
not
back
a
it
claim.
up now, or I'm going to ignore it.
I'm gonna. You can't ignore it. It's the truth. That's the thing. So
I can.
ignore it.
Without
Ignore
seeing.
it as much as you like. You can
Get
ignore
some
it as much
evidence
as you
of
like.
it.
The fact is, the buildings came down at free fall speeds. Okay, at free fall, and it's no way that could happen unless you use explosives. That's the only way. Okay, fucking even you know that. Even you know that. You're not that fucking useless of a human being that you cannot know that much. Okay? If you're biting your dad in his helicopter flying around or plane or whatever. Bullshitting cunt that you are.
Yeah, both.
Honestly. Lying
I'm
good
not so keen on
scumbag, man, honestly.
rotary aircraft,
You've
though.
got no idea what truth means. I don't give a shit. You
Purple
don't give a
bell,
shit
though.
3,000 people died. That's you can tell.
I
You can
do.
tell
I
you
think,
don't
I
give
mean,
a shit.
what
You don't give a
what
shit that
fucking
3,000.
bullshit,
You
Jin?
don't give a
Just
shit
pull
that
your fucking
3,000
head in a
people
moment.
died.
I don't
You are
care
totally
about the way
fucking
people died because
inhumane.
I'm not interested
You
in entertaining your
spastic.
bullshit
You
about
spastic.
why they died.
You're
Fuck off.
a bullshitting, no good lying scumbag. You fuck off. You cunt. You fucking useless scum.
Oh, settle down. Seriously.
So,
Like,
Jin,
this Discord is not to be treated like a bloody gutter fight. All right, so just calm the language and the tone down.
Yeah, well, I mean, I hope that's directed at him because I've not engaged in any of the ad hom.
Harry, you know it was Harry.
I just want to ask, what's produced in the thermite reaction?
I don't know.
So I just looked it up.
It's something really dull, isn't it? Like not aluminium, but like some sort of.
It's iron and aluminium oxide.
And sulfate as well is in there. Sulfur's in there as well.
No.
Sulfur's in there. Sulfur. They mentioned
I just looked it up, Jin. It's iron and aluminium oxide are the outputs. And now Jin,
that's
follow-up
it. But then
question.
there's thermite.
What are plain
and
hulls
thermate.
made of?
Nanothermate. Nano. Check nano. Nanothermate as well, please.
Oh, I think that there would be better evidence than this. That's what I think. I don't.
We're giving you the best evidence.
Provided. Well, I'm trying to say that bit. Nobody's provided to anything that satisfies me personally about.
You're a
how you
dickhead.
read
You're a
this.
dickhead. Nothing's going to satisfy a dickhead.
Oh, okay. That's the evidence we're going to provide. Just
yes, you're a dickhead, man.
Very good.
I'm going to provide you. I'm going to provide you with the.
All right. Oh,
there we go.
Okay. I was going to.
There we go.
Like.
I'll let him cut now. Jin, just calm down a bit, mate. I'll take you off mute in a minute. You got this level. It's not okay. We all have opinions on this shit, and it's all okay. None of us were there. None of us know 105% what happened.
Exactly.
We all feel strongly about what we think, but let's just keep the conversation civil, eh? All right, now I'm going to unmute you in a sec, Jin, and then we're all back to buddies again.
Yeah, I think there is questions to be asked. Like this is the same thing we had when we discussed this like almost 6 months ago, Effie. I think there are really good questions, but as Bandy and I both say, questions aren't answers. Like saying, how did the buildings collapse? Why do they collapse so quickly is a question. Therefore, thermite is an answer that requires quite a bit of evidence. It's fine to have questions. I've still got them. But to say this is definitively one thing or another, exactly as you're saying, what would we have to be an expert on? Airplane crashes, building engineering, defense strategy, the intelligence infrastructure and espionage. Like so many different things we'd have to understand intimately to have a degree of confidence on this.
It doesn't require that much expertise to understand thermite residues were found. They've examined it.
I'm not a professional expert on everything, so like you are. So I'm doubting my own credentials.
Then listen to the logic. Do the research.
Well, it's just that people who are logical and know they're right usually seem more chilled and don't like shout and call people a dickhead in the middle of a discussion.
You dickhead, you can't cross the fucking road, man. Talking about here. You're never going to learn if you stick your head up your ass or in the ground.
Jin, let me say something to you. Now, I'm I am of the same opinion as you when it comes to these two buildings, right? But probably if Eggshells or anyone else wanted to go and research around,
3,000 people.
They could trot out so-called experts who will explain the mainstream narrative. Now, I have a high level of incredulity, and I also offer everyone else the same opportunity. So, Eggshells has incredulity as to your evidence. I'm okay with that. You know, we all have to do our own research, get our own so-called experts' opinions, and then figure it out for ourselves. So I get your passion. I'm of the same pretty much opinion as you, but there are probably other so-called experts who will support the other side of the argument. So I guess we all just got to find out what we're happy with.
Yeah, I understand that, but at the end of the
I think
day,
that's well said. We set our own standards for what, like.
Yeah, exactly. You don't have any. That's what it sounds like. Your standards are so low, lower than the belly of a snake. That's
They're higher.
They're
higher
Jin,
than
you
yours.
accept literally everything. Very low
Yours are
standards.
low enough
You have no standards.
that hearing the word thermite has you go, yup, definitely an inside job.
Well,
Could it
because
be
you can
thermite
see,
and not an inside job?
No.
Could it be an inside job and
You
not
can see the
thermite?
buildings
Both of
coming
these
down
are
at
possible, but you're so
You can
dogmatic.
see
you
the
stick
building
to
coming down at
silly
free fall
positions.
speed. But you can see the building coming
How do
down
you know
at
it's free fall
speed.
speed from looking at it, mate?
Fucking hell. Sorry?
I said, how do you
What's
know
that
it's free
question?
fall speed from looking at it?
Well, when you look at it and you see it come down in 6.8 seconds, that's free fall. That's free
Is
fall
it?
speeds. Yeah.
Is it? How far did it fall?
Well, listen to this. The first 100 feet, right, that's 8 floors, that's 32 meters, happened in 2.25 seconds. So you do the rest. That's free fall.
Okay, so you don't know how quickly it fell.
I do know.
They did some analysis
I just told
on
you.
it. They did some
6.8
analysis
seconds. 6.8 seconds.
They did some analysis on it where they were
47
like,
stories.
but they could
47
only.
stories. 47 stories, 6.8 seconds.
So
That's
my
not us.
understanding is that's a bit different to what I learned. I mean, admittedly,
That is
what I
the
was learning
facts.
back in like
If you look
2006
at
or 7 or something,
the facts
Jimbo,
properly,
which was they were only tracking it from like the building starts to collapse and you can track where the floors are and compare it to previous frames where the floors were, and you essentially use the building as a tape measure against itself and see how far it disappears. And then they say that that's free fall speed. I mean, it does look very fucking close to it.
NIST admits that.
But they don't. At least when I was interested in it, they weren't giving the entire time of the collapse.
I'm giving you the numbers.
Anything
I'm
less
giving
than
you
an
the
S.
numbers.
Oh, fuck.
I'm
Okay.
giving
All right.
you the
Probably
numbers.
time for me to
Hush,
tap in.
hush. You can hear you.
Jim's being impossible again.
I'm giving you the information that
Is
you're
that
asking for.
you don't get it after it. You've got no information once it disappears into a dust cloud. So dust cloud's coming up almost as quickly as the building's going down. So you only get this glimpse of like 8 floors disappearing quite quickly.
NIST tells you that the first 100 feet, which is 8 stories high, which is 32 meters, happened at free fall. NIST admits
How far
this.
is that above? Is that above where the plane?
That's when
hit
you
the
look
tower,
at. That's when you
supposedly.
look at. Hang on, let me explain it, and then you learn. When you look at the building from the top as it's coming down, so it's falling from the bottom, yeah, and you're watching the building drop. So the first 2.8 seconds, yeah, 2.25 seconds, you've got free fall. Okay, you've got free fall, and that's what they said. And NIST admits that. And then every floor after that, they had to explode 400 supporting girders per floor per second. 400 supporting columns simultaneously. simultaneously. Okay, at the same time per floor, and it fell in total time 6.8 seconds, under 7 seconds. Fucking hell! What more do you want?
The interesting
What
thing
more
is
do
there
you fucking want?
was a fairly concerted effort when I was a truther to
when I was a truther.
Yeah,
you should write a book. When I used to be interested in the truth. No, I'm not. What are you now? I'm not interested in the truth anymore. When I used to be interested in the truth.
It was a phrase used specifically for 9/11. There were different names for different conspiracies, and 9/11 truthers called themselves truthers. It's just expanded since then. But
we couldn't let it go, Harry.
It was too funny. When I was a truther, I used to X, Y, Z.
Yeah.
It does sound funny.
Now I'm a questioner.
Yeah, fair enough.
Now you're an
now he's a deceiver.
No, now I'm a questioner. Now I don't claim to hold the truth because it makes me behave more and more like Jin.
Well, I've got the truth. That's why I've got the information
Exactly.
to hand.
Exactly. That kind of certainty makes me bullheaded like Jin, and I don't like it.
You better believe.
All right, I interrupted. So continue on. You were saying when you were a truther. Go ahead.
It was a concerted effort to be like, to push the discussion to be like, just ignore the free fall speed, just ignore the possibility of thermite and stuff like that, because it's not very clear. It's all sort of murky. There's multiple possible explanations. Just get people to focus on building 7, because a remarkable number of people then, and I suspect still now, didn't know anything about building 7 collapsing. And that one to me is more interesting because it collapses again very quickly, but it is not one that has a giant aircraft slam into it. Every other.
You know what, Harry? I would love to get you. My goal is to get you from 70-30 down to 50-50 on the scale. I'd be happy if I could get you there.
I'd be close to 50-50 on being a lie hop. Just a my hop is put yourself. What I would put put yourself in the shoes of a controller and imagine you have significant but not unlimited power, and then try to imagine how many moving parts, how many people you need to be in control of, and how perfectly they need to execute their duty and never speak of it in order for that to go off. And quickly it becomes just, in my mind, when I tried to do it as a mental experiment, it just became ridiculously unwieldy, where I'm like,
but I would offset that. I would offset that argument, and I hear you. I'm not just saying, no, shut up, Harry. I'd offset that with, imagine the plethora of extraordinary coincidence that would just have to happen perfectly by you just letting it happen, and every plan of every bad guy on the day would just have to work wonderfully, beautifully in order for it to come together in the way that it did. To me, that's equally as unlikely. Do you know what I mean? Like, both sides have high levels of, I can't believe that.
Yeah, sure, yes. The difference though is, if you're being a lie hop, it doesn't have to happen on that day with those 18 Saudis, because the idea of at least for me as a lie hop, is America's getting attacked, but according to them, they're thwarting attacks on almost a weekly basis. If that's the case, all you need to do is let one through. Now, any one, it's like sort of going, could anybody roll 6 6s in a row with dice? Sure, they could. You just need to roll it enough times. So in essence, letting more and more attacks happen is essentially rolling the dice more time. Where they need a bunch of things to happen. They need a guy in their 18 Saudis to not defect and suddenly go, I think I'm doing the wrong thing. None of them get caught. All of them get completely eviscerated by the explosion, so there's none you can interrogate. All sorts of things need to happen right. But you can do that as many times as you want. For 9/11 as an inside job, you only get one shot on that day. Everything must be absolutely perfect.
Yeah.
So it's like the difference to me is like, could I roll 6 6s if I keep rolling the dice, versus could I roll 6 6s immediately now?
Yeah. Now, I've just arrived home, boys. I'm going to leave you. I love you all. Jin, behave yourself, and we'll catch up again soon. Thanks for playing.
Yeah, take care, man.
Cheers, mate. Good talking.
There you go. Bye. Bye.
So, writing of all your looking into 9/11, like you said, you used to be a truther and all that. So, I mean, what do you think now? You think that airplanes were jacked by these people and flew into the buildings, and then they came down from fires? Like, are you just like a mainstreamer believer at this point?
Yeah, much closer to the mainstream. I still leave a lot of space for the chance that key people within the intelligence or defense or leadership of the country let it happen in a hush-hush kind of on purpose way. But the idea that there's thermite in the buildings, that I just find that an unwieldy, improbable.
But how can you? How can you when 90% of the 90 tons of dust it's found therein? 90 tons of dust.
I've been burned so many times by your claims of having evidence for things that when they show up is a video for something
I'm
else.
actually going to post you it. I've
Sure,
just located
post it
the paper that I was looking for you. Took me a while to find the damn thing, and now I've lost it again. But I'm going to post it shortly. It's a peer-reviewed paper from what's his name, Professor Stephen Jones from the Brigham Young University.
Yeah, I've posted a quote. I've posted a quote and references to Jones and Jones's page in the chat already.
Yeah, but I'm going to
Hey,
give
Jen, have you seen that? Jen, have you seen that footage that's been floating around? Some people have been putting it into some 9/11 videos, but it's basically some demolition videos of buildings being demolished, and
right.
I don't know if they're blowing out certain floors, but basically they're like blowing out floors, and then it doesn't pancake; it just falls over.
Yeah, I've seen those. I've seen those. Yeah, I've seen those. Yeah, that's because the technique they're using isn't exactly the same as the ones used on the day of 9/11. Yeah, because you have the different standards. I mean, look at it. I mean, they used shaped charges, didn't they? Strategically placed to remove 400 girders per second floor. That was building number 7. I mean, that's amazing to be able to do that. Yeah, because you have to hit 400 of those per floor. The experts tell you this. It's not. I'm not making this stuff up. So yeah, I'm not surprised to hear what you said though. It doesn't surprise me at all, because there are different ways of demolishing buildings. Different ways, In this particular case, 3 particular clues were there: thermite, and nanothermite. All these 3 things were present, apparently.
So they're using 3 different kinds of explosive? Is that the
yes? There were all those residues. Yeah. This is the thing. If you did the research, you haven't looked into it. That's the problem. You just haven't looked into it. Because if you did, you'd be speaking just like me. You would. You'd be
Jen, if you want to, Jen, let me ask you something. If you want to fight for the truth so much, like you really want to speak the truth so strongly, why are you always personally attacking people? Like, why don't you just speak strongly for the truth instead of just always it seems like if you think somebody else doesn't have the truth, instead of just speaking the truth with strength, it seems like you just want to tear them down.
Yeah, because my anger is hard to contain. When you bring them the evidence and dismiss it in such a manner, and then they come out and say to you, well, I don't know this, but you're bringing them the evidence to look at so they can know. If you're not an expert, you can become an expert.
It seems that Gio's question is about the efficacy of this approach. Do you reckon this works?
It works for me.
I mean, you can't control someone else to either speak or see a person.
Yeah,
I think there's a delay. I was just saying you can't force someone else.
You can hang on.
All delayed.
No, but you can force them to realize that they're not looking properly. Because if you want to know the truth, then you'll pick up the other half, your opponents, let's say, or the other side information and have a look at it. That's how you become an expert. Study it, but you don't. Then you say, I don't know. You don't know because you don't look. You don't look at the information. You don't
Well,
digest
I
it,
think I have looked at
process
the
it.
information. I don't think it provided any good evidence for this suggestion that I've not looked
You
at the
have not,
information.
sir.
You're just
I can
disagreeing with my
guarantee you,
conclusion
sir.
upon.
I can guarantee you this, sir, that
course
you
you
have
can,
not
because you're a
looked at the
zealot.
information and you have not digested it, because if you had done, you would know that fire can never bring down a building to free fall speeds. It's not the characteristics of fire. You can't. You can put it under the scientific method.
I just don't know what to
Put
base that
fire
on.
under the scientific method. That's all you got to do. Put fire under the scientific method. What are the characteristics of fire? Can it initiate sudden explosions, shooting things out at 80 miles an hour, 60 miles an hour, or 4-ton beams? Can it do this? Hurtling a cannonball 80 miles an hour, 3 miles away. Can fire do that? It's easy to do. It's just easy. You just don't. I don't know why you want to believe the narrative. I don't understand, because the information against the narrative is overwhelming, just like the globe. It's just so overwhelming that the Earth isn't a globe, but yet you take the negative stance and you follow. The same thing, isn't it? It's the same thing. So don't worry. Anyway,
right. I'll wrap it up, because this is just going to be the same for the next couple of hours.
If it's in your conscience, you will look for the truth. If it's not, you won't. Simple as that, really. I mean, no one can force you, but just making sure you understand that you haven't been looking. Because if you have, you'd be speaking like me, without a doubt. You would.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm
obvious.
questioner now. I think that doubt is useful. I don't want to be as certain as you are.
I have no doubt in that. I have no doubt in that.
Exactly. That's what I think the problem is. The fact that you keep missing that is
not a problem. It's not a problem. As an engineer myself, I have an experience in the field of metallurgy and burning and heating and shaping metal. So I know that the engineers who build these buildings, that each floor, it was supporting the floor above, was only 30% of its maximum weight it could support. The building's integrity is second to none. So the only way you could bring that building down at free fall speeds has to be explosions. And then NIST is being sued because they did not check for that, even though they were given material to look at, and they still didn't check. That's why they're being sued. And FEMA as well, and the FBI, by the way, for your further information. So, that's what it's all about now. Sorry, but that's the truth, unfortunately. But you can wrap it up now. You've obviously reached your load, so you may now your limits. Yep, your load, max load. You can wrap it up.
Yeah, sure. I think that your certainty probably clouds you to the possibility that there might be other explanations for the things. I think it was an incredibly complex day on which many different things were happening, and the idea to have a certainty about a singular narrative on that day is arrogant to the point of stupidity.
Okay, well, I think your blasé attitude to 3,000 people dying in a murderous act by the American government, and your slapdash attitude to checking.
Just an ad hominem.
Hang on, I'll let you
not
speak.
saying I don't care.
I'll
No,
let
because
you
you're mischaracterizing my position, and you're
your
attacking my character. Get fucked.
Your slapdash attitude.
You're saying I don't care about 3,000 people dying because I don't agree with your bullshit about it.
You are a wanker, because that's
you're just being dishonest now. You're just clearly trying to pin this idea of a disagreement about how something happened as like I don't care about people. It's a nasty, silly trick, and we can all see through it. We can all see how dishonest you are now. Thank you for being so obvious.
I think you're a wanker and a hole of an ass, and your slapdash attitude to 3,000 people dying, not searching for the truth properly, speaks volumes for a wanky Aussie that you are. Okay? Lower than the belly of a snake.
Well, you're a piece of shit.
Yes, and you are less than cow dung and rhino dung mixed, and you don't have the excellence.
So, Tony, you got some jokes for us? something other than these guys calling each other different types of cow dung, animal dung, is probably going to be more interesting.
And when you see that, you want to know.
He was just talking the whole time.
Yeah, I didn't know I was muted. I didn't know that I was muted because I'm not looking at the screen. So
well, you were giving us different flavors of animal dung that you were calling people. So like,
I was just saying that, you know, he was below that. He's less than that, below the belly of a snake, basically. And that's what I feel he is, with his blasé attitude to 3,000 people dying.
all right. Well, I find it surprising that someone like yourself that says you're a man of integrity seems to stoop to such low levels of vile insulting and disrespecting other human beings. Even if he does have a different opinion, even if he doesn't see it your way, even if any of those things, there's no reason to treat people like that.
Well, when he slanders my character in such the way he does, I always return the compliment. Sometimes you have to stoop low, but I put my suit on so I don't get any dirt on me.
So 2 wrongs make a right, then? Is that what
I'm not a philosophy. A follower of that philosophy. You wrong me, I wrong you. I don't care. That's how I am. That way I remain perfectly sane. I don't want to be carrying.
Okay, then you have very little integrity.
I have a lot of integrity because I've helped a lot of people in my time. So my integrity is intact. I just will not take utter lies and insults from people who want to take the stance where that they think that fire can bring down a building at 3-4 speeds. Sorry, and they also followed the globe. And it was Lee Harvey Oswald. Oh, and they went to the moon, and we can go to Mars. I mean, how much do you need to take before
this is a hallmark of conspiracy thinking, right?
This is the guy that's
Lee Harvey Oswald is somehow related to why you can't manage your emotions.
It's all part of the reason
Everything's
why
connected.
Your actions have been called into question. You take the narrative side on everything.
The one that keeps getting questioned about their intention and their behavior seems to be you, Jim.
Questions I receive. I'm talking to you personally, and that is that you are a lower than the belly of a snake because you lie all the time.
I think you're probably a nice chap, but I think this certainty has caused you to become insufferable as a human.
You're accusing me of having doubt. I don't have doubt. I don't need doubt.
You're not even listening. I'm accusing you of the opposite of that, Jim. I'm saying your problem is you don't have any. I'm saying if you had doubt, you wouldn't be such an arsehole.
Why would I listen to you? Why would I be listening to you? Thank you. I have no doubt about your character. That's what I'm saying. Bloody hell. Get it right, will you, mister? Your character's being called into question. Some people think that I'm a bit of a low gutter snipe myself. I can be. Put my hand up on that. But only momentarily, and I put my suit on.
All right. See you later.
Bye-bye. Thank you. Yes. I went onto his show. We had an amicable talk that time on his show. Oh, man. Going off like a baby now. I'm done now. Like I said, I'm representing 3,000 people who died, plus the first responders. You better want to know the truth as to what really happened. Stop carrying their stupid narrative, ridiculous insult to humanity that they died because of the fire. And it was the Muslims that did it with the hijacking the planes and then killed all those people. Okay? Keep believing that, yeah? Don't stand up and argue for the truth. Just keep. Ridiculous. May as well call yourself a globehead then in that case. May as well say the earth is a ball. Give up completely. I can't do that. I'm not going to listen to people lie like that. I don't know. I'm not a professional, he says. Well, you're not going to be a professional if you don't look at the information brought to you and do the studying. How do you think? I can't call myself an expert until I look at something and study it. And we've got 20 years now, but I knew that on the day. Well, I can't say I knew that on the day. A year later, when I looked into it, I discovered the truth. that it was not the hijackers. All along, I didn't think they could do it. Didn't think that Muslim people could do such a thing. It's against the religion, you see. So, and then it turns out that they didn't do it. And I was right. It wasn't the Muslims. It was an inside job. And they blamed Islam. And since then, the legacy of that is innocent children have died in Iraq. Iraq is poisoned with depleted uranium, which is causing the female women in Iraq to give birth to deformed children. And also in the American military, who was at the theater of war, their wives are giving birth to deformed children. So there is an inherent legacy from that event that is absolutely disgusting. And that's not having compassion and understanding for that, and coming in here all blasé when you're given the information really leaves me feeling rather disgusted with that person, and I will let them know that. And they can't say that I am disgracing the dead, because my car is, of course, 911. Why did I do that? So that I don't forget their deaths. I never want to forget that, ever. Because when they died, I died. A piece of me died that day. They attacked me as well. That's how that is. That's how it is. I feel their pain. I have that compassion. And that is integrity coming through. I have no time for wankers from Australia. I really don't. This server does not guide my feelings in that way. I will always let it come out. Can't hide from these. Can't let these people just come in here and blasé their way through. I'm not that desperate to have them on my, I just cannot take that kind of nonsense. Disgusting to the core. Absolutely. Line about my dad is a helicopter plane pilot. Well, how comes he doesn't know the earth is flat then? Because I've been in a plane, I've never seen each of them. And if he's a pilot, he should know that. And then we've got testimonies from pilots saying that they made a mistake all the time. They thought they were going over the curvature because it was happening automatically. It wasn't. I was really controlling the plane. I didn't realize. How embarrassing. Testimonies. So come on, man. Get with the bloody program. Stop lying. Disgusting.
Hey, Jim, what's your profession, mate?
Loads of innocent, beautiful, innocent people died. They didn't even know the earth was flat. They carried the belief that they were in a democracy, even though it was a dictatorship. They didn't realize that, and they're gone, snuffed out. Boom! Larry Silverstein makes billions. Other companies around the world making billions. And you have a wank of an arsehole of an Aussie coming in here telling you this, that, and you want to... This man should be hung out to dry. Dry him out. So he knows the truth. We Africans, we have ways, man.
Yo, Jin, what's your profession, mate? I don't remember.
When I left school, I was a welder. Wasn't getting enough money because I found out that my mate, who I introduced to the job, white boy, was getting more money than me. I left that day. My boss was well gutted, but I said, I gave you my integrity, my all. I'm doing most of the fucking donkey work, and he gets more than me. I introduced him to the guy on my left, became a courier straight after that, and then I worked 12 and a half years as a youth worker. I also worked security, okay? I've also done building work at the Isle of Dogs, electrical and plumbing at the Isle of Dogs when they were building back in the 90s. So I've done a lot of work, a lot. I was in the army for 2 years, the Royal Engineers, learning mechanics as well. So I've had a nice checkered life, if you would say, totally interesting, and I've enjoyed it. I've got a lot of experience, travelled the world.
Being a youth worker, that's good as well, mate. You know what I mean? Because you're there for the community.
Yeah, I did that for 12 and a half years as a volunteer youth worker. The age group was 13 to 23-year-old. My skill set at that time was PE teacher, because I've got a certificate for that, plus photography and cook. Those are my three sets. So PE, cooking, and photography. And then, of course, teaching them the political side of being a student and the students' rights. Because then Margaret Thatcher abolished the ILEA, which meant the youth club now had to become a viable business. no longer getting funding from the ILEA. So if we were going to get any money, it would have to come from Westminster City Council, and we had to become a business. So we worked hard, got our business plan together, approached the Westminster, and we were lucky we were getting some funding. But it still left us having to raise money, charitable means, okay? Like London to Brighton cycle rides every year. I did that, you know, to raise money for the youth club. So yeah, I did that for 12 and a half years, right up to the week I came to Japan. I might still be there now if I hadn't left London, because I was most certainly needed, and I was providing a great service of motivation for the youth of today, of that day at the time. And today, I do that now here in Japan. I offer my service as a motorcycle and push bike mechanic to my neighborhood here. I fix their bikes. No money. And they thank me. You see? So that's me. That's who I am. Bit of a jack of all trades, master of none, if you will. But when it comes to like engineering and metal, I mean, I've got my hands show the scars. Okay, my hands show the scars. They're right there. They used to call me rhino skin or elephant skin because my hand was that. It's tough, and it's still tough today. They're not like cook's hands or writer's hands or piano player's hands. Nothing like that. Imagine the hide of a rhino. That's what my hands are like, and that's the palm I'm talking about, not the upper skin. The palm. Tough. Solid. I can hold a hot cup, but you might let go of it in a second. I might hold it for 5 or a bit longer. And then the pain gets there. That's what I'm like. I'm a ruffian. Sorry, that's how I grew up. I had to fight my way through all the time. So that's where that's coming from. I grew up in London, remember? Rough and tumble country. Racism is everywhere. You either fight or you drown. I'm not drowning. But when it comes to people's loss and compassion, I was always there to help. Always going to lend a hand. So I don't want to hear people not understanding the basic knowledge that a fire cannot bring down a building. It's not possible unless it's made of wood, yes. But if it's a fireproofed steel building that can withstand office fires for 2 hours, if it's the horizontal beam, and then the vertical columns going up, they can withstand that for 3 hours, and the fires were out before the building came down. What's not to understand?
When did they start putting steel in buildings? Because I know, pretty sure that the first building was iron. They started using the iron structure.
That's a great question. That is just over 100 years ago.
Yeah, but then when did they start putting steel in buildings?
No. They started to use steel and stop the iron 100 years ago.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
The first metal building was made of, had an iron structure. In London.
That's correct. But they changed the iron to steel because steel is more robust, okay, than iron.
Yes, I agree. And I'm trying to think.
100 years ago. 100 years ago.
But naturally, the metal will rust or deteriorate. We get to the point from iron and we move on to stainless steel many years later. The point being is that if something starts to corrode, it'll weaken. So if the structure of the towers was made from steel, what am I saying? What I'm saying is what type of steel? It could have been a very, very easily corrodable steel that would react with another thing like thermite, for example.
No, nothing like that. Because the reason I say that is because they had to follow a certain guideline and standard. And the Twin Towers plus building number 7, their structural integrity was second to none, especially the Twin Towers. After the Twin Towers were built, people modeled their building structure to that design. Okay, they were the pinnacle of building integrity. Okay, no rusting going on in these buildings. No rusting.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just trying to talk about the condition of the metal. Now, if I was to do the job, I would go, yes, they went in quite slow, but they also had opportunities to speed up. And the faster the plane would have been going, it would have just knocked that building right over in ways.
I think you're talking way out your head. Listen, the Twin Towers were built such that they could withstand 130-mile winds hitting that building, which is much more power than a plane hitting the building, apparently.
No, what? No,
Yeah.
a plane will hit at 500 miles an hour.
No, listen. Well, okay, 500 miles an hour, but it's going into the building. Yeah, that's going in to the structure or collapse outside the structure. But the building is actually, the wind is hitting that building at such a force. They said that was 30 times the force that would be exerted by a plane. That's what the experts say. Okay?
Yeah, I was saying one way because of the size of the building, the volume of air hitting it would increase if you combine the pressures. Now, yeah, I'm just saying. Yeah.
But I said, so no. The structural integrity of the Twin Towers are second to none. You can take it to the bank. The only problem is Larry Silverstein, right, could not afford, one, the refurbishment, because they needed an upgrade on communications and cables. Because, you know, we're into the internet now world, yeah? And the fiber optics was not in. They hadn't put in all the cables and upgraded that. They hadn't done that to every floor. It's going to cost a fortune. Plus, there was the asbestos cleanup that they had to do. That was going to cost $5 billion alone. That's for both buildings, okay, both Twin Towers. And they were at low occupancy. So he had hardly any tenants. So they were called pink elephants, apparently.
He would have burned the building down if that was the case. Insurance.
Well, that's what he did. That's why he took out the insurance policy 6 weeks before the event.
But why all the effort to go through everything else when you could just pretty much ignite something in your own building, burn it down like a lot of pubs do in London?
Well, I think it was all part of the plan. It was all part of the plan. Why not make some more money? Hang on. It was already planned. Why not make some more money along the way? That's all that is.
Yeah. And obviously you need to show it looking like someone else has something to do with that, and it was not an inside job. Totally, man. Totally.
Yeah, right. That's right. You got to think out the box. We are through the looking glass, folks. And the truth is this: as far as I am concerned, fire can never do that. It's common sense. That's just common sense. Free fall.
Think about the technology at the time, right? You've got a plane that is coming in really slowly. Funnily enough, now if you were the controllers of that plane, you would jump out of the plane at a certain distance away, and then you would just use autopilot to do the job. And then you could turn around and say, well, there's this, that, and the other. But actually, there was no one because they this is a professional job. And it seemed to me like the plane is almost just gliding to the tower. There was nobody in it.
Well, I mean that is definitely a scenario that I can understand and accept because if you watch that 9/11, Loose Change, first edition, it says exactly what you're saying, that maybe the planes didn't hit and the planes were taken somewhere else and all those people were murdered. Okay, that was the scenario they gave, and it was missiles that could have hit the buildings because we never saw it properly. I mean, I saw the planes. Yeah, go ahead.
Also, the fuel in the tanks didn't necessarily have to be what we think it was, and it could have been other stuff in the tanks. Could have been running off just a reserve, and then the rest of the fuel tanks of the plane could have been like something else, an accelerant or something else.
No, not in that case. No, these you could see. Look, if you look at the buildings as they were collapsing in slow motion, you will see what are known as squibs. These are explosions going off at the side of the building all the way around at the same time, simultaneously. Pop, 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 pop. Right, that's explosions. That's not fire. It's not fire.
It's controlled detonation.
Correct. That's what it was. Right.
Yes, and obviously that causes an explosion in minute little areas that weaken the structure. It's a bit like shooting your legs. Eventually,
it's removing supporting beams simultaneously to initiate the downward fall at free fall.
if the core structure of that was like strong enough, then naturally, in one way, the building would have crumbled down, but it still would have revealed a skeleton of some sort, of which there was nothing.
Correct.
So
That's if you go with the pancake theory of the floor hitting another floor, hitting another floor. Now, the architects have actually said this. If that were to happen, where the upper portion from where the plane hit was to pole drive down on the top of the rest of the building, it would have stopped after 2 floors. That was the structural integrity of the floors. It couldn't go all the way down to the ground. 2 stories and it would have stopped. It would have been arrested. That's what they said.
You would have had to put an explosive on multiple points on that rod, the sensor rod holding the whole thing, to actually slice it into many small pieces, thus breaking the backbone. You know
exactly what they said. They said this that the shape charges were wrapped around the core columns to initiate the implosion in that sense. Plus, they also took out the perimeter. Secondly, so the fact that the core columns were imploding, it was pulling the outer ones in anyway. So the explosions hastened that demise. Then you've got to get rid of the rubble in between all that. That's where the explosion. So what we had was an implosion and explosion going on together here.
Yeah, and I've seen like things with buildings where they've got like 4 corners, 4 pillars, and they've got a sort of suspension, right? So it enables there to be some type of movement in the building, and they've got like absorbers, dampeners.
That's to override the wind blowing.
Yeah.
You see,
Now, yes, but I wonder if buildings ever have a solid rod in the middle, or is it just supporting on the outside and you just got a cage, more or less?
Well, the reason they did that, they wanted to make the building so strong, but absorb the forces that would be subjected to that building, especially on the upper level. That's why they used the exoskeleton kind of system. The tenants said it looked like a prison when you were looking out because you could see these bars in the way, but that was part of the design, you know. Still loved it, and it's still nice. They still called it Eyes on the World. Those who were lucky enough to have worked in the buildings used to call it having eyes on the world. You know, that's what they likened it to. So they really enjoyed it. But they didn't realize the earth was flat, though, unfortunately. But yeah, the buildings were such of a structural integrity that no fire or wind was going to bring it down. Impossible. They could not topple over. They had to bring it down into its own footprint. Had to. Yeah. So, you know, it's just impossible for fire to do that. When the plane hit, 90% of the fuel was taken up. Taken up in that explosion. And then the building came down at 3-4 speeds. Was it 9 seconds and 11 seconds, respectively? 9 seconds for the North Tower, 11 seconds for the South Tower. Thereabouts. That's free fall. You look at the graphs, and the rate of fall is almost at 3-4 speeds. So what do you want, you know? Fire can't do that. That's the point I'm making. And anyone tried to say there was no residue. You've got 90 tons of dust, and within the 90 tons of dust, you're finding thermite and thermate and nanothermite and other chemicals, by the way. You know, other chemicals to do with explosives. And then they tested it, you know. Those with integrity, they actually tested it, the scientists and professors. They tested it. Because NIST, the person charged, the organization charged with investigating and checking, failed to do that. That is why they're being sued. They did not follow the guidelines, and then their narrative, their report is just totally against the laws of nature and physics. So they're going to be sued. FEMA, same situation. The FBI, they said they were going to check into looking at the steel, but then they did a 180 and didn't check. That's why they're being sued. So yeah, you know, you've only got to look at the people anyway. Those who lost their loved ones, their faces, it's written on their face. It's written on their face that our government killed us. They know it. They know it. You see it on their faces. Otherwise, why wouldn't you do the investigation?
Jin, what do you think about the idea that a lot less people died than they claimed?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how they could say that because the list of names are there. Obviously, we didn't see the bodies, but the list is there. After the 9/11 event, all those emergency responders, first responders, they've died. Gradually, over the years, they've died. Okay? So, no, people have died. People definitely died. I can't believe that people would think that no one died. No.
You could have easily have made up loads of personnel folders and stuff like that of people that never existed, profiles, things like that, and then actually had a percentage of your building made up. And then when the whole thing happens, you just declare, well, we only lost one or two of our own, and the rest of them were made up.
Yeah, but we did see people waving their arms and that for help, for rescue. You know, people were trying to make their way down the building. You know, some were trapped at the other portions, making their last phone calls to their loved ones. So that some people did die. Now they reckon it was 3,000 with both buildings included. You know, so I think people died for sure. 3,000? I don't know, but you know, people definitely did die.
I'm just wondering if the death toll wasn't as high. Maybe
it could be.
Trying to be nice in a way. I think that religion would say that you doth not kill, and everything in our past of what the gruesome stuff we saw was only to scare the people. But by believing stuff, they would be like, no, you don't kill. 3% have to die. Does that mean that 3% of 3,000 is the figure that actually died? And they were probably like horrible people of society that was planned that those people would be in the building at that time. Anything, man, anything. Just doing the right thing and not the wrong thing. For every evil that we do, there has to be, something. At least we tried, to do something good. We tried to limit the fatalities. That sort of thing.
I don't know. I don't know how you can do something good when you're doing bad, though. The thing is, I thought there would have been more deaths myself, both buildings and the size of them. I thought, even though I knew they were under low occupancy, but I didn't know that at the time. So at the time, I'm thinking, if these buildings are full, there should have been more deaths than 3,000. Small number, I thought, for both buildings. I thought that was a low number. I thought more should have died.
Another three number. Yeah,
it's a 3 number. You're
right. 66%. This is how frequent harmonics work in music. Although harmonics work with science and everything. The first wave is 33% and the second wave is 66%. It's never equal, so one support the other. Yeah. They always use this number 3, don't they?
Yeah.
3 is that, 3% that, and 3,000. Maybe the number has a relevance to it.
Yeah, you know what I like to do? Though I like not to cloud the problem. I like to keep a clean breast of everything, and that means it is what it is. You've got your residue of. Hang on a second, please. You've got your residue of thermite, and nanothermite, plus other materials which are associated with explosions. You see the explosions of the building. They came down at free fall. You are told by the experts and the industry, that will include the firefighters, still protected high skyscrapers have never collapsed due to fire in the history of skyscrapers. Okay, thank you very much. You take that in, yeah? Okay, and you see the thing going down at free fall speeds. Listen, it's a slam dunk. Doubt doesn't even come into it. Take the Sherlock Holmes approach. Once you've removed the impossible, whatever's left, no matter how improbable it may seem to be, has to be the truth. And it's simple, isn't it? You look down on the ground, you pick up the dust, you check it, there's thermite, and nanothermite. Still spells spherical balls found, which is aluminum and iron oxide. Okay? That's thermite. So you know that's or thermate, sorry. That's there.
The suspicion is quite low. And what they do is they always give you all the evidence they want you to see. You've made your confirmed evidence. You found other stuff that most people haven't found, and then it's just if you glance all that stuff and the information to find, then
Well,
people they
what
want.
about the actual building coming down at free fall speeds? That cannot happen with fire. We know this. And you see the explosions, you hear explosions, you're being told, can you clear the area now? This building is about to come down. Keep an eye on that building. It's about to come down. It's about to blow up. Then you hear 3, 2, 1. I mean, fire doesn't do this. That's controlled demolition. And if it's controlled demolition, even people who work for controlled demolition, that would be one is Danny Jowenko from Russia. He was at the time Europe's #1 controlled demolition expert. Then in America, there was one man who worked for controlled demolition, the company, and he described exactly how they would set up that building to come down. He said that was controlled demolition, and this is how they would have done it. And he talked us through. It's in the documentary Architects for 9/11 Truth. The Experts Speak Out. Great. I think it's 2 hours and 20 minutes of architects, engineers, and speaking out. Explosive experts speaking out on how they know that it was controlled demolition. You know. It's just there's no denying it. You can't deny this. You know, doesn't matter what you say. You know, they're leaving things for you to find. They don't have to leave it. It's being found already. You know, it's obvious. You can't bring down those kind of buildings with planes and plain fuel, gasoline. No, it's never going to happen. Impossible. And the poor people who died in that, may they rest in peace, of course, but not so much peace that we forget about you. Don't worry. We, the truthers, are keeping this thing alive. Keep talking about it is the main thing, because people have got away with murder and they shouldn't. And they're the ones that are living a good life, supposedly. Well, I don't call their life good. They're living a shit life. They don't know how to eat. They don't know what good is. These people. You look at them and they're right ugly bastards, and they haven't got a shred of decency in them. That's why when people try to defend them, you think, are you serious? You think the fire brought that down? Are you sure? Look at the evidence here. Don't you understand? Fire can't do this. What's wrong? And they want to talk about they are standing up for the dead. No, you are not. If you're standing up for the dead, you're on my side. You can't stand up for the dead and then say the fire brought it down. No, you're an enemy. You're an enemy of the dead. You don't realize it. You're on the side of their killers. Those who perpetrated the crime. Yeah, man. It's crazy. And then you've got the Flight 93, where there's a hole not big enough for a plane to be crashed into, but yet the whole 757 disappeared into this little bit of a ditch. Is what you can call it. But anyway, that's enough on 9/11 for today. I carried that over from Gem Pandas. One of my favourite topics. It's been what, 20? It's going to be 21 years this year that event happened. 21 years this year. So yeah, 21-year anniversary coming up. I'm glad to hear that the lawsuits have been refreshed and are pending. Yeah, nice. And the do-gooders can do with your support. Any money you can spare, yeah, that's the best way, I suppose. Donations, all donations welcome, they said. It's the poor women and the women and who have lost their sons and husbands. The look on their faces. Yeah, you can see they were robbed. Terrible thing to go through. Terrible. Terrible. Totally no justice in this world for them. They've received no justice. Remember, that could be you. That could have been any one of you. Any one of you could have been in that building. Could have been sightseeing or just going by. Yeah. So, just remember that you're living in a country which I seem to think now it's a film set and a business. It's not even a country. Fuck, America. Yeah, that's what you mean. You mean a film studio? America's a film studio and a company. That's it. It's not a country. Forget that. No, you can't afford him that luxury. Wow. Glad I wasn't born there. I really am. But I always wanted to go there because I used to watch Sesame Street as a kid. And what I saw of Sesame Street motivated me to want to go to America. Okay? So there you go. I was in love with America, Manhattan. I wanted to be there. But as I grew up, I began to see the ugly side. I thought, maybe America's not that such a great country. But the people at the time during the 70s, there was definitely unity. And especially with that Coca-Cola advert, where the real thing, and I'd like to teach the world to sing in perfect harmony song. That was brilliant. And you saw all the nationalities there. I thought, yes. As a kid, that really inspires you. It makes you think that the world is united and we're all working together. And America is the country of freedom. Good bit of advertising, that was.
Yeah, the country of freedom was the Soviet Union.
Yeah. Soviet Union. Ooh. Glad I wasn't born in Russia.
No, the Soviet Union was unironically better than the United States.
Say that again?
Yeah, the Soviet Union, best country. Should have stayed around, yeah.
Yeah.
The West sabotaged it, yeah.
But you must admit, though, that the life of a Russian is worth less than the life of an American or a Japanese.
Well, yeah, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, of course.
Yeah. Putin. I mean, I remember that the siege they had in that cinema where some, I think, Chechnya. Yeah, they took on they hijacked a lot of. Not hijacked. They kidnapped hostages in the cinema, and what did Putin do? Gas them all. Even the cinema goers, innocent citizens, they got gassed and they died. Fuck.
Yeah, that's because he's a liberal. He's a capitalist.
Yeah, he's a madman. That's what he is.
I want to say he's a madman.
Oh, well, how can you not say he's a madman? He's a madman.
Nah, I think he's just very pragmatic.
He's a madman.
Not every murderer is a madman.
He's a madman. He's mad.
He's evil. Sure. Yeah, I agree. He's evil, but he's not like insane. He's not like insane and like ranting.
No, he's insane. No, he is insane. You've got to be insane to want to have your country be a leader that's killing your own people. Show that much force for the bad, nothing for the good. All ego, all persona. You're killing your people. You're fooling your people that there's a virus out there that's killing everyone. You go to the G20 meetings, the Bilderberg summits, and all this and that. All those people are insane. All of them. They want to rule the world. That's insanity.
No, that's just capitalism.
The up is a globe.
No, that's just capitalism. That's capitalism.
That's insanity.
No, it's capitalism.
It's insanity.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Capitalism.
Yeah, insanity.
Capitalism.
Yes, insanity. Madness. Crazy. Lunacy. Yes, that's what it is. Lunacy. Absolutely. Got to be a loony these days. Not one shred of decency amongst them. Not one shred of integrity or honor. Not one shred. None of the leaders have it, except for those who are in the small tribes who live in the jungle. They have integrity. Who is this? Sorry for a second. 007? Ah, Masato. That'll be Masato Yoshida. My Japanese student. One sec. Ah, I'm back. Who thinks Skype is old? Who thinks Skype is outdated? Skype. Someone's laughing in the chat there.
It's pretty outdated, dude.
So it's what? So you think it's not worth using Skype?
No, I think it's fine if you want to use it.
Of course, I'm going to use it.
Problem with Skype though, Jen, is that it uses your own machine. It's not a peer-to-peer, right? So there's security flaws in it.
No, there's no security flaws in this thing. It works perfectly. I don't care if they're listening.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't
Nothing
mind,
is foolproof.
people can get your IP address if you're using Skype, basically.
No, they can't. Not my one. Sorry.
It's fine if you got no issue with it. There's
I've
nothing
got
wrong with using.
no
Skype.
issue whatsoever, mate.
It's just a little bit odd.
No issues at all. I've got all my people that I talk to on Skype, untold family, friends, WhatsApps come along, all this come along. We've stuck with Skype all the way. Friends in Japan, Skype. People come along, get your Skype going. Yeah, download it. Let's get going. I'm not jumping from one app to the other app. You don't know where you're coming or going. That's why we're stuck with it.
Skype though, don't you use like, because you got a lot of international people? Do you use WhatsApp?
No, I don't. I used to use WhatsApp, and then they did an update, but I haven't bothered to update my one.
Yeah, I tend to use WhatsApp more than Skype.
Yeah, no, my brother used to use it a lot, but I've always used Skype. There's no need to change. If it's working perfectly, there's no need. So, and then another funny thing is, right, the BBC was slagging off WhatsApp back in 2001, right? 2002. They were slagging off WhatsApp. Sorry, not WhatsApp, Skype, yeah? And they all started using Skype.
Yeah, as soon as Microsoft bought them, now they became
CNN, BBC, CBS. They all started using Skype, don't they? The silly lying bastards. They lied at the very beginning. They said Skype was breaking telecommunications laws. That's why I never uploaded it back in 2001. I waited a little while. I waited to like 2002, and a friend of mine, just before that. So after 9/11, just after 9/11, I uploaded Skype.
Skype's still used in a lot of businesses, man, because
yeah, there's business Skype as well. There's business Skype as well. Skype's just expanded. It's pretty good. I don't know why people are laughing about Skype being outdated in the chat room. Cheek. In the chat, in the live stream chat. Oi, Skype's okay, mate. Works fine. Thank you very much. Every new thing everything new comes on, you'll jump on it. You don't give something that works a chance to work thoroughly. You keep jumping jumping from one to the other. What's the bloody point? Silly, isn't it, really? Make your fucking mind up.
I mean, Discord, I would say Discord's way better than Skype, though.
I don't know. I mean, it's good. Not going to knock it.
Just because it's more, you got the text side, you got the voice side.
Well, you've got that on Skype as well. You've got the text, the voice side, and you've got the sharing with everyone and add people onto the call, just like the Hangouts. I've got Hangouts as well. So it's all good. It's all good.
They all fucking work. They all do their job, right? It's fucking just
Yeah.
doesn't really matter which one you fucking use.
Exactly that. That's the thing. So don't laugh at Skype, the original. Thanks. Blooming cheek.
That was Nate. What the fuck is Nate? Nate's a funny guy.
Yeah, Nate. Yeah, N8. Where I used to live, North 8. North 8 is in London. That would be Crouch End. Okay? North 6 is Highgate, where I used to live, North 6. Then North 8 was the next borough along.
Wait, you was in, N1? N8?
No, N1 is Islington. North of N1 is N8 and N6. You've got N6, which is Highgate, and then N8, which is Crouch End.
So where was you?
And then N10, Muswell Hill.
You was what?
Sorry?
What was you? N1?
N8.
Oh, you was N8.
Yeah. Highgate. Sorry, N6. N6.
I mean, that's like proper upper class area, right?
That's right. That's where I used to live. You was up there.
I was in the fucking ghetto, dude. Mine was SEs.
Yeah, southeast. I grew up in the East End first, though. Yeah. Popular. Blackwall Tunnel, Popular, yeah? Isle of Dogs, that's where I grew up. That's exactly where I was born. Well, I was born in Islington, but I was born in N1, but we were living in Blackwall Tunnel, Popular House.
Did you guys keep your houses there in N1?
My mum and dad, it was rented accommodation.
Oh, because those houses in N1 would be fucking like
They're well worth a fortune now, yeah.
Yeah, like 2 million a pop nowadays, man.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they've gone well up market now. But I'm talking back in the 60s. You see, I was born in 61. So Jin was born in 61 in Islington, but we moved to the Isle of Dogs when I was a baby. So I was living
Even then,
in...
that shit must have been expensive living up there.
Well, my dad was doing all kinds of business and that, import, exports. So he wanted to live near the docks, you see. That was why he moved to a place called Popular House. I've been looking for that building or any kind of photograph of it to keep it as a momentum, you know. But I haven't been able to find anything just yet in the archives, photographic archives of London back in the old day, yeah. I've been looking. I've kept one or two sites. Really finding that.
It's a shame, isn't it? Like nowadays, we got all these Google pictures and stuff.
Yeah.
We don't have any of that in the old days.
Yeah, they've got some. I think, you know, Popular House wasn't so popular.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But that's what it was called because the area that we lived in was Popular. It was called Popular.
You found archives of houses like that?
That's what I'm looking at. That's what I've been looking at the past.
Let me know if you find them, dude, because I'd love to check out some of my old spots.
There's some really good ones. Yeah, there's some good ones. If you look, I don't know if you know the way the River Thames goes. You know the River Thames, and it's got the U. You know that big U.
Yeah.
Right. That's if you look in there, you'll see the Isle of Dogs, Blackwall, everything's there, and that's where we used to live. Right there, right on the U, overlooking the docks, which was looking towards Tower Bridge. You could see Tower Bridge from our vantage point. We were living right near the top. And one day, my parents locked us in the room, locked me and my brother in the room, right? Because she knew we was going to wreck the place. So she locked us in the room. She went out with my dad somewhere, shopping or whatever, and we were dying for a piss, and we had to piss out the window. We had to open the window and piss out the window. High up, you know, and the kids were saying, "Oh, you dirty bastards, la, la, la," screaming. I said to them, "Yeah, we're locked in. We can't come out and play today."
Yeah.
Pissing on them.
I kind of miss the good old fucking London days, dude. It was like, it was unsafe as shit, but you felt safe as fuck, if that makes any sense.
Man. Yeah. I mean, there were still buildings from the war that hadn't been rebuilt, still there, rubble.
I mean, it was the craziest shit because people were playing in the streets of London. Kids would still be playing in the streets of London, playing just football and shit, right?
Yeah, we used to play in the streets, yeah.
And even though the streets, if you go back and look at them now, right, they're fucking tiny, and you think to yourself, how the fuck are we playing football on the street?
Why were we playing football? Yeah, and we're scoring goals and shouting and everything, yeah.
And the neighbour comes out going, "Stop hitting the ball on my wall."
Yeah. Or you smash your window and then you disappear quick. Everyone's gone. Those were the days, man. Yeah. And when a car came along, it didn't matter because you'd stop and the car would go by and then you'd carry on. Yeah. My kick. It's my kick. I said, okay, let's go. Right. And then Sundays was the best day because it was like a ghost town on Sunday.
Yeah, man. Everything was closed.
Yeah,
it was nice feeling of peace just in the air, you know. It was like
empty.
It felt so good on it. It's just a totally different feeling on a Sunday.
Absolutely, it was like a ghost town, literally. You know, everything was parked up. Everyone was at home, or those who went to the pubs having a drink up on a Sunday afternoon and a Sunday evening. But we used to play football and that, yeah, and watch the barges go by. That was the main source of entertainment for us because you'd see the cranes, yeah, picking up all the what's the stuff? All the goods being delivered on the nets, and then the crane would pick it all up, you know, load it onto the trucks, go back into the barges, load it up. Yeah, that was brilliant to watch.
See, I was southeast, so I didn't really get much of the river, you know.
Where are you? Whereabouts are you though? Tooley Street, round there.
No, I was more like southeast, as in like Lewisham, Catford.
Oh, I know Lewisham, Southwest 13.
Yeah, no, I think that's
SE
SE.
13. SE 13.
Yeah,
Sorry.
like Dulwich, Forest
Dulwich. Yeah,
Hill.
I know Dulwich. Woolwich, Dulwich.
Yeah, that type of area.
Peckham
Yeah,
and Rye.
Peckham.
Yeah, I used to go around there all the time, man. The roads weren't very neat when you go out there. A little bit haphazard. You have to go the long way around in places, but the houses were beautiful.
Yeah, like so we
You know
started
what? The Gleason's map's near where you lived. You know that?
Yeah.
You look at the Gleason's map. It's made Blackheath, which is southeast.
Oh, Blackheath.
you-
Well,
did
I
you
used
know
to
that?
I
Did
used
you
to
not know
actually
that?
live in Mayflower too. Not Mayflower.
Mayfair.
Stockwell.
Stockwell. Oh yeah, I know Stockwell. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know Stockwell
So
well. Yeah.
that might be
Stockwell,
one.
Brixton, Stockwell. I used to go there a lot. Stockwell.
Yeah. I mean, it was ghetto as fuck. It's not as ghetto anymore. I mean, you know, it's fucking
Yeah, it's come
expensive.
up
So you
market.
can't be
You know they've got
ghetto.
a bowling alley there, haven't they? I used to go there and play bowls.
I don't know. I was real small child when I was in Mayflower. I mean, when I was in
Stockwell, yeah.
Stockwell.
Yeah, I'm talking in the 80s now. I'm talking 1989, 1988, 89. I used to go to
89 is
Stockwell.
probably when I was in Stockwell.
Yeah, I used to go there, play bowls on a Friday after work. Me and my mates.
Okay.
We used to go there. I used to go on my motorbike, on my Honda NXJ 650 single, Paris Dakar Rally replica thing. Lovely. 650 single. And I used to, all red. It was brand new when it came out. I got it. I was the first one in the West End to have one. First, and I was black, wicked, right? And I used to go to Stockwell to play at not Stockwell, sorry, Streatham.
Streatham,
No. Yeah, Streatham Bowls. I know Stockwell. Stockwell is after Brixton anyway, so
Yeah.
it's on the
Remember
way.
Brixton?
It's on the way. Stockwell is on the way to Streatham. You see.
Remember the Brixton riots?
I remember the Brixton riots very well.
Yeah, shit was
Very
crazy,
well
man.
indeed. Yeah, man, that was wild. I used to do security at the what's the nightclub right there on Brixton, and then there's this big church thing, and in the crypt, I used to do clubs in the crypt. I used to do security there in Brixton. I met the No Problems crew. Remember that black comedy program called No Problems? Do you remember them?
No problems, no.
Yeah, No Problems. You look it up.
I remember fucking
Google it, and you'll recognize the faces. I met all them, the No Problems gang.
music.
And what was the other one? Empire Road. Remember Empire Road?
I mean, I was probably my age was probably more like what was the Peckham one? Desmond's.
Oh, you mean Rodney and Only Fools and Horses?
Only Fools and Horses. But remember Desmond's? You don't remember Desmond's?
I remember Desmond's. Yeah, I remember
Yeah.
Desmond's. Yeah.
That was more
Well,
my
I used to
time.
I met all that lot. Same actors. Desmond, same actors.
Okay.
Yeah, same actors. So I met them at Brixton in this crypt thing on a night
Yeah,
out.
back in
Well,
Brixton.
I
It's
was
always
doing
around the same
security.
area.
Yeah, I used to say hello to them and I used to say, I love your acting and all that, keep up the good work and all that.
That's cool, dude.
Yeah.
It's weird because it feels so big when you're living in London, right?
Yeah.
And then you go back and you realize how small it actually was.
I've recently done that, right? And it's, looking at it's pokey, isn't it? Soho. And I used to go down there like a bat out of hell on my bike.
Well, we used to think like going from one side of London to the other was like going across country or something, and it wasn't even that bad.
No, I never had that feeling because as a courier, London became small for me. I knew all the nooks and crannies. Do you understand? I cycled London to Brighton every year, raising money for the youth club. So I used to cycle from Highgate to Clapham. Well, Highgate to the West End, Cleveland Street, pick up all the kids and the ones who wanted to do the sponsored ride, and then we'd cycle to Clapham, meet up with the rest of the charity ride gang, the whole shebang, and then we'd cycle off to Brighton.
You know how there's a Bedford in southeast London?
Yes, I know Bedford, yeah.
I used to always get that confused with the Bedford level experiments.
Oh, yeah, that's right, yeah.
Like, I used to always think, what the
Bedford level,
fuck
that's
is Bedford?
Cambridge. Cambridgeshire, you see, up north for Rothbotham. I used to go to the east. I used to go as far as Dartford. For the Dartford Tunnel. Used to go that far, and then I used to go with my mates down to a place called Deal, and Deal is down by just after Canterbury on the southeast coast. You've got Dover and Deal.
You know the
Remember that?
train system and fucking bus system and tube station in London, dude. I don't think there's anything better in the world, dude. Like it's crazy.
No. You come to Japan and you know
For real? It's even better.
It's even better, but you know why? They're always on time. You can set your watch to them.
Well,
They're
the trains in London are pretty much always on time, right?
Oh, not when I was there. No, the Northern Line was known as the Misery Line. The Northern Line.
They were pretty much when I was there. They're pretty much on time. Like I don't remember them being off time.
No. That's bullshit. When I used to I never used them a lot, okay, but when I used to use them, there would be the Northern Line because I live in the Highgate, so I might have to use the Northern Line to go down to the West End. Then if you wanted to go to like Ealing Broadway and whatever, then you have to change onto the Central Line or a Circle Line to get onto the Central Line. They were never always on time.
Well, I used to get them to school. I used to get to school every day, so they used to work for me to get to school. I mean, sometimes there were delays.
Yes, thank you. There was always, you know what I used to say?
Delays,
leaves on the tracks. Leaves on the tracks. It's called delays.
That was like maybe once a month. You can, I guess, back in those days, that was pretty good though.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to knock the system, but it was they weren't always on time.
If you say that's way better in Japan, it probably is. I'm sure that.
Oh no, Japan, you could literally set your watch to them. I mean, I'm not kidding you. They are never late. You look at the clock. It says the train is coming in 3 minutes. Okay, you think, okay, you think, let me play a game. Let's time it. And within the last 10 seconds, you can hear the bloody noise traveling through the rails. You don't even see the train. You can hear it coming. I think, typical, and bang on time, bang on.
I mean, but as school kids and shit, we used to fuck with the trains too a little bit. Like sometimes accidentally put something in the middle of the doorway to stop it from shutting, just to see what the fuck happened. Stupid shit like that.
Yeah. And then you know what used to happen? They used to open the door, shut the doors. Open the door, shut the doors. Open the door, shut the doors. And because it didn't shut, then the guard would walk down
the best thing to do, right, was because there used to be a button, right, to push to shut the door. So you've got to time it just right. When somebody's just walking through the door, you stand there and you push it so they don't see you push it. The door shuts right on them and they're just stuck in the middle of the door.
Yeah. That's how it used to be really funny. It was the doors opening and shutting, right? Because the guard's got his head out, he's checking. Why the fucking door's shutting properly? Because the light's coming on in his room, and he's got his head out looking to see if there's somebody not quite getting in. Then he thinks, fuck it, I've got to go and check. So he comes along and then he sees us lot. He goes, stop messing about with the doors, all right? And then he fucks off back into his carriage. Yeah, funny that. We used to do all that as well as kids, I remember that. On the underground. And then when you go to South East London, you might occasionally hear Mind the Gap. Yeah? One of my mates fell down that gap, actually.
Hey, Jim.
Yeah?
Now that you're older, do you feel that time passes faster or slower?
It seems like it's just going like a bomb at the moment. It's passing fast, mate. These years.
It's like... Yeah, if you think about when you were younger, all you have really are memories, right? But what I can recall is that a day was like a lifetime. It would just
was like forever. A year took forever. A year. Wow.
It seems like it's got something to do with the metabolism of the body. It's like the metabolism was so balanced when you were young, and then as you age and you gain weight and then you lose weight and your metabolism sort of goes up and down, and some people's metabolism's way out, and that can affect your emotions and also your mind and make it feel like time's passing differently. And apparently there's this meditation that you can do. I was listening to someone the other day talking about this special meditation where you can actually slow your metabolism down so that it's at the correct rate and balanced, and then at the same time it allows you to slow time down so you can get more done, so you're not always like in anxiety to get stuff finished. And it's a really good meditation. I have to look it up, because what it does is it rather than having your really fast-paced 8 hours during the day,
Yeah.
you can sort of get more like double that out of the day in
Well,
the
you
same.
want to listen to one of my days, right? Listen to one of my days, right? I'd be getting up about 8 o'clock, put my motorbike gear on, start the bike engine, let it warm up for a couple of minutes. Now I'm on the road. I got me ready to go, and I'm on the road. Now I'm on that road for like it could be right up until like 9 o'clock. No, that's too late. If I haven't got any youth work, it would be 9 o'clock. If I had youth work to do, then I'd have to finish about 7 to be at home for 8. Right, to be home for I'd have to finish about 7. Yeah, everything was on the hurry up anyway when it was youth work day. But it was a day when I didn't have youth work. I'd finish about 9, right, and then come home and relax or go out and see my friends. But I used to get a lot done. I mean, look, I used to do the youth work, the courier, the security, work at nightclubs and at warehouses. I was always on the go. But that kept me young, to be honest. You know, I got a lot done in a day. I used to get a lot done in a day. A whole lot. I'd work all day, do the youth work, finish at 10:30. Youth work starts at 10 past 8. We open the doors. So I had to be there at 8 o'clock to open the doors, yeah? 10 past 8, they're rolling in, doing the register. All right, you're going, yeah? Right. Where's your subs?
Well,
Okay.
it's kind of funny how Branch was saying that it used to take him. It used to feel like it took him a really long time to get from one side of London to the other. Yeah, like
that's right. Yeah.
And I think that's got something to do with that. That's got all to do with the mind and how active it is, and how much you're noticing in much a short time. You know,
That's
so
right.
time is really all in the mind. You
It's
know,
all in the mind, exactly that. Because I used to have the same feeling when we used to travel as well in my dad's car. It was like whenever you were going somewhere, it's because you've never been to these places. So it seemed like forever, but it really wasn't, to be honest. Because as an adult, traveling across London and beyond, you know, right up to Wales, Scotland, you know, Somerset and all over Britain, you know, I used to love it. I mean, when we had the postal strikes, I earned the most money when the postal strike was on. And I had a whole load of stuff to deliver. I finished first. Such was my zeal and competitiveness. I was the first to finish. Get back in the morning, people still had stuff that hadn't finished yet. You finished all yours? Yeah, man. I'm empty. Let's go.
Isn't it apparently like in the brain, like they've been able to find the part of the brain which is connected with time, and like they've been doing experiments where they've managed to keep someone just as cognitive and just as aware, but in a meditative state through frequencies, they're able to slow this this interaction down. So this part of the brain feels like it's actually, well, it's not feeling like it actually does allow you to slow time right down.
Yeah.
But you're still you're still just as active, like in your thinking, so you can have way more thinking in a slower time.
Yeah. I mean, I used to do this. I used to do work, go home, karate, come home. I'd be coming home about 10:30, 11. Do you know what I mean? That's all day, isn't it? Then I'd get home, roll a spliff, smoke half a spliff, and then make my evening dinner. Switch on the cable TV, Cable London, you know, because I used to be on BT, but it was costing too much money because I discovered that they were charging an extra month in advance on top of your bill. I thought, no, well, you can't do that. How can you take a month's money off me that I haven't used yet? Close my account right now. I said, right now, I want my account closed. And then I went to Cable London, where for less money, I'm getting the phone line and I'm getting free cable TV. What was I thinking of? So I went on to cable TV. And then I rolled my spliff, like I said, smoke half of it, and then start cooking my meal. I'll be going to bed about 1 o'clock, half 1, 2. And getting up about 7:30, 8 o'clock, ready for work. I used to love it. I was always up for it, man. And I still had time to get rest. And I still had time to do my exercise. And I still had time to do the youth work and everything else. And security. I had a full life, excellent, on top of everything. On top of the world, I was. Literally. I was everywhere. I was the everywhere man. Literally. Kidding you not. And they used to say at work, how can you do that, Jin? and you don't have a drink. They used to think I wasn't. They used to think I didn't have a drink. But that's what my colleagues used to think at work, that I didn't drink, because they never once saw me with a glass of whiskey or a drink or a beer or anything, right? And I said I do drink when I get home, but when I'm having to work and then I've got to do youth work, I can't have alcohol on my breath. Going to the youth club, that's wrong. I'm now responsible for 13 to 23-year-olds, that age group. They've got to see me at my peak, not having a drink before I go out. No, at the end of the night, I used to have a shandy. I used to tell them, really? So you do drink? I said, yeah, of course I drink. And then I started having one drink with the lads on a Friday, you know, just to show them that I can have a drink. But I used to think, how the fuck did you there and everywhere? Then you go and do this. Then you take your missus out. And when do you have a drink? They think, oh, well, of course I do. What do you think I am? You think I work and don't do any fun? Fuck. I'm doing security. When I do security now, I'm the guy you see dancing with the punters. But all the time I'm watching what's going on. I'm not dancing to like, you know, as if I'm having a night out. No, I'm dancing because you're keeping the customers happy. But I'm checking everyone's all right, because ecstasy was on the high up there. Do you know? The old love doves. So you got to keep an eye on and making sure everyone's happy and lovey-dovey and all that. Yeah. That's what it was all about for me. And if I saw anyone overheating and sweating buckets and they were exhibiting this involuntary contraction where they couldn't stop, I used to escort them out nicely, grab a chair, sit down. The first thing they'd say, well, am I barred? I said, no, you're not barred. I just want you to calm down, relax, 15 minutes and you can go back in. Yeah, man. I was always on the button for these people. So no, man, I used to love it. I was very good at managing time. But I used to get this funny feeling, though, like I used to finish those clubs at 6 o'clock in the morning, right? I'm going home to bed and everyone's rushing out. And you know, that's how it was, literally. People are rushing by you and I'm just relaxing, walking, going to bed, thinking, fucking hell, look at these people. You know, and I'm only going to have 2 hours kip because I'm up at 9 o'clock. So 2 hours kip, 9 o'clock, Fonthill Road, security at the warehouse. Because Fonthill Road is a fashion industry. And on the weekends, on Saturday, they open up to the public. So you can buy those clothes that you see on the high street at, you know, warehouse prices. So they needed security because the women used to nick it and all that, you know. Finsbury Park, you can imagine what that's like, if you know where Finsbury Park is. It's a black area, mixed blacks, Greeks, Turks, Indians as well. Yeah, it's all right mixed Chinese. It's all right mixed area, that place. But the famous shop that was there was the Arsenal shop was there at Finsbury Park. The Arsenal shop. And then Fonthill Road, famous for your women's clothing. Very little for men, but it was 99% women's clothing. So I used to do that in the morning. So I was well busy, but I used to love it. I loved it. And Sunday would be my day of rest, unless somebody needed help at a pub. But I used to have a rest. I used to be out on the motorbike with my mates, and we go to Kingston, Twickenham. Where else did we used to go? Kingston, Twickenham mainly. Richmond, of course. Got the friends down there. Greek restaurant in Kingston. My friend's dad had a restaurant. Uncle, should I say, had a restaurant. His father was a barber, but his uncle had a restaurant in Kingston, a Greek one. So we used to go there. Used to love it, yeah, riding around. I didn't want to ride in London because I knew London very well. So can we go to Kingston, please, or go somewhere? And we used to go, yeah. On our sports bike. I'll be leading, man, because, you know, when you ride every day of the week, you're razor sharp. Couldn't burn me up. I tell you, I'll be crashing before you burn me. Well. But I always made a point in saying to us, look, yeah, military style, we're not crashing, yeah? Okay. So I don't want to get pulled up by the old bill, and we're going to get in a nice, neat, orderly fashion. Fuck, yeah, because that's, when you start getting silly, that's when accidents happen. So we used to just ride nicely, but I used to be in the lead. Yeah, I've been doing the hand signals because, you know, I know the route, of course. That's why I've been a leader, because I know the route there, the shortcuts. I was the A to Z. Do you know this place out in Twickenham? Like the back of my hand. Let's go. Don't you need a map? No. Let's go.
Hey, Jin. So, like, for your future and for like your aspirations and just like like the purpose of life, like, do you to answer honestly, would you say that your like big desire to live longer is to see how your family turns out, or
Oh,
would you be
absolutely.
honest, or would
Absolutely.
you be really like super honest and say actually you need to be a bit selfish, kind of, because you really want to know what the future, you know, how things have changed over your lifetime, like
Oh,
how
I
much
know
more.
that, you see. So I just want to see them grow up, and in the rest of my life. Now that I know how much in danger humanity is, well, look at us. They're lying about the globe. So the rest of my life is going to be dedicated to the young that are coming up. That's a fact. As I was a youth worker for 12.5 years, dedicating my life to the youngsters back then, from 13 to 23. So it's the same. The same rule applies now. So from now on, my life is obviously for my family and children to see them growing up. But at the same time, I'm dedicating the rest of my time, if I get the opportunity, to remind them and tell them the truth and help them along. That's what I've got to do now. That's it. Already made up. And if I had the finances and millionaire, then I would have flat earth schools everywhere. Do you know that? That's exactly what I'd be doing with my billions if I was a billionaire. You can't be a millionaire these days, that's soon gone. But if you're a billionaire, that's exactly what I'd be doing. I'd be having flat earth schools everywhere. That would be England, Japan, Spain, everywhere. There'd be flat earth schools.
If you were going to design like futuristic a form of individual travel, how would you make it? Like, imagine what would it look like to you? Would it be like a school bag on your back, and then you sort of stand on something and with a seat, and you just fly around, or what would it look like?
Oh, that's interesting, isn't it? I mean, I would go with the Phoenix project, really, in that everything's automated. You just get in and it take you there. But if you want to have that freedom as well, then you'd have a separate automated system so you can do that. So you could take your bag on the back, like you said, and step up on a flying board or a flying bike and whatever. So everything would be set up so that you wouldn't endanger your life or anyone else's life, for sure. Yeah.
That'd be really cool, flying around in a thunderstorm with one of those on with like super bright lights, you know, so you can fly at night, you know, for about 40 meters above the ground. That would be a good height.
Yeah, 40 meters.
Yeah, like the average size of an Australian is a little bit higher than that, so you don't whack into one. You wouldn't want to whack into it.
Yeah, but I'd have to think twice about that, you know what I mean? Because there could be if this thing would have to be so foolproof that if it stops, you don't drop to the ground like a stone. You see what I mean? Yeah? There'll have to be a lot of fail-safes.
It would have to be like tested and crash tested and fucking whatever tested, but
yeah, it's the human body. That's the thing. It's the being, and that's going to be on the thing. So that's the thing, you see. So there'd have to be it'd have to be very safe for that to happen. Because really, I'm not really up on that. I'm not really keen on these boards that you actually stand on and then you take up into the air, and those flying bikes. Things that are flying above pedestrians' heads are a bit too risky. You know, if it fails, it's going to come down like a stone on people. So you have to have a separate infrastructure for that kind of thing, that it's away from people. And even then, it wouldn't be 40 meters high. It couldn't be. That'd be too high. Come down, you'd be dead. You see what I mean? It's a lot of things to work out. But I'd work it all out so it does work. That's the thing. You know, but it would be a little bit modern. Everything would be used and operated by the sun energy. Renewable energy only, though. No chemicals.
How long do you think it's going to be until they get rid of the car tire?
Oh, not for a long time yet. Not for a long time yet. Well, we're at least another 30 years at least. At least, I'd have to say. If we're going to go that way, maybe even longer, 50 years. I don't even see any signs of that kind of infrastructure where you've got like magnetic levitation trains and that. They should be here now. They're not here yet. Bloody hell, when are they going to arrive? Do you know what I mean? We got another 100 years. Let's be realistic. Another 100 years. So not in my time. I'll be gone. Well gone before that's happening. Tires.
It's a shame.
Still needed.
It's a shame. It's a shame about those mini hovercrafts. They just blow the fucking shit dust everywhere. You know, if they could, like, because it's a really good invention. Besides, but they do have these skirts on them that can sort of collect it and somehow direct it so it doesn't move as they go along.
Yeah.
The technology is getting better for mini hovercrafts.
I love the hovercraft. I do love the hovercraft. Yeah.
Cause it's kind of like a drone that just doesn't fly, you know. You could almost make it into a drone as well, but the thing is that they're really heavy.
Yeah, I think when you look at the future, I think dust won't be a problem because, you know, the vacuum cleaners that automated would come along on their own and do that. They'll be just working on their own. You know, humans, they've been in the modern world, according to that Phoenix project, you know, there's a lot of things that man has to do that won't be done. It'll be done ultimately. Even the plumbing and that. It'll all be done ultimately. What's the word? Autonomously, that's the word. And you know, you'd be free to have more free time to enjoy the earth. You understand what I'm saying? And enjoy time with your family because you're no longer working for the slave system. The system is working for you instead. See? So you don't need the governments anymore ripping you off because it'd be silly. How can you rip off a system that's giving you things? It's silly, isn't it? Yeah, right, there you go. Whereas at the moment, we're giving it to the system and the system is misusing it and we die in the wars they create because they're using us like pawns and toys, slaves, you understand? When a system is working for you now, the existence on the earth is more enjoyable because that's how it was supposed to be. We're still not getting there yet, and we need to have more films like that made to promote that idea and motivate people to be thinking on those lines, thinking out of the box. I don't know why people don't think. Yes, life should be free. We were born free. But it's not free as such because certain toil and sweat's necessary. But after a while, you can make the system work for you where that toil and sweat becomes minuscule. Yeah. What do you think?
It made me think of something like so non sequitur. Sorry. I was thinking like there was this channel once a long time ago when Flat Earth had been going for about a year or whatever, back like 2015, and then they were supposing that the Earth was like a film strip, and what you do is if you keep going east, like a Mercator map, right? You just keep going. You keep going east, and so you go past Russia, and you go
and
keep
it
going
pops back the other side.
and
Yeah.
you come back to Russia again.
Yeah.
But it's a film strip. It's just a continuous strip.
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
That was a pretty freaky concept. I don't
Yeah, it
know
was a
how
funny
far.
concept, but wasn't that known as the Pac-Man, wasn't it, or something? I don't know.
No, that's different. Pac-Man is Pac-Man, whereas there's only one Earth, and you go to the east and you pop out back on the west.
That's
But
right. That's right.
This other theory was that if you just keep going, you'll come across your same country again, but it's still back where it is as well. It's like a continuous strip, a repetition.
Yeah, but I still don't get it. I mean, what about the rest of the world? You go past China and Europe, Americas. Do you go past?
Yeah,
all
but
them?
it's a straight map, so the longitude lines would be. So it's not like his map wasn't like a flat Earth map with
No, it's
North
like a
Pole.
film strip, like you said. So it just kept repeating itself. Just kept repeating. Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah. I wonder, has anyone ever tried to just go in one direction and see what happens? Like,
Well, this is
does
what I was
time
talking about today on Jim
does
Hanlon.
time change, or do you go through another dimension? What happens? Because I don't know if anyone's actually done a continuous trip. Like, what's the furthest continuous trip that like any vessel has ever done non-stop? Like, not that far.
That's a really good question. I mean, I don't know that. I'm going to have to look into these things because they do provoke the curiosity. Yeah, because I was saying it today that someone was talking about some kind of special blimp that's supposed to be going to Antarctica, and I said, I wonder where they're going to leave from. And I said, if it was me, I don't want to leave at the regular points, Australia, South Africa, or South America. I'd rather leave, let's say, from the West Coast, California, and go west, go over Hawaii, and just keep going. If that's going to be
Is
the
that
blimp.
is that new blimp technology, and it's got like 2 barrels on it, and it's like a catamaran blimp.
I think so. I haven't seen it yet. I only heard about it today, actually, where they are gonna this traveling agency supposed to be getting this thing ready at some stage. When, I don't know, but it's supposed to have something like you said, a barrel underneath it, dangling off. But as far as I'm concerned, I don't know. Don't know. If it was me, I want to leave from the west coast, or even east coast, but head in that direction. Let's see how far it goes. See if we hit the ice wall, and then that's Antarctica. You see? Can you see how they've imprisoned us? Can you see that? They've really imprisoned us. And the people that should be able to do that and give us that knowledge are the military, the Air Force. They should have done that by now. This is why I can't wait for the revolution to happen. Because once humanity frees itself, the spirit of adventure will be sparked up again, right? Now we can start to see this properly. We can either go ourselves, or the money that we've spent on taxes, send the military out there. What do you reckon? What do you think?
Yeah, that's a lot to take in. I don't know.
Well, yeah, I think, I know it's a lot to take in. That's what I'm saying. If humanity could break the yoke of slavery, like I said, that would open the door to the adventure spirit. Because at this point, at the moment, no one can claim they can get their boat and go. Can they now? You can't do that. Can't even fly. You get the military aircrafts accosting you. Where you're going, turn back. You see what I mean?
I don't know, like, even if I had like a really big ass boat and I kind of knew how to sail and shit, like, I don't know if I'd be even keen to like adventure off like, through the Indian Ocean or something like that.
I mean, I wouldn't. I don't look. If I had the money, I'd have a boat and travel the world. But at one stage of my life, I want to be able to go in one direction and meet that ice wall. Now I'm going to need a bigger vessel, and I don't want to do that on my Jack Jones. So I'm going to be having an armada of a team, and then we go with all the safety features that we can muster to bring to bear, and let's go check this out. Yeah, it's doable. You can do it.
You definitely need some support and some, some like the people that you want to have on board. Mind being stuck on a desert island if you had a fucking wreck, for like that movie with Tom Hanks, and like imagine being stuck on an island with a whole bunch of assholes. Fuck.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, but at the end of the day, it's not going to be that bad because they can always turn back and go home. You want to be an arsehole, well then just go home, man. Fuck that. You don't have to be here, do you? No one's keeping you here. You're here because you want to be. You don't want to be here. Get on your boat, turn round, boom. Let the authorities know you're on your way back. So if anything happens to you, they can come and rescue you at least. Use your head and then return. No big deal. Yeah, I ain't got time for fucking arseholes and dickheads. You know what I mean? They're just gonna fuck them off. Simple, me. That's what I said. That's what I say to people when I was traveling like on the Greek islands. There's a couple of geezers and their missus. They wanted to follow me around on the bike. I said, look, I've got no time for people and Klingon and hang-ons. I'm on my holiday. I'm going to enjoy it. Now, you bought yourself bikes that are not suited to the journey I'm going to make. If you break down, you're on your own. You've heard it clearly now. Okay, let's go.
Did you go by yourself? Was it like a
I
solo?
was with my girlfriend at the time. Me and my girlfriend. Yeah.
Like 2 bikes or like a bike and
No, me and my girlfriend on my one bike, 125 Suzuki TS 125. And then these other guys and they had these little scooters and that. and they want to come with me because they know that they've seen me traveling in the island, so they've got on the idea that okay, let me get a bike as well. Okay, good. Okay, and I said to them, look, I'm on this holiday with my girlfriend. I want to enjoy the holiday. So if you get a puncture and this and that, you're on your own. So I suggest get your tires checked out by the guy in the shop. Make sure everything's right and your brakes, and then we can go. I'm leaving about 10 o'clock. All right. So then that was that. And I was serious. I just told him straight, you fuck up, you're on your own. I'm on holiday. And then they got with the program, and we went in there, and they had a great time of it. Yeah, man. No one had an accident. We all got to the top of the mountain, took some nice views, took pictures of the mountain goats and everything. They loved it.
Hey, so what age did you become a flat earther?
Me, 53.
53. And like all these stories and stuff you're telling us, this is before you was a flat earther.
Before I was a flat earther, absolutely, yeah. I'm 60 now.
So 7
years. That's what I'm saying. So with me, I mean, I was saving my money, and then I was traveling the earth at the same time, but not realizing the earth, it was flat. So, and then I was in the army for 2 years, army cadets for 3 years. I've done a lot of things in my life, a lot. And my dad was a busy man himself, when I was a kid. That's why when I first traveled was in 1970 to Nigeria by plane. First travel ever to leave the country. NASA had just gone to the moon, supposedly. That was all fresh in my mind. Yeah, all that stuff. It's clear like yesterday.
You think you was having more fun as a flat earther or as a globe earther?
I was having fun, period. So if I check both, I'm having just as much fun, but I understand what the earth is more now. So I'm even more connected, more in love with earth. When I became a flat earther, I'm in love with earth even more. I wanted to fly that day. That day I wanted to fly over all the places that I thought was curved just to go and have a look. If I could fly, I would have done it. You understand? That's what I would have done.
Do you think flat earth makes you see the beauty in things more, like in life?
Well, I always had the beauty of earth, even as a ball. I always had the beauty of earth and the animals on it was always before me. I'm the keeper of the earth. I always had a high respect for nature. So the beauty was there. But it's when I found out that it was flat, when you think it's flat, you mean to tell me when I went to Africa it was flat all the way to Africa and then to Japan? It's that flat? Shit. Who made this earth? Exactly what you ask. What a design. What a design.
I guess it made you closer to God.
Yeah, exactly. What a design.
Before you was a flat earther, was you religious?
Nope. I'm not even religious today. I'm not religious now. So
well, you got to be. If you're a flat earther, then you kind of got to be religious, right?
You don't have to be religious. No, you can understand that the Creator created the earth, but you don't have to be religious, do you?
Well,
Come on.
Well, okay. When I say religious, I don't mean like
going to church and everything else.
You don't need to believe in a book.
No, I believe in the Creator. I won't use the word believe in the Creator. I know the Creator created this earth. That's why I said, what a design. What a design. It's flat. All that expanse. Flat? Wow.
And then that's what I meant. Like when you before you was a flat earther, was you believing in a creator?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So it's the same type of belief.
Oh yeah. The Creator was there. It was definitely. I knew the Creator was there because we have the trees, we have the oceans. So there's no doubt there is a Creator. My mistake was that I listened to the deception that I was given to as a child, and as an adult, it didn't confirm it. That's my mistake. But at the same time, I was uploading the clues and hadn't joined the dots and registered. Eyes wide shut. Stanley Kubrick told us. We look, but we don't see. So we're looking and we're not seeing it properly. We're not actually connecting. My eyes are open, but I'm not taking in what I'm seeing.
I don't think people want to connect anymore with nature. I think they want to connect now with
money. It's money
and it's like this dirty type of I don't know. It feels dirty. You know what I mean? It doesn't feel.
Yeah,
clean.
because I know what you mean, Branch. You know why? Because everyone's so used to they're living in their nice houses, carpet, remote control. Yeah, you know, everything's clean and sheen. To connect with nature means that you're going to get dirty and mucky, and that's true. You will do, but that's what it's about. That's the real life.
We're too
Because
civilized
the
to
dirt,
connect with nature.
yes, the dirt.
Yeah, it doesn't feel. When I say clean, I guess what I mean is it doesn't feel pure what we're trying to connect to anymore.
Nowadays, yeah, people don't want. That's not on people's minds anymore. No, but it was always on my mind. Always, 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 always. Outdoor, outdoor, outdoor. As soon as I get the chance, I'm outdoor. I just want to be outdoors, enjoying it. And my favorite pastime, of course, is canoeing. Canoeing on the lake. Yeah. Spray deck, life jacket, helmet on. Okay, let's go. Just beautiful. I could use a jet ski. It's nice, but it's noisy. But the canoeing under your own steam, you know, it's just so therapeutic and beautiful. You know? Yeah. Hearing the water go through, then you go through some rapids, you know, and then it gets calm again. Yeah, nice.
Right, you get
man.
this like crisp crisp feeling, right?
Yeah.
Of life.
That's right.
But you don't get that when you're fucking in the middle of like the 9 to 5 grind, fucking making
Beep,
money.
beep, papa, beep, beep, out the way, mate. Beep, beep, beep.
You know,
Oi, ding, 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 ding.
right? I mean that type of feeling should be flowing around us all the time. You know what I mean? That should be
Yeah.
that should be what's driving us, not this
Exactly.
other unpure, fucking nasty type of mind state we get into when we do our 9 to 5 and shit.
Yeah. So sometimes I get on my motorbike and I go to the rivers, right up a place called Nico, okay? Because my father-in-law took us up there, yeah? And the river was nice. The noise of the river was just beautiful. So I used to ride up on my motorbike, park up, sit down and just watch the river go by. And then you get the holiday makers who are staying in a hotel, of course, waving to me and I wave to them. Yeah. Thank you, there. Nice weather, isn't it? Yeah.
Why is it right that people like, you know, when you are in those peaceful type of scenarios or situations, people are peaceful too, they're relaxed,
Yeah.
they're nice, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Why is it that when you get into a business type scenario, it always has to be high stress and extremely mean and kind of, you know, it's
Yeah.
like the opposite, right?
Yeah, it's
Well,
true.
why does
It's
that
true.
have to happen? It's like, why can't it be the peaceful type of scenario in the business world too?
It actually, it can be, depending on the type of business. It can be. You can bring some of that nature within the building, so you can design. It's down to the designer of your office and your space and the sounds and the smells and that, because you can bring that all in if you really want it. Bit
Yeah, I
synthetic,
guess
but it can happen.
you gotta pick your people right though too. You gotta have the right
That's
energies,
correct.
you know.
Yeah. That's another thing.
Because
Because
you know the
living in
whole
the
saying
city
of
jungle, it's a different human being, isn't it? So yeah,
it's the
that
whole
will happen at the
notion of
interview.
right, one
Yeah.
bad apple makes the whole
Yeah.
fucking bad.
House of cards. Yeah, the whole building comes down. No. Well, basically, I mean, you know the type of people you're looking for. You state it in the advertising and that the advertisement, you know, at the job centre, and then they come in and you interview them, and you can tell if they're going to be the right person or not. You know what I mean? Depending on the kind of community you're trying to create in your office. But at the same time, these people should want to be wanting to get out there, get out of the jungle. You see, that's why I was lucky with my motorbike. I could easily get out of London. Easily. No problem. That's why Sunday was my day of rest, right up to like 10 o'clock. And then I'd get up, stretch, call me friends. Where we going today? Not the West End. I said, that's my office. So that's boring. We got 1,000cc bikes. I got the 5-blade, which is 930 odd cc's. Well, we got these big bikes and we're poodling around in the West End. We're going distance, yeah. All right. Some of them would be complaining about their back and all this shit. Start doing your exercises. You got the sports bikes. You got to be fit to ride them, yeah. Come on. But I was lucky. I used to ride every day, so I was always fit to ride. So they had to do exercises. But yeah, let's go. Get out there and go out into the sticks. Go and meet the people from other cities. You know, I used to love that. Peterborough, Newcastle, Leeds, Birmingham. Let's go everywhere, man. Yeah. I remember once, right? I was in the West End on my push bike, and I had all the cycling gear on, and these two black girls were laughing at me, right? Because I went to see a friend of mine who lived across the road from Euston Station. I don't know if you know it, but Euston Station, right? My friend lived opposite that station, so I used to go there and see him. And I was on my way to seeing him, and I was cutting through the station on my push bike. I was walking it through, and these two black girls were laughing at me. What are you laughing at? You know. And then when I heard their accents, I knew they were from Liverpool. So, Liverpudlians are we? Eh? Do you know what I mean? Like, eh? And then they started laughing, and they were laughing at all my clothing because they don't see black people dressed in cycling gear in Liverpool. They don't. Black people don't ride bikes. They usually drive in cars, BMWs and Mercedes and that. Not cycling, you see. So I said, "What are you laughing at?" They're laughing at my clothes. I goes, "Well, yeah. This is what you wear in London when you're cycling." "Where are you going?" She said, I'm going sightseeing." "Oh, really? Where do you want to go?" "Covent Gardens." You know what? I didn't go and see my friend. I entertained these two girls. I took them to the West End, you know, bought them something to eat. And then I invited them back to my brother's place because I was staying with my brothers at the time. My brother was glad to see them. And then I got them some West Indian food from the West Indian restaurant. So they stayed the weekend. They stayed the Saturday, left Sunday. And then they invited me up to their place the following weekend. And I went up on a motorbike. They didn't know I was on a motorbike, you see. They didn't know that. So when I got up there on the Dominator now, and I'm going beep, 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 they thought, who's this scary guy on the bike? They didn't know who I was until I took the helmet off.
Jim, do you sometimes feel like, you know how like people in Japan are pretty chill, right?
Yeah, a bit too chill if you ask me.
That's
But
what I
yes.
was gonna ask you. Like, are you like a lot more active than the normal Japanese person?
Yeah, I would have to say that I am much more of a noisier human being than they are. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm the guy that's walking around with my iPhone blaring out the news, flat Earth news, vaccine news, all that stuff, blaring out of my pocket. As I'm walking, as I'm jogging, I'm listening to house music. If I'm jogging and exercising, when I get into the laundrette to fold the clothes, I'll put on the Flat Earth podcast.
I mean, you love it, and they probably love it too. I would,
Yeah.
if I was there, I'd probably be one of the more like just chill type of people.
Yeah, no, I can't
Gaijin
be chill.
Baka. Why you no use headphones?
I don't use headphones because I don't like headphones. That's why. Hands free. Don't need headphones. I think the noise of the Flat Earth news. Listen. I think the noise of the Flat Earth news is better than the noise of the machine.
But people like it though, right? Like if everybody around you is always quiet, but there's one person that's loud, it's enjoyable for the rest of the people too. So
Well, that's
Do you see the?
It's good mates.
Do you see the pictures I put in the chat?
Let's have a look. I'm not looking at anything but now. But
There's one with an illegal
I'm that guy.
illegal garden in China, and it's just like all plants and mostly. But then the last photo was this guy was actually lifting these ginormous fucking boulders like up onto the top of the roof, like proper rocks, you know, like a ton each.
Wow! Look at that.
Yeah, and he got away with it.
Yeah.
Over the years, it's unbelievable how you can just get away with doing something like that. I mean, it's pretty cool, but it's like, how did it like happen? You know?
How do you get them up? Like through the elevator?
Oh yeah, he was getting stuff up on the outside, like you know those pulley systems that they use.
Oh, I see.
He had his own, and he was using the building's own like window washer system. Yeah.
That looks nice.
That's beautiful.
But it looks nice, doesn't it? Though, don't you think?
Yeah, but the foundation probably wasn't supposed to hold all that weight, right? It's probably fucking the building.
Yeah. It's a lot of weight.
A lot of weight.
That's gorgeous.
Can't believe that they couldn't they didn't notice until I'm sure they talked to him about it and allowed it or something.
I mean, it's dangerous though, right? Like, if that shit collapses, you could kill a whole family and shit. You can kill many families.
Yeah.
You get some crazy shit in China, like in Chongqing in China, in Sichuan province. They have, they were making the new railway, you know, for the air train, and what they couldn't figure out how to get around it. The only way was to go right through an apartment building, and they just made a tunnel through an apartment building, and it's still there today. It's classic. The whole
In Japan, there are buildings that have this, gardens on the roof, and that it's part of keeping the building cooler as well. Apparently, that's why they do it. You see, keep the building cool on the top. Yeah, because it gets very hot in Japan. Not as hot as Africa, but hot enough for them to, want to do that kind of thing, and they do it. I like the heat myself, so I hate using the air conditioner. I really don't like it. I don't like that artificial chilled air. I'm so used to the heat. And keeping
It's
it
disgusting
warm.
air too, man.
I
Yeah,
love
don't
that
like it.
shit, man. I love the.
I hate it. I hate it. Don't
I'm
like
in
it at all.
Texas, man. I gotta love it. There's no fuck choice.
You have
No,
choice.
No, I don't.
But to move out of Texas.
No, you can just dunk your head in some water.
Oh,
and then you'd be good for like an hour.
Okay, I'm sorry, dude. No. That shit does not.
I'm not even
work in
kidding, man.
Texas.
What's nice about AC is that it gets rid of the humidity. If you're in a place with high humidity, that's what's nice about it. It's like night and day difference when it gets the humidity out of the air.
Yeah, I suffer it myself. I don't really mind the humidity, to be quite honest. And what I say to my children, because obviously I'm worried about the bloody electric bill, I say, look, why don't you put some, like I've told you before, get some towels, put them in the ice box in the freezer. We've got lots of freezer room there. Okay. Then when you get hot, you take one out and you wrap it around your head, man. And that is ecstasy. Okay. And once your brain starts to cool down, your body starts to cool down. You wrap it around your neck. And when you've done, rinse it away and put it back in and grab another one.
Yeah,
That's
that is
cheaper
actually a
than
good
the
idea.
air.
That is actually a good idea because the head is actually like one of the main parts of the body that's connected to heat and cool.
Yeah.
Hot and cold. Like if you're out in very cold environments, putting a hat on makes a huge difference.
Yeah.
When I had my Thai restaurants, we used to have these cotton towels. They were just like a face towel, and what we do is we put the towels into water with some lemongrass oil, and then we rinse them out and roll them up into these cute little rolls, like a Chinese, what do you call them?
Restaurant. What you get at a Chinese restaurant? Yeah.
No, Thai. But then what we did was we had them in the ice cream containers, right, and then kept them in the fridge so they were icy cold for the summertime. And then in the wintertime, you take them out of the fridge just however many you needed and put them in the microwave for about 1 minute. And then you had these hot steaming towels with lemongrass oil, and lemongrass oil actually helps to stimulate the appetite as well. So cleansing, stimulating the appetite. They'd order more food.
Yeah, I've got about 30 aromatherapy oil bottles right here in my room right now.
That's one of those tricks of the
use all
trade.
that stuff.
Lemongrass oil makes them order more food.
Yep.
Yeah, I do all that. I use all that stuff. It's good, isn't it?
No, but it's so refreshing on a hot day to have this icy cold towel that comes out, and you can just cleanse your face with it. It's just such a nice feeling,
Yeah.
And it's like we were the only restaurant in town that did hot or cold towels. Like no one else does it, not even now. Like you'd have to go to Singapore Airlines would be the only other place that I could think of right now, and they're not even flying. So yeah.
Yeah, but when
There are a few airlines that give you hot towels. Usually transatlantic flights do hot towels.
Yeah, and Chinese restaurants. When you go to the Chinese restaurant, you get that hot towel to clean your hands and wipe your mouth down. They do all that for you before you start.
That is the best shit, though, right? On a flight, when you get that hot towel.
Yeah, man.
It feels so fucking good.
I love the food. The food's alright. It's not that bad.
I've never minded airplane food. I've always found it pretty decent.
Yeah, me too.
It's a different story in business class. It's leagues better.
Oh, bro,
Yeah,
I saw business class. Man, that's proper restaurant food, man. It's fucking.
I flew business class Etihad Airlines once, and I was like, "Holy shit!" You never want to fly economy again after you fly that. Honestly, I mean, I don't know if I'd spend the extra money again like I did that time, but I actually didn't even want to get off.
I would
Yeah,
never spend that much money
pods,
on a fucking flight.
champagne before takeoff. You know.
Yeah, I would never spend that much money on a flight. If it was my own money, I would
Yeah.
never spend it.
Yeah.
But
It helps to have like a
hell.
frequent flyer program, so you're not paying cash. But yeah.
Well, I actually I know this gay. I've known this gay guy for a long time. He's really old now. And
Don't
he
talk about
always
yourself like that, man. Come on.
and he always used to get like upgraded from economy class to business class every single time. And he flew every week. He didn't have any frequent, like any points or anything, but he had he collected
Any air
points.
miles? They call it
But
air
I don't
miles.
know. It's just like he said he had like some special way that he was with a way of words he could get it upgraded to business every time, and he still hasn't told us the secret yet.
The best thing is you can just go to sleep, right? You can just float, like lay down and go to sleep properly.
If economy class is overbooked, which does happen quite often, actually, you can just ask and stay around to see if you can get an upgrade.
Yeah, we always used to get upgraded to economy plus, never business class. Economy plus was my max when it came to upgrades.
Dude, it's so fucking ridiculously overpriced though. That shit.
It is. It really
It's
is.
expensive. It is expensive, no doubt about it. Can you imagine trying to take a whole family on holiday?
How about that scam with the fuel?
Yeah, yeah. That is a
Oh
scam.
no! Don't talk about that.
The YQ charges up the ass when they're like, when the engine's actually 90% of it is going with like the inducted air.
Yeah, yeah. You know, they scammed us. They've scammed us big time. Yeah, exactly. And they charge you with the surcharge when the Lehman shock happened. Suddenly it was all a surcharge. You got to pay more money to fly. I didn't fly that time. You know, at that period, no, I wasn't prepared to pay. And it was expensive already. I'm not going to pay a surcharge on top of that. Fuck that. And it turns out it was a scamming all along.
So do you think that so
business
the
plan.
airplane is obviously is powered by fuel, but at the same time it's sucking in air, which is replenishing the air compressors, which are actually the thing that's flying the plane along, and the fuel is just there to keep it ticking over?
No, the fuel is just there to start and land probably. But for the duration of that flight, they're using air. It's all air. It's air, man.
Yeah. What about just to keep it ticking over, sort of like a small flow
Well,
of
yeah,
fuel?
that's fine. Yeah, that could be the case. Yes, you could.
Yeah, you
be
can think
right.
of it like when a car is in idle, when it's like
Idle.
neutral, that's basically like the fuel. And then whenever it's accelerating and going in the air, that's when that's the air
Kicks
compressing
in.
part.
The injection kicks in, the fuel gets in there and gives it a bit more of a boost.
But yeah,
They're fucking with
landing
air.
definitely. I mean, takeoff definitely. You require it.
Yeah, you require the fuel, definitely. Yeah, you got to have fuel for that takeoff, no doubt about it.
Well, if it is if it is a scam, like they've been able to hide it quite well for a long time, eh?
Well, look at how long they've hidden the flat Earth. Look at how long they've hidden the flat Earth. Even the pilots. Now they've been doing these things. They've been part of that scam for a long time now. You know.
I watched this
When
video
you-
where
when you
actually
fly
it was
the
a video
next
that
time-
Jin provided, but yeah, it showed that the manufacturers of these engines, like Rolls-Royce and stuff like that, they say that 90% of the thrust is from compressed air.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly right. It was interesting, wasn't it?
Guys,
Yeah.
are you guys for reals on this shit, man? You guys really think that you can fly a plane with no fuel?
No.
Oh, well, the
fuel is
problem
necessary,
is-
but
the problem
they're,
is,
they're
Brian-
lying about how much.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well,
Well, yeah, and they're also lying about how much fuel is actually on board.
But wouldn't be
Yes.
wouldn't you guys be able to build a scale model then of something that would work this way?
Yeah, that's possible. It's possible. Why not? Yeah, yeah.
I mean,
So
why
do you
don't-
guys think that the people filling on the tarmac, filling the planes up, do you think they're in on it too?
They don't even know. They don't even know. They don't even know.
They just fill up how much they're trained to fill up. That's it.
Yeah, that's it.
They don't think
Okay.
about how much the plane can actually hold and whether or not it's empty or not. They just fill it up to a certain amount and that's it.
So how would you guys go about building a scale model of this amazing system that requires very little fuel to fly?
As easy as making a model airplane. You can do that. It's
So if
easy to
it's
do.
that easy, I mean, you guys will become fucking quadrillion billionaires if you guys actually make one. Even if it was just for the toy market, you'll still be quadrillion billionaires.
Yeah. I mean, you raise a good point there.
Yo, speaking of Branch, how goes our app idea?
Which one was that again?
I don't remember. I just remember we were gonna make an app.
Making an app.
What was it about?
I have no idea, dude. Fucking some shit we came up with, probably.
Yeah, it was a good one though. We gotta write these down.
Yeah.
We had a couple actually.
Oh, it was the whole type by using hand gestures.
Ah.
I don't know if that was it.
Like you turn your cam on and you can basically just type shit using hand gestures. Somebody made a
No, we had a different idea afterwards. That was better.
Oh, okay.
Somebody what?
Somebody actually made an Instagram filter like that. So instead of like typing, what you can do is the filter itself recognizes you pinching and will zoom in and out.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty similar to what we're talking about.
Sorry, Jen. What were you saying?
No, I was just saying that it would be nice if we could all travel like we used to do in the old days, without all this hassle of getting
Horse and buggy?
tested. I said it would be nice to be traveling without having to jump through hoops and get yourself tested and injected up just to travel these days. Silly, isn't it?
Hey, Gene, I've got a question for you, if you don't mind, seeing as though you're well versed on the whole 9/11 conspiracy.
Oh, okay, yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Sorry, not to bring it back. I know we've been through this topic earlier today, but anyway, I wanted to ask you this earlier. But what was that?
He loves it. He welcomes it. With
I know. Yeah, that's why I'm not sure. Like, I remember hearing. I'm not sure how accurate this is, but I do remember hearing this in passing that the planes that obviously supposedly struck the towers. Did hear, I don't know if it was a pilot or a aeronautical engineer that was saying this, that they were traveling at such a speed that, and for an aircraft of whatever they were, 757s, at the altitude that they were flying at and the speed, that the air density itself would have ripped the wings off at that altitude and at the speed they were traveling at. Did you hear anything?
You know what? Yeah, I
along
heard
those
that
lines?
myself as well. That the wings would have come off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have any further information? Because I've looked for further information on that, and I haven't really found it. But as far as I know, I think it was Airbus, aircraft designer, or like I said, an engineer of sorts. But
Yeah, I do remember this.
and that's something that I never hear anyone talking about.
What I thought they said.
Yeah. I do
what I
remember
heard
this.
that,
I will
I
have to
heard
look.
it-
I'm going to make a note of that, and I'll look for it later. See if I can find anything in that line.
Yeah, because I think that's quite interesting.
I think
Sorry,
what I heard was that that they're just basically flying at such a low altitude with such a high rate that they just wouldn't have been able to have the control to turn the plane. It's just basically all about the pressure that the environment that they're in, and not about the wings breaking. They wouldn't have been able to do the turns that they did.
Yeah.
Well, that's true too, because in some of those large jetliners, you do get something called overspeed, where it's where you're actually basically traveling too fast, you're too heavy to make those maneuvers, like you said. And anyone that's even played a flight simulator, for example.
I've got one, and you can't do those maneuvers. You can go into a crash, and you can never get out of it. Yeah.
Well, it makes it very hard to turn. It's like the plane just feels very cumbersome. It just doesn't go anywhere. It's got no responsive It doesn't bank.
You end up crashing. I end up crashing every time when I'm doing that. The 747 when you're flying and if you make too steep a bank, it just goes into a nosedive. You know what I mean? It won't come back, and I've had that happen to me quite a few times because I have got such a simulator that I used to play with my children, and even then, the horizon is dead level, isn't it? It's level.
Yeah, but you know what though? In the most recent release of Flight Simulator, they've actually it's funny. Obviously, that they've done it for big. I'm not sure if it's because of the current discussions at hand. You know, the flat Earth topic.
Yeah.
But they've actually curved the horizon. When you get to a certain altitude, you can see a distinct curve.
Yeah,
I don't know.
They're lying, aren't they? Obviously, because
Of course. Have a look. When I obviously downloaded and played it, I was like, motherfuckers, they've actually done that. But at a certain altitude, it's dead level.
Because look, you got Dave Murphy. Dave Murphy, okay? He actually got on when he got onto a plane. He actually had time to get to the cockpit and speak to the pilots about the flat Earth. You see, and then following on his lead, when I've travelled, I've said to the pilots, that was a nice leveled flight, wasn't it? And you know, you do the flat Earth leveled arm, yeah. You know, level. As I said, yeah, and then they laugh. They're laughing at me, and I said, no, seriously, that was a leveled flight, wasn't it? Dead level, no curvature. And they carried on laughing. So I said it for a third time. It's a flat Earth, isn't it? Look at my t-shirts. And then they stopped laughing. Then, cheek. But it took 3 goes to get some kind of positive kind of like reaction, because they laughed it off twice. You know the laugh. Yeah. I said, no, seriously, that was level, wasn't it? And you know, and they kept on laughing. Then when I said to them, it was a leveled flight, flat Earth. Look at the t-shirt, you know, I'm pointing to my chest. Flat Earth, yeah, level. Yeah.
Well, that guy Ruhip was claiming that he'd basically debunked the Flat Earth Banjo's book.
Oh, who's that?
The guy Ruhip.
Yeah, he's been on Banjo's case for a while. That character, actually, he's not a new boy at the game.
But he hasn't debunked shit. Like in reality, it's like those in his book he talks about the emergency landings, and they're just impossible if it was like a ball. Like there's no way that you'd go so far out of your way.
Yeah, economically not viable. You know, even with free air, you still wouldn't do it.
No, because the lady on board or the emergency is just, you know, it needs attention now, not later.
Yeah, exactly. The situation was grave where they had to do an emergency landing, and that's where they lose, because you wouldn't go out your way to do that on a Mercator map on a globe. You just wouldn't. You just would not. You know.
So it just shows that his flight paths that he talked about were much more in line with the idea that the Earth is, you know, has the North Pole in the middle and the South Pole around it.
It's just
just
logic.
makes more sense. That's the Gleason's map, right?
That's right. Yeah, not going to knock the Gleason's map, not at all. No matter, even with the anomaly that they call the Australia looks a funny shape. Who knows what the real shape is when you've got the Mercator map? That doesn't mean it's the right shape. That's just the shape you've got used to over the years. So for all you know, that could be the exact shape of Australia, what they're showing you there now. The fact is, Australia's there. We know they're there. People have gone there. People are coming over to Japan, and they've got to do their skiing in winter. So no, we know the Australians exist.
No, we don't exist. Trust me, we don't.
I know. I can't. But when I heard that back in 2016, that people think the flat earthers think Australia doesn't exist, that can't be us. That must be the flat Earth Society. That cannot be us, because how could you think that? Stupidity like that. Ridiculous. Oh yeah, we're living in a right mad world. You know, when they're lying to you about the Earth and where you live, you better believe that all the wars that are happening on it, that's all part of that lie. Okay? Because if the Earth was indeed in peace, then it would be the UN peacekeepers that would have gone to Ukraine to protect Ukraine and push Russia back. It would have been, but we're not working like that. So you can see that it was all planned. It was planned well in advance, not now. It's not a new thing. History repeating itself. We're all involved in that, folks. All of us are busy. Those of us who have gone out there, not me, but those of you who have gone out there voting for your so-called governments have played into their hands, and this is why they can do what they do now. You know, so that Ukraine war thing, that shouldn't be happening now, but they've just come out of the COVID nonsense. Now it's time to rain bombs on your head. They've only got themselves to blame.
Yeah.
Everyone else. We're all in part of that. We're all part of that.
Well, I can say I'm 34 and I haven't voted once in my life.
Well done, that man. Well done, that man.
And gotten away with it every time because apparently here, you know, people talk of there's fines for it, there's this, there's that. I've never received a single thing.
Yeah,
it's all about not ever enrolling. If you don't enroll, they don't come after you.
What's your name?
Lobus.
Sorry. Hey, dude. So have you ever filled in a census form?
No.
No, neither have I.
Yeah, I've never voted. I've never.
Why would I give away my personal property for free?